Good morning. Wow. Got lots of people here already. Nice. Oh my goodness, I have lots of chat to go through. Good morning, Top Hats. Good morning, Ira. Legs for days. Frazzled. Nice. How's everybody doing? Okay. Looks like we're still not even showing a seal yet. Let me check another channel to make sure. Yep. Let's see. I don't know if Fig will be in today or not. My angel has the COVID, so she might be taking care of the baby. Well, she is, I know for sure, but I don't know. Yeah, from what I can see, it has not started. Hard to believe they never start on time. I know. Never, ever, ever. I know. Yeah, I hope he's doesn't get too bad. Yeah, no apologies at all. Top Hats. Well, hold on. I turn my back for just a single moment. Turn my back for 1 second. I've got chocolate milk everywhere. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see. Oh, it has started. No. Oh, it has. Okay, there we go. Good morning, Beck. Okay. My angel has the COVID. He thinks he got it at the bouncy place, but no, I'm just kidding. I didn't eat it. That's a joke. It's a joke. Who knows where you get it anymore? I don't even know what you're supposed to do at this point. Just got to deal with it. I don't know what people quarantine or who does what. I have pretty much pretended that it doesn't exist, and I think I'm the only one who's never had it. I don't know.
The jury is present, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Day number 13, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is it Agent Fletcher or Miss Fletcher?
Miss Fletcher's fine.
Are you an agent?
Technically, I am commissioned. However,
Okay,
I'm a forensic scientist.
right. Okay. Well, Ms. Fletcher, just want to go over a little bit of what you testified about yesterday and hit some smaller points. But I mean, you pretty much you said this yesterday, but gunshot primer residue is not biodegradable, correct?
No, sir. They're composed of heavy metals of lead, barium, and antimony. So they're individual particles of those metals. They are not biodegradable.
So if gunshot primer residue is on a surface, it will stay on that surface and will not degrade for hundreds of years.
Potentially, there's not studies that go out that far, but potentially.
Right. But the only way that current science knows to get primer gunshot residue off of anything is through cleaning, wiping it off, scrubbing it off, spraying it off. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it comes out when a gun is shot, right?
Yes, that's how gunshot primer residue is formed. It comes out through the muzzle and in a semi-automatic through the ejector port or through a revolver through the muzzle gap. So any opening within the gun, it'll come out.
Yeah, so the gunshot primer residue will follow the projectile, whether it's pellets or a bullet, out the barrel of the gun, rifle, or pistol, will it not?
Yes, sir, it will.
And then if you have a semi-automatic rifle or shotgun, gunshot primer residue will go follow the discharge cartridge or shell shot as it opens up, right?
Yes, sir. Studies have shown as far as about 60 feet. Beyond that, they haven't been studied.
Okay. So within 60 feet of a gun being shot, there will be gunshot primer residue on whatever's around there. Fair enough?
Whatever's around the bullet, per se.
Okay.
When it gets out that far, it's more in the immediate vicinity of the bullet.
But for sure, gunshot primer residue will accumulate on the firearm that's being used, will it not?
Yes, sir, it will.
And if it's not properly cleaned and maintained, I mean, it'll stay there until it gets wiped off by someone's hand or left out in the rain or sprayed off, right?
Yes, sir, it will.
Okay. And when you were referring to transfer GSR, is that one of the things you're referring to?
Yes, sir. If you touch a gun that had been fired at any point, then you have the potential to transfer it to your hands.
Now, this jury has seen throughout the course of the trial a number of folks holding up some firearms that are in evidence. A couple of shotguns, 300 blackout, and they've seen they've seen witnesses hold up. Mr. Metter held up yesterday this blue rain jacket, which you had identified having 38 particles or more on it. My question to you is it very possible that where you're sitting right now, there's gunshot primer residue?
That is a possibility, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you did you work in the Forensic Services Laboratory at SLED, correct?
Correct.
And there's a trace evidence operation manual pertaining to gunshot primer residue analysis, correct?
Yes, sir, there is.
And that governs you follow that manual, do you not?
Yes, I do.
And you agree with the statement that gunshot primer residue evidence is most probative in the following situations: from subjects who have not sustained a gunshot wound, from subjects who have not been in the proximity to the discharge of a firearm or admitted to discharging a firearm, and from subjects who were not found in the possession of a firearm.
I do agree with that. Yes, sir.
And that's a statement of the your operations manual.
Yes, sir, it is.
And you obtained clothing, which we know is from Richard Alexander Murdaugh, shirt, shorts, and shoes. And did someone under your supervision did lifts from those clothing items so that you could analyze the particles, correct?
Yes, sir. Jamie Hall collected the particle lifts off of those items.
And those and that collection was done on June 8th, I believe, was it not?
Yes, sir, it was.
And are you aware that the clothes were collected on June the 8th?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you aware that when the clothes were collected, they were wet?
I didn't know that they were wet until Jamie opened up the evidence, and it was evident that the shirt was a little damp and the shoes were definitely damp.
And so it's just been a few hours that that they had been placed in some sort of bag, and you open it up and they're wet, and you smell laundry detergent.
That's correct.
Okay. Were you aware it had been raining that evening at Moselle?
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
The in any event, you tested after Ms. Hall, is that it, Jamie Hall?
Yes, sir.
She did the lifts, and you located 3 particles from the white shirt.
Yes.
You were at 3 particles from the shorts.
Yes.
No particles from the shoes,
Yes.
and there was no particles on Mr. Murdaugh's hands.
There was
Oh.
one particle on his right hand.
I'm sorry, there was 1 particle on his hand. And you would agree that that amount of primer residue, gunshot primer residue found on an individual who you had been informed had a firearm in his hand when the police arrived, that it was consistent with the transfer from a firearm.
When I analyzed the evidence, I did not know that he had a firearm in his hand, but that would be consistent with somebody who had a firearm in his hand prior to collection.
Okay. Well, you learned that at least by June the 9th at 11:03 a.m. when you had a telephone call with Agent Owen, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told him that that amount of gunshot residue would be consistent with the transfer from a firearm.
Yes, sir.
And you stand by that here today.
I do.
Now, the seatbelt assembly, let's talk about that for a minute. You did lifts, you and Ms. Hall or Agent Hall did lifts of the buckle, is that right?
Yes, sir.
The latch plate, is that right?
Yes.
And then 3 spots along the belt, the webbing.
Yes, sir. 3 areas along the belt. We divided the belt into 3 sections and did both sides of it. And those were the 5 areas that we collected.
I see. So did you take lifts from the entire webbing?
Yes, sir. We retracted it as far as it would go, divided it into 3 sections
I see.
and collected them.
And the results of the lifts, and you did analysis, was there's 1 particle on the buckle, right?
That's correct.
0 on the latch plate,
Correct.
0 on the belt, on any of the sections of the belt.
That's correct.
So the whole belt was 0. And so they found 1 particle.
I confirmed 1 particle on the buckle. Yes, sir.
And you can't say how or when the particle was deposited on the belt, can you?
I cannot.
And I think you told this to Agent Owen that if Alec Murdaugh was shooting earlier in the day or anytime at some point in time while he had that vehicle, and he got after shooting, he got in the vehicle that has the ability to transfer any gunshot residue primer to that vehicle, right?
Yes, sir. I cannot tell you when that particle was deposited.
So if he had had that vehicle for 2 years and he'd been out shooting and got in it, it could have deposited 1 particle on the buckle, and it could stay there unless it got knocked off, right?
Yeah, unless it was cleaned, it could have stayed there. Yes, sir.
And if he went and got a gun and then put it in the car and then he got back in the car and he got transferred, GSR on him, and they could hit the buckle and that could put it on there, right?
Yes, sir, that could have happened.
It's just very, very small. You can't see it with a naked eye, but it stays there forever unless it's moved.
That's correct, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, you were also asked to do an analysis of blue rain jacket. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I did.
And once again, just like the seatbelt, there's no way for you to know when the gunshot primer residue was deposited on the blue rain jacket.
That's correct.
It could be at any point in time from the date that blue rain jacket was manufactured, right?
Well, probably not on the manufacturer date unless they were firing
Right.
guns in the manufacturing plant, but any time after a consumer takes possession, probably.
So if a consumer took possession of that garment 4 years ago, and we're going to talk about how you can get gunshot primer residue on it, but unless it's cleaned off or washed off, it'll stay for 4 years.
It could, yes.
And you have no idea how gunshot primer residue ended up on that garment, correct?
I cannot tell you how it got there
Okay. Or when it got there,
or when it got there.
or whether it was being worn when it got there, whether it was being worn inside out when it was deposited on there, or whether it was laid on top of a gun, for example.
I cannot tell you any of those scenarios.
Okay. So Mr. Randolph Murdaugh, are you aware that this rain jacket was found in a closet in September of 2021 at Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's home?
That was the information that was on the submission, yes.
And he died, I think, on June 10th, 2021. Were you aware of that?
I remember hearing news about it.
But if he, before he got into his truck, had taken off this poncho and flipped it over and threw it on the back seat of his truck where he kept his shotgun bow whoop, and it laid on top of this dirty old shotgun, it could have deposited 38 particles of gunshot primer residue, right?
If the shotgun was not clean, there is a potential for the transfer off of that shotgun, yes.
And if the bow whoop hadn't been cleaned in years, there would be
No objection. What's he saying?
bow whoop. BOWHOOP, the name of Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's shotgun. If that shotgun hadn't been cleaned in years,
Shut up.
it'd be more likely you would get gunshot residue deposited on
Wow.
anything that came on top of it, right?
The transfer would be more
I
likely,
love
yes,
that
sir.
he said, excuse me, what did he say?
Now, you also testified that 38 particles of gunshot primer residue was a significant amount. You
Yes,
remember
sir.
saying that?
Yes, sir.
So I guess then you would agree with me that one particle on the hand is an insignificant amount.
I can just say that it was present. I can't tell you that it's insignificant. It's just there.
Yet you can say 38 is significant.
Because it's much more than you would expect on an item that wasn't in the vicinity or didn't come into contact with an object with gunshot primer residue on it. One particle, I can't tell you when or how or it got there.
Well, would you agree with 3 particles on a shirt is an insignificant amount?
It's just 3 particles on a shirt, and it can be one of the 2 ways or a combination of the 2 ways of being in the vicinity or transfer.
Yet you're comfortable saying 38 is significant, but you're not comfortable saying 1 is insignificant.
Insignificant implies that the evidence itself is insignificant, but it's a particle of gunshot primer residue. I'm not going to say that it's insignificant evidence.
Well, should you say 38 is significant, or do you say there's 38 particles on there?
Significant implying that it's a large amount, not that it's a small amount, but a large amount.
So is 3 a small amount?
Not in how many that we get normally. It's about average.
Okay. Now, in addition to the rain jacket, and I think that is item 173 in your lab, you were also provided a blue tarp, item 174. Do you remember receiving a blue tarp?
Yes, sir.
And after discussing the scenario presented by the witness with Captain Ryan Neal, you and he decided that there was no need to process the blue tarp seized from Almeida, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that this witness was Shelley Smith?
I am now. I was not aware who the witness was at the time.
So in your conversation with Agent Ryan Neal, he says, don't worry about the tarp.
Objection to hearsay.
The objection is sustained.
After your conversation with Ryan Neal about what a witness had relayed to him, you, in consultation with Agent Neal, decided not to test the tarp.
That's correct. That was based on that the raincoat was balled up in a closet versus the tarp being folded in a container and in place in a location.
When you say balled up, what do you mean?
I wasn't there, so I don't know, but that was the information. It was haphazardly placed in the bottom of the closet.
Okay. If it had been folded and placed on top of some other items in the closet, would that have made a difference to you?
I'm not sure. That would have had to have been a discussion between the agents and my management.
Have you seen all the photos of the search warrant where it was found and how it was folded or not folded, balled or not balled?
I've seen one photo.
Okay. The one that's in evidence here?
I'm not sure.
You were informed from Agent Neal that, or you concluded that the supposition was that the firearm was in contact with the rain jacket, correct?
I'm sorry?
You documented that the supposition was that the firearm was in contact with the rain jacket.
They were trying to determine, I think, whether a firearm was in contact with the rain jacket, and that was a possibility given my results. Now,
you, so you remember what you did with the blue tarp? You put it in storage and it's never been taken out again, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I don't know what happened to the blue tarp.
Did you ever have any involvement with the blue tarp after it was presented to your evidence lab?
No, I did not.
The rain jacket do you know if fingerprints were taken off the rain jacket?
I don't know of any other analyses performed on the rain jacket.
Would you have been able to tell if there had been lifts for fingerprints when it came to you?
For gunshot primer residue evidence, the trace lab always gets it first because any other processes might remove the gunshot primer residue. So no other analyses would have taken place prior to ours.
The rain jacket was slated, I believe you testified, for further DNA analysis.
That was what was on the outside of the box. Yes, sir.
And because of that, you and Agent Jamie Hall wore gloves and a gown and a mask, right?
We always wear gloves and the lab jacket, but the mask was added because of the DNA request.
Do you know the results of the DNA analysis?
I do not.
You were shown photos that were introduced in the evidence and of the rain jacket. And I just want to publish two more that were introduced in evidence. 438. Doug, can you put 438 on the screen, please? I think you had it, now it's gone. There we go. Agent Fletcher, can you see that?
I can.
What's that?
This is a page out of my case file that I prepared for my technical reviewer and as part of my information to keep with me. It's a picture of the packaging, the paper bag that the rain jacket was included in, with the documentation on it, as well as the tag from the rain jacket labeling the brand of it, the size of it, and it also has our lab net information and the initials and date in which it was analyzed by the trace department.
Okay, the bottom of this, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a date of 10/8/2021. Is that when you took the photo?
No, sir, that's when I prepared the PowerPoint for inclusion in my case file.
I see. So Doug, if you'll go to the next exhibit, 439, please. And there you've labeled manufacturer's tags. You see that?
Yes, sir.
You tell the jury what size this rain jacket is.
It's a large.
Okay. And do you know this brand name? COURTHOUSE?
I had to look it up. I wasn't familiar with it prior to this case.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Doug. You take that down, please. One second, Your Honor, please. That's in front of Your Honor.
Redirect.
Good morning.
Mr. Griffin asked you about 38 particles on the parka, poncho, rain jacket, the blue garment.
Yes, sir.
You asked about the 38 particles. That's what I'm responding to.
Yeah, we just can't hear you.
Okay, well, I'll talk louder, sorry. Actually, how many particles were on the garment?
In total, there were 52 particles. There were 14 that I confirmed on the outside of the rain jacket, and there were 38 on the interior of the rain jacket.
And I confused myself yesterday. There were 13 particle lifts and 12 particle lifts, correct? And then out of that, you found the 52 particle characteristics of gunshot primer residue, correct?
That's correct.
And 38 of those were on the inside?
Yes, sir.
That's what he asked you about. 14 were on the outside.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you wear that garment, do you typically wear it inside's inside? Is that what it means?
I would think so.
And he asked you, is it a possibility that a firearm that come in contact with the rain jacket, and you said it's possible, it's really possible, isn't it? I mean, those numbers are unusual, aren't they? 38.
For the interior of a garment, I would think that they were unusual, yes.
And that's common sense, isn't it?
Well, they're just not,
What is it? I'm sorry. But how do you describe that in your world, everyday living and in your examining it? How do you describe those particles inside of a garment that you're supposed to wear with the outside?
well, typically people wear their clothing right side out. And so if they're in the vicinity to the discharge of a shooting, that's where the particles are going to land.
On the outside?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Griffin asked you about, I think, a hypothetical if Scranton's father's gun had laid on it and it was in a truck, would the 38 particles inside of the rain jacket be consistent with a recently fired firearm being contained inside?
It could be, yes.
With a recently fired firearm being carried inside of that rain jacket?
Just inside the rain jacket. I don't know that it matters if you're carrying it.
Okay, right, you're very technical and precise, okay. But if you were carrying it, and you had a gun inside that rain jacket that had recently been fired, and you were taking it somewhere to hide it or transport it, would the 38 particles inside the rain jacket be consistent with transfer from a recently fired firearm?
That is a possibility, yes, sir.
And again, how did you describe those 38 particles in your world?
They're unusual because they're on the interior of a garment,
Go ahead.
and it is a large number.
Unusual because they're on the interior of a garment, and an unusual number.
Well, a large number.
Object.
The last answer for the record was a large number.
Yes, sir.
Further examination.
Very, very briefly, Agent Fletcher, what I gather, there's just a whole lot of possibilities of what could have happened, right?
That's correct.
The only thing you can tell us is what you saw under a microscope.
Yes, sir.
You can't tell the jury how it got there, right?
That's correct.
Or when it got there.
That's correct.
And, okay, and I forgot to ask one further question. A rim-fire gun, does it produce gunshot primer residue?
Rimfire ammunition does produce gunshot primer residue. Some don't produce the traditional lead, barium, and antimony. Others do. It just depends on what type of ammunition is used.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Annette Griswold.
We'll have a seat on the witness stand. My name is Annette Griswold, Griswold.
Ms. Griswold, how are you doing today?
I'm doing okay, thank you.
Good. If you would, just tell the jury a little bit about yourself, where you grew up and what you do for a living, please.
Okay. I grew up in Hampton, South Carolina, and lived there for the first 18 years of my life, graduated from Wade Hampton High School, went away for college at 18, ended up falling in love with the Charlotte, North Carolina area. Over the next 2 decades, I spent most of that time in Charlotte. That's where I got married. And with the exception of a few years coming back to Hampton and a few years in Columbia for my husband to get his degree, that time was spent in Charlotte until 2012. My dad took ill and he wanted us to move closer to be near him, and my mom needed help taking care of him. So I moved home in 2012 after my father passed away. A few months after, I went back on the job search, and I'd been out of work for 2 months helping my mom. So I was looking for a job and ran into my friend's father, and he told me I should probably check the law firm. I found out that I had a school friend that worked there, so I reached out to her, sent her my resume, and she forwarded it to the right people. And 3 interviews later, I was working for the firm, and I worked as a paralegal and was hired to work for Alec Murdaugh,
Which firm are we talking about?
what everybody refers to as PMPED,
Okay. And when did you start working there?
July of 2012.
And when you started working there, who were you working for?
Alec Murdaugh.
And the entirety of the time that you were there up until the time that he was no longer a partner in that firm, is that who you worked for?
That's correct.
So how long was that?
That was a little over 9 years.
Were you the only staff member that he had that was assigned to him?
No, we have, there's two of us that work for Alec. I'd been with him, like I said, the 9 years. And then the other secretary was Christy Gerald, and she had been with him about almost double of what I'd been there.
Quickly describe for me sort of the division of labor between you and Christy Gerald, please.
I was hired to handle more of the larger cases that Alec had, where it's litigation law, and so it's personal injury for the most part, workers' comp, medical malpractice, premises liability, product liability, wrongful death, trucking cases. And so he wanted me to take over those bigger cases and handle those. And then Christy did more of the day-to-day stuff and the smaller files. Still just as important, but just smaller files than the larger ones.
You had the more complex stuff,
I did.
the bigger cases?
Yes, sir.
Just quickly, how was the defendant as a boss and a lawyer? Just what were his typical work habits, and what was he like in the office?
Extremely intelligent when it comes to the law. I respected and admired that in him greatly. He didn't keep normal hours. He liked to float in later in the late morning time or early afternoon. We always had a running joke. We never knew. We knew that he might not be there all day, but he would always show up right before 5 o'clock when we were ready to leave. So just, kept unset hours. Pretty, I sometimes referred to Alec as a Tasmanian devil, because when he walked in, no matter what you were doing, you were started spinning, because he was just coming through and, shouting everybody's name and ready to get work done when he was walking in the door. So it was kind of confusing.
Let me ask you just a little bit. The jury's heard some testimony about disbursement sheets and how they work. And can you just remind them very quickly how that works? Who prepares the disbursement sheets, and how does that go about taking place?
After I find out that a case is settled, I go ahead and start getting my disbursement sheet ready, where I can kind of go ahead and expect what the deductions are that are going to come out of it. The attorney's fees, the expenses. Anytime you have Medicare or any health insurance, there's typically a lien on that money, and we are required by law to pay it back. So I go ahead and start looking into all that, draft the sheet, and get everything on it that I know, that I'm aware of. And then it goes to Alec, and he makes any changes he needs to. And then he would sign, once he signs off on it, I send it across to our accounts payable department, and they cut the checks.
Are you familiar with what is generally referred to as the boat case?
I am.
And that is the boat wreck that occurred around February of 2019?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the defendant was sued civilly in that particular case?
Yes, sir.
After the boat case happened, did you notice any change in the defendant's demeanor around the office and about his work habits?
I did. He was more distant. Even when he was in the office, he was absent. It was he's always been hard to sit still and get answers from, and to sign our documents and anything that we had put in his office to sign. But it got extremely worse after the boat accident. He was rarely there, and when he was, the door was closed, and it was almost impossible for us to reach him. He was always on his phone. He was always dealing with something bigger than what we had going on.
As time moved on into the early part of 2021, did that even get worse?
It did. He would come in lots of times, and he was just not his normal self, or what his normal self used to be. It was just very tense, and I don't know how to describe it. It's just, you could tell that it was the boat crash was weighing heavy on him, and it was consuming his life almost, it seemed like. And he was just harder to reach. And there was a couple instances where I referred to him as having his ass on his shoulders, because that's how I felt. It was disrespectful of me to feel that way and to say that out loud, but that's how I felt, because he just wasn't himself with us anymore. He came in, and it was just like, yelled our names and just didn't treat us the same way he did prior to the boat accident.
Was the defendant very protective about anyone going into his office?
There was often times where he would come in on a Monday and say, who's been in my office? And we'd be like, I don't know, probably the cleaning ladies. We have no idea. He was, it was very cluttered, very unorganized, but he said he knew where his stuff was, that it was organized in his way.
Jury's heard a lot of testimony about this, and just in the interest of time, I'm going to ask it this way. Over the years, in various cases, did the defendant ask you to put disbursements to forge on various disbursement sheets so that settlement checks would be prepared from the trust account made out that way?
Yes, sir, he did. I can't remember when it started, but he told me, to put it on Forge. And me knowing Forge Consulting was a legitimate company, I would, on the disbursement sheet, I would put Forge Consulting. And he would say, no, it's not Forge Consulting. If I wanted to be Forge Consulting, I would have told you Forge Consulting. I want it to be Forge. And I was like, well, I don't understand. Isn't the name of the company Forge Consulting? And he told me that he described it to me. He said, think of it like Forge Consulting is the large company and Forge is a kind of under that umbrella of it. So he said, Forge Consulting is the big name. And then you have all different things they do, including Forge, which is more like a savings account than a trust.
So he would actually get you to change it from Forge Consulting to just Forge.
Correct. Even when across the street at the accounts payable department, they would write the check out to Forge Consulting. Lots of times I would have to reach out to them and say, hey, you wrote this to Forge Consulting. He says it needs to be Forge. And so lots of times they would have to change that.
Those checks that he would have on disbursement sheets to get cut, made out to Forge, would he often talk to you about picking those up personally?
Yes, I would ask him if I could go ahead and mail it to Michael Gunn at Forge Consulting because he was our contact. And he would say, no, you know what? I'm seeing Gunn this weekend. He's coming out to the farm, or we're going to meet halfway tonight and have dinner. He always said that he was going to hand deliver it. So I even got to where I would make file notes in my files. Alec took check to hand deliver because I was so worried that he was going to lose these checks because he was, a little aloof sometimes and, would leave keys in his vehicle, would misplace a few things. And so I was so worried that these checks were going to get lost and then we would have to do a stop payment and reissue the check. So I started making notes where I would remember that I didn't mail it, that it was actually hand delivered.
Well, hand delivered, at least from who was telling you it was going to be.
That's
hand
correct.
delivered.
Yes.
Who was saying that?
Alec was.
All right. When you're talking about the defendant or Alec Murdaugh, do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out to the jury, please?
Yes, he's over in it looks like a navy blue jacket.
Your Honor, can the record reflect she's identified the defendant? You mentioned he would say that, I'm going to see Gunn, I'm meeting him halfway, we're going hunting, things like that. Tell the jury again, who's Michael Gunn?
Michael Gunn he's our contact. He's the person we talk to when it comes to trust annuities with Forge Consulting.
And that's the real Forge, correct?
That's correct.
Not the fake Forge.
Not the fake Forge.
Moving into the latter part of 2020, did you have any particular issue arise with a disbursement to Forge that caught your attention?
I did.
Tell me about that if you would, please.
I was currently working from home. I'd had surgery on Halloween of 2020, and I was working from home, hadn't come back yet. I was planned to come back to the office the following Monday. And on that day, I believe it was December 15th of 2020, I got a phone call from the accounts payable department. Nicole called me, and she's one of the ladies that cuts the checks and works for Jeannie Seckinger. And she told me that she had just got a disbursement sheet over, that Christy had sent over a disbursement sheet in one of my files. It made no sense. She didn't understand it. And I was confused too, because I was like, why didn't he contact me to do my disbursement? Because I'm kind of protective over my files. If I've worked that file the whole time, I want to finish that file. I want to work the whole process of it. And actually the disbursement part is my favorite part of the file, because I want to be able to have that be there when that client gets their money and gets that closure that they deserve. So I thought it was very odd that Christy was drafting a disbursement in one of my files, and
This was the day you were off work.
that's correct. I was working from home, and I still could have been reached, but I wasn't until Nicole reached out to me and told me.
Keep going.
She told me, she sends it to me by email or text, I can't remember, and I reviewed it, and it didn't make sense to me either. There was a line on it that said the attorney fees were going, or amount of it was going to Forge, and I didn't understand how that was happening, and I'd never seen him send attorney fees to Forge before, and so I didn't know that that was even a possibility. And so I called the office, and Christy transferred me to Alec, and I spoke to him and asked him about it. And he said, why did Nicole call you? And I said, well, she doesn't know how to write these checks out because it doesn't make sense to her. She hasn't ever seen a disbursement like this. And he said, I'll take care of it. And so he said, I'll call Nicole, I'll take care of it. And so I remember talking to Nicole later and say, so what did he say? What was the reason behind it? And she said, he said that they can structure their attorney fees, and that's what that check was for.
Did you have a subsequent discussion with the defendant about that?
I did, and he told me the same thing. He said it was something that they've been able to do forever. He just never took advantage of it before, and so now he decided that he was going to start structuring those attorney fees where it would make have interest drawn. And so it made sense, because why not? Why not, instead of having that money sit somewhere, put it somewhere where it's going to draw more money?
His explanation to you made sense.
Yes, it did.
On its face.
Yes.
You remember the name of that case?
That was the Hirschberger case.
I'm going to show you. Stand by. We'll show you what's already been admitted to evidence that states 429, and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, I do. This is the disbursement that was in December of 2020 that I was talking about.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Put it up on the screen. At that point in time, we're in December of 2020, is that right?
That's correct.
After the defendant gave you that explanation that seemed valid to you on your face, did that matter just kind of go away at that point in time?
It did. It was kind of, always at the back of my mind, because I still felt like there should have been some kind of paper trail, but yeah, the explanation worked that he gave me. And so I was trying to just go along with it because I thought it was valid.
As we move on into January 2021, did another incident happen that came to your attention as related to disbursements?
Yes, the end of January, it was a Friday afternoon. I left early that day to take my mom to the eye doctor, and kind of the same scenario of kind of an exact repeat of December happened again. Nicole from Accounts Payable called me, and I said, "What's going on?" And she said, "Well, I've got another one." And so Christy had drafted a disbursement in a case referred to as Moore. And she had sent it over. And once again, it had the same wording and kind of confusion that the Hirschberger one had a month previous. So she didn't really understand it again. She was still trying to say, I feel like we need more information on this. And I said, I do too. And so kind of the same scenarios before, I reached out to Alec, he reached out to Nicole, and ultimately the checks got written. But it was the same scenario, as you can see on here. The $91,867.50 was attorney fees that were structured that went straight to Forge, to the fake, what we now know was the fake Forge.
All right. And is that still in the Hirschberger matter you're talking
That's the
about?
Hirschberger one. And on the Thomas More one,
We'll
it
get
was,
there in a second.
okay.
When you got that call, do you remember where you were, the second call?
yeah, the Thomas More, I was at the eye doctor with my mom.
I'm still in Hirschberger. Do you remember where you were on that?
Oh,
second?
I was home. I'd had surgery and I was home recovering.
And I'm going to show you this, and we're still in the same exhibit, that being 429. Do you recognize that at all? Let me hand this exhibit to you. Probably easier that way. Just take a clip of it, if you would, please.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is what we refer to now as the second Hirschberger disbursement. It was on the UIM portion of the case and liability portion. So once again, the PMP attorney's fees were routed to Forge in the amount of $83,333.33.
All right, you had started to talk about Thomas More. Is that another incident that came to your attention as we're moving into early 2021?
Yes, sir. That one, like I said, was at the end of January. Once again, I was out of the office. I was at an eye doctor with my appointment with my mom. Got the call from Nicole. She said it's the same scenario. But this time it was all the funds that was in client's trust, which was $125,000, I believe, and all those funds were being routed. That was attorney fees and client money that was being routed to the fake Forge.
And this was another one of your cases, is that right?
It was. So another situation where I'm out of the office. It's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday. Christy drafts the disbursement. Alex signs it. They send it over in my absence.
When these instances are happening that you're describing to the jury where you happen to be out of the office, and these are your cases, right?
That's correct.
And all of a sudden you're getting communications that the defendant is having Christie draft some disbursements. In any of these cases, was there anything going on that something happened and had to be done that very day that you just happened to be out of the office?
I didn't think so because in particular, the Thomas More case, we were working on the third party portion of the case, but there was also a workers' comp portion that another attorney was working on. And when you're working on a workers' comp case, if you settle the third party first, you can't disperse it until the workers' comp portion is taken care of, because workers' comp always has a huge lien that you have to negotiate for the client. So the money was supposed to sit there. It was my understanding it would probably be sitting there another year until the workers' comp portion of the case was settled. So those funds didn't need to go anywhere. So it was very odd that all of a sudden they're all sent to Forge because they were supposed to remain in the account, was my understanding.
You take pride in the work that you do on these complex cases?
I do.
Do you know your cases very well?
I'd say I do.
And was there any reason of which you were aware that things had to be happening the day that they were?
I did. No, it definitely put up another yellow flag, and it made me think about the previous one that happened in Hirschberger in December, because both of them were kind of the same scenarios. Me out of the office, someone else drafting it. And not that we can't work in each other's files. We can, but it's easy to miss something if it's not your file. If I had to go in somebody else's file and draft a disbursement, I may not know that there's a lien or a certain promised medical bill or anything else that needs to be paid. So that's why, to me, it's easier if somebody that's worked the case actually drafts the disbursement, because they know all the deductions that have to come out.
Was the defendant using the opportunity of you being out of the office to push these things through?
Yes, in hindsight, it was easy to see that the chaos, the sending it over at 10 minutes before 5 p.m. was kind of a way of part of that little hurricane, a little tornado portion, just sending it over when most people are gone, and it's just going to get done quickly and no questions asked.
You said that the Thomas More line was particularly unusual because it was workers' comp and those funds couldn't be dispersed yet, correct? To your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant about why these funds were dispersed?
I did, and he explained to me that he had gotten permission that since the money was going to be sitting there another year, that they were going to send it to Forge and let it draw interest, and then that would be money that that would draw interest on for the client as well as the firm because it was both portions of the money.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence. It states 328. See if you recognize this document.
Yes, this is the Thomas More disbursement that I'm referring to, that where the entire client trust amount of $125,000.
Do you recognize the signature down at the bottom of the page?
I do. Alex signed it where it says R. Alexander Murdaugh, and then where the client's signature is, that is not the client's signature. It's Alex handwriting.
You recognize this handwriting from working for him for 9 years?
I do.
Did the defendant have a case going on around this time involving Mack trucks?
He did what we refer to as the Ferris case. We actually went to Columbia and had a bench trial in that case in January of 21.
And did you work on that case to some extent?
I did.
Was that one of the ones assigned to you?
Yes.
Was the defendant the only lawyer on that case, or were there other lawyers?
No, there was two co-counsels that had brought us in. Wayne Ridgway was the first attorney that received that case. He reached out to Chris Wilson's office, and Chris joined the case as well. And then Chris reached out to our firm, and so now there's a third attorney, which was Alec, involved in it.
Ultimately, was that case tried before a judge?
It was bench trial, like I said, in January of 2021.
And did the judge issue a verdict in favor of the firm's clients?
Did, yes, sir. And the next month, I think sometime in February, we got a very nice verdict for the clients.
Who was going to be dispersing the fees in that once the money came in? Was that going to be PMPED, or was it going to be the other attorney's
Chris
firm?
Wilson's office.
Had the firm PMPED, had it accrued costs in the course of that litigation?
Yes,
Expenses?
yes,
And did you prepare those and send those to Chris Wilson's office, or how did that work?
I did. I put the totals in an email and sent them to, Alec wanted me to send him the totals by email, and so that's what I did. And then I guess he sent them to Chris after that.
All right. And then after that happened, do you remember what month the money came in, roughly?
In May.
Well, let me slow you down. Once you've done that, when the money comes in, you said Chris Wilson's office is going to be handling that disbursement, correct?
Correct.
What are you expecting to happen next?
I'm expecting copies of the settlement paperwork, copies of the disbursement sheets signed by the client, and I'm expecting 2 fee checks and 2 expense reimbursement checks, because there's 2 cases. It was a case for the deceased and a case for his wife. So I'm expecting 4 checks total.
All right. And you're about to say, and I cut you off, you said something happened in May. Did something happen related to the Ferris case in May?
Yes, I received by mail the settlement package from Chris Wilson's office, but all it contained was a cover letter and the 2 expense reimbursement checks. So I emailed Vicki Lyman, which is Chris Wilson's secretary, and said something like, "Hey girl, I got these expense checks in. When can I expect the attorney fee checks?" And she replied to my email telling me that, excuse me, "Hey friend, the attorney's got that money at disbursement." And I was really shocked because I didn't even know when the disbursement took place. I was never supplied copies of it or anything.
What's your thought when Vicki says that? What did you think may have happened?
Well, I called her and I said, you already gave the checks. I was like, I don't think we've received them. And she was like, yeah, they were done at disbursement in March. And so I asked her first to send me over copies of the disbursement sheets and where I could look at those. And then I reached out across to our accounts payable just to make sure that checks somehow bypassed me and went straight to into the client trust, to their department. And they told me no, that they didn't have any such checks on the books either. And I was like, okay. So I assumed that they gave Alec the checks and he's lost them. They're misplaced. They're somewhere in his truck. They're somewhere in a file folder stuck and just kind of hid away and he's forgotten to give them to me.
Did you say that to Vicky? Like, come on, why'd you give
Yeah.
them to my
I said,
boss?
why? I said, why would you do that? I was like, why would you give checks to the attorney? Why wouldn't you send them straight to me where I can get them deposited?
I'm going to put it states 312 that's already in evidence, and this is the page marked date stamp 2371 for the record up on the screen. Can you see that on your little screen? Do I need to bring that in?
I can see it.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
That is the email I was talking about where I told her I just got the expenses, but where's the fee? And she says it's because your boss and mine and Liz's got their fees once they were signed. Duh.
Did you have a conversation with Alec at this point, or what did you do next?
I did.
So you called the finance in your own firm and said, hey, did we get this check? And they
Correct.
said no.
They said no. And
All
so I verified that. And then I asked Vicky, I said, are you positive? And she said, yes. And I was like, okay, I'll go see if he remembers where they're at. So he happened to be in the office by that time. His door was closed. I went in, he was on the phone, and I kind of kept checking and going back. Eventually I got to speak to him, and he was still kind of on the phone, but he was like, no, I didn't get those checks. And I was like, are you sure? And he said, yeah. And I was kind of back and forth. And I'm like, he said he didn't get them. Are you sure? And this kind of went back and forth for a few minutes, and over the course of the rest of the day. And I said, hey, he just told me that Chris was still holding those funds in trust. I was like, I don't understand. You say that they've been cut. I was like, can you send me copies of stuff? Because I don't see anything. And he's telling me their funds are in trust. And she was like, Annette, I know for a fact that the checks are cut. There is no money in trust. And the reason I know that is because when the checks were written to Alec, I knew it was a bit odd because they were written to Richard. They were written out to him personally instead of the firm. And I said,
they were written out to him personally instead of the firm.
correct.
Why did that stick out in her mind? Why did that stick out in your mind?
Because common sense tells me that the attorney fees belong to the firm, where the firm, I don't know, I didn't understand the complete breakdown until Jeannie went over it in her testimony, but I knew by common sense that the funds belong to the firm. And then once they do whatever percentages and everything they need to do, then the attorney gets his portion later. So I knew it wasn't right, that it shouldn't have never gone to an individual attorney. It should go to the firm as a whole.
When you asked the defendant, said, hey, Vicky says you already got those, and he tells you what?
He told me that Chris was holding that money in trust, that it had not been dispersed yet.
Did he tell you Vicky's wrong?
Yeah, he told me Vicky's wrong. I don't care what she's telling you, she's wrong.
What was his demeanor when you were inquiring,
Just kind of like, just shooing me out of his office. Like, I don't have time for this.
After Vicky tells you that it was odd because the checks had been made out to the defendant personally instead of the law firm, what did you do next?
I asked her, I said, are you sure? And she said, yes. And she said, yeah, it was written out to him. Well, first I was like, I'm sorry, what did you say? And I made her repeat it to make sure I heard correctly. And she was like, and then kind of while she was saying it out loud, I think it kind of registered to her, oh, wait, that probably wasn't the right thing to do. Because she kind of hushed after that and didn't want to talk and kind of wanted to get off the phone with me. And so I still kind of tried to question Alec over the next couple of days and tried to get a reasonable explanation of what was going on, because in my mind, I'm still hoping he just lost the checks and this was all just a misunderstanding. But at the back of my mind, there's this huge red flag telling me this is not right. What is going on?
Did you eventually take this issue to anyone else since you couldn't get an answer about it?
Yes. I eventually, I don't know the exact date, but I eventually emailed Jeannie Seconder and asked her if she was in the office because I really needed to speak to her. And she said she would be back later that day. And so I went into her office and I had everything printed out and kind of showed her and told her my concerns. And she was instantly on, on high alert as well, because, it didn't look good. We were still both hoping that it was a misunderstanding, just this one-off something silly that happened, but we both had that nagging feeling of this is not good. Something is definitely wrong.
Did Jeannie instruct you to do anything?
She did not. She said that she would talk to him about it, and she kept the paperwork that I gave her.
Were you ever asked to send another email to Vicky asking for particular documents?
Yeah, actually, it was kind of my idea. I kind of told Jeannie, I was like, hey, you know, why don't we do this? Why don't you send me an email telling me what we need, and then I'll forward that email from myself, and, you know, to see if we can get copies of everything where we can figure all this out and eliminate it. Because, you know, at this point, we want to prove that that suspicion we had was wrong and that everything's really okay. So she did. She forwarded me an email, and
I'm still on states 312. What's been date stamped is 2374. And is this the email that you just described that Jeannie forwarded to you requesting the documentation for the Ferris fees?
it is underneath where, Jeannie texts there or emails there and tells me exactly what she needs and kind of is very specific.
At what time, what date was that? I'm sorry.
That was May 27th at 11:40 a.m.
All right. And then going over to 2373 in the same exhibit, is this the email right here that you then forwarded to Vicky Lyman at Chris Wilson's office?
Yes, it was, I forwarded that email that Jeannie sent me on the same day, May 27th. And I knew she was on vacation, but I went ahead and sent this to her. And then when I knew she had time to get back from vacation, I sent this follow-up on the Strand on June 2nd and requesting it again.
All right. And did you get a response email from Vicky Lyman in Chris Wilson's office?
Yeah, she said she didn't, this doesn't involve her, and she said she would forward it to Chris. And we were basically just asking for copies of everything where we could clear this matter up. And, you know, like I said, we wanted our suspicion to be wrong.
That item already in evidence?
We'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 440 to your testimony. And again, just tell me, first of all, just without going into any content, whether or not you recognize that particular document.
I do. It's a text strand between myself and Vicky Lyman.
And is this, what is the date on that particular text strand?
June 2nd, and then it runs into June 3rd.
And is that 2021?
Yes, I'm sorry, 2021.
Is this a text thread where y'all are discussing the things that you described here today?
Yeah, I told her I just, don't mention anything.
Hold on just real quick.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Y'all are describing what we're talking about here today?
That is correct.
All right, Your Honor, this time I would move stakes 440 into evidence.
Your Honor, object on hearsay grounds. It doesn't fall within an exception to the hearsay rule.
See the document.
Sir.
I sustain the objection.
Did you ultimately text Vicky on that particular day?
I did. I told her that I gave her time to get back from vacation, and I just basically texted her with my concerns and told her how stressed out I had been over the situation and how I was hoping my suspicion was wrong, but I was really stressed out. And unfortunately, my daughter, me and Vicky had talked on the phone. Vicky had called me as well, and unfortunately, my daughter had overheard me too. So she instantly got like really worried for me. And my daughter said, Mom, you need to go ahead and get your resume because once you turn all this in, they may fire you. So she was very concerned for me.
And this latest email on the screen, that was June 2nd, 2021. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
You recall June 7th, 2021.
I do.
Was that a Monday?
It was.
Were you at work that day?
I was.
Did the defendant come to work that day?
He did. He came in probably around lunchtime. I can't remember if he came in before lunch or after, but somewhere in that time frame.
Did you see Jeannie Seconder that day?
I did. Jeannie had already told me that she was going to talk to Alec about the Ferris e-checks that were missing. She was going to go and talk to him about them that day. And so she asked me to let her know when he got into the office. So when he got to the office, I reached out to her to let her know.
And did she come up to your area?
She did. And we have open style offices, no doors on the secretary's offices. So she had to pass by me to get Alec's office. So I saw her when she was walking past.
Did she give you any look when she walked past?
She did. It was kind of just like that, just kind of a raised eyebrow, like wish me luck, here goes nothing kind of look. Like, I hope, because we were both just, like I said, wanting to get answers and
Get answers about what?
about those missing checks and figure out what was going on.
Where did she go after she gave you that look?
I heard Alec's doors closed, so I assumed in his office to talk to him.
This is what day?
This is June 7th, 2021.
Did she come out after?
She did, and she didn't stop. She just hurried by my desk and she went on about her business.
Did you have any conversation yourself about the Ferris fees with the defendant that day?
Don't recall having any discussion with him on that day. At that point, I'd turned, Jeannie had everything and it was kind of in her hands.
What time do you think you left work that day?
I left at 5:15 that day.
Is that your normal time?
It's not. I typically work later. Alec always tend to work nights, and me and Christy tend to kind of adapt to his schedule a little bit and work a little later than 5 o'clock. Most of the time, we were there till 5:30, 6 o'clock.
When you left the office on June 7th, 2021 at 5:15, was the defendant still there?
He was.
Did you go home? Eventually went home?
Yes.
Just a normal night?
Yeah, I went straight home that night.
Did that change at some point?
Yes, definitely. My phone was on silence and I slept through a bunch of text messages and calls. I woke up in the middle of the night and my phone was just full and I was like, what is going on? And so I'm looking through the text messages. They don't make a lot of sense. I see I have a voicemail message from Randy Murdaugh. And so I checked the voicemail and I could tell he was upset and crying. And he said, Annette, please call me when you can. It doesn't matter what time. And so I don't remember what time it was, but it was sometime in the middle of the night and I called him. And he told me, well, when he answered the phone, he was upset, obviously. And I said, Randy, what's wrong? And he said, it's bad, Annette, it's real bad. And I said, oh no, Mr. Randolph passed. And he said, no, it's not Dad, it's Maggie and Paul. And I said, what? And he said, they've been shot and murdered. And I said, what? And it was very overwhelming. We both cried on the phone with each other. And obviously the first thing I did was say, oh my God, how is Alec? How is he? Is he okay? Where's Buster? Is Buster okay? I was very concerned. I had a million thoughts running in my head. I was like, are you guys safe? Is this something aimed at the entire family? And I was very, very worried about Alec and Buster and Randy and his family and the entire Murdaugh family. So it was very overwhelming.
Over the 9 years of being working closely for the defendant, did you also get to know his family, Maggie and Paul and Buster?
I did.
Is this firm pretty tight-knit?
Yes.
What was the reaction of the people in the firm to this terrible news?
There was two reactions. First was scared. We were like, please lock our doors. We're scared. Who is this aimed at? Is it a client retaliating? Is it, aimed at Ellick? Is it aimed at the firm? We didn't know. We just had so many questions, no answers, a million thoughts running through our heads. We were just there, supporting each other and helping one another through this grieving process. And at the same time, we were very protective over Ellick and Randy. We wouldn't let them leave the office if strange cars were driving around. We would say, don't walk out yet. There's a white car that's went around 3 times. I mean, we were in complete mama bear mode. We didn't want them to go out and have to talk to reporters. We didn't want them to have to run out and run into anybody. And we were scared for them. We were very protective. I mean, anything suspicious out the window, we were on high alert.
Said, what kind of mode?
Mama bear mode.
Mama bear protecting who?
Protecting Ellick and Randy.
Did the law firm community rally to the aid of the defendant?
They did.
Was that the primary focus of on everybody's mind in
Oh,
the aftermath?
absolutely.
Were you at all concerned about finding out what happened to these Ferris fees after that happened?
What Ferris fees?
What Ferris fees?
Yeah, what Ferris fees? And that was the furthest thing on my mind.
In fact, was that the last time you really thought about it in any aspect until September of 2021?
It is, yes, sir.
And you were more focused on helping this defendant and his family in the aftermath of this tragedy that had happened.
Yes. And everybody was so supportive. I mean, some of the associate attorneys stepped up and they came up to me and Christy and said, hey, if you need anything over the next few weeks, you need us to review a file for you, get something else, sign it and get it out the door. We're here for you guys 100%. So it wasn't, we were supportive. And then we had other folks in the office that were coming up to us, supporting us as well, because they knew we were at a standstill. What do we do? Because we knew obviously he was not going to be the same and not be himself for quite a while.
I asked you earlier about the boat case. Before the murders, when the boat case happened, had there been some reaction and backlash in the community against the defendant and his family after the boat case?
Yes, it was very difficult because Hampton being a small town, we all know each other and we all know both sides for the most part. For instance, Mallory Beach, her father is my first cousin. So Mallory Beach, I was kind of felt like I was in between a rock and a hard place because, her family is, beyond heartbroken over the loss of her. And I know some of them didn't like the idea that I was still working at the firm, but I was still, to me, it was two separate entities. This is my job. This was my family. And I had to keep them separate. I didn't want any part of the boat wreck case. I didn't want to know any details or anything because, like I said, I was keeping my family life and my work life separate.
After the murders, you said the law firm community, though, rallied to Alex's aid, correct?
Absolutely. Everybody.
Did the larger community do as well
Yes, they did.
after the murders?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that after those murders happened, what Ferris fees? They were the farthest thing from your mind, correct?
Yes, sir.
When did they come back to your attention?
September 2nd, it was a Thursday in the afternoon, and I was looking for a file in the file cabinet, and I was unable to locate it. And lots of times if Alex talking to a client on the phone, he'll yell for a file and we'll take it to him. So I was like, oh, it's probably in his office. So I went to his office to look for the file. And when I found it, I picked it up. And when I did, a check kind of floated like a feather to the ground. And when I bent over to pick it up, I saw the check and what it said and had on it. And I instantly became very upset because it happened to be one of the checks from the Ferris case that didn't exist.
And what did you see on the check that let you know that stuck out in your mind?
It was from Chris Wilson's office. It was written to Richard Alexander Murdaugh. And at the bottom, it said Ferris fees. And it was dated March.
So what did you realize at that point?
I said, he's been lying this whole time. He had these funds. He lied to me. That feeling in the back of my mind was correct. Unfortunately, he did take these funds because when I flipped the check over, I also saw that he had deposited by mobile deposit and I can't remember if he signed the back of the check or if it just said mobile deposit only.
Let me show you stage 313, see if you recognize that. It's already in evidence.
Yes, sir. That's the check that I found on September 2nd.
Right. And if you flick up one side and the other side.
Yeah, it's got his signature, Bank of America deposit only.
You recognize that writing as the defendant's?
Yes, it is.
When that check fluttered down, you picked it up?
I
You
did.
saw that? Where did you take it? Did you take it anywhere?
Yeah, I went back to my desk and you can imagine all the emotions that I was feeling at this point. I was hurt. I was angry. I just was beside myself. And I was a bit enraged too, because I asked him so many times. There were so many times that I felt like we could have clarified this and got it taken care of. But here it is from March to September. And I find this check that supposedly did not exist. And so I went to my desk, I called Jeannie and I was like, I just found something. And she said, oh shit, what did you find? And I said, are you busy? And she said, come on over. And I went over and closed her door and threw the check at her. And she was like, is this one? I said, yeah, that's one of the Ferris checks that doesn't exist.
Was Jeannie doing anything else or start doing anything else when you came down with that check?
I didn't know it until I took her the check. But when I took her the check, she was like, yeah, I just ran a report yesterday. And she said, one of the attorneys is going to call Michael Gunn later today. And I said, well, what do you mean? And that's when she told me that she thinks there's some more stuff too. Back to my suspicion with Hirschberger and Thomas More, she pulled a report and she found out that we may have other issues of stolen funds. But I was not aware of any of that. I didn't know that she was looking into it again. I didn't know any of that until I took her the check and she said she had just started doing stuff within the last few days.
Within a few days of this happening, what happened to the defendant's employment at the law firm?
He was fired the next day.
And did the law firm engage in a review process to determine the extent of any alleged?
Yes, we've had months upon months of going through all of the files and finding, just following the numbers and making notes on everything. And lots of hours, lots of manpower involved in this process of putting everything together and just in awe of how much was happening, and we had no idea about it.
And without going through all the exhibits that were gone through with Jeannie Seconder, but she was the one or one of the central ones in doing that review. Is that
Of
correct?
course, yes.
And without going through each one, is a lot of those disbursements for the fake forge account, those were disbursements that the defendant told you to put on there?
That's correct.
Are those a lot of those disbursements one where he corrected you and said, no, don't put Forge Consulting, put Forge?
Yes, they were.
A lot of those checks, ones where he said, oh, I'm going to see Michael Gunn later. I'll take the check myself.
Yeah, they were all for him.
We'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 441. Again, without going into the contents, tell me if you recognize that document.
Yes, it's a text message that Alex sent to me and Christy on September 26th when he was in 2021, when he was in rehab, is my understanding.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 441 into evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection.
Submitted without objection.
Your Honor, I apologize. We do have the 403 objection and subject to the court prior ruling on this.
I haven't seen the exhibit. I don't.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Wow, that's a lot. That is so much for the people that work for him to have to go through. It's so rude. Every person in his life had to be all anxious and nervous all the time. I couldn't handle that. You know, like she said, her daughter was all worried about her, and her daughter's worried she's going to get fired. And this, you know, why should everybody else have to worry? They're not stealing. But that's quite possible. I would have thought the same thing. How are you going to tell on your boss? And especially when your boss does whatever the hell he wants his whole life. Whole damn family does. What a mess. What a mess. You know how many years everybody around him has just been a damn nervous wreck? I don't know when you just say, you know what, I'm just going to have to find a new job. I can't live like this. That's the kind of thing that would have me all wound up tighter than shit. Jerk. He's just an ass. He's a big boob. Yeah, my understanding is there was not a policy on Maggie or Paul. What I think, I don't think that he planned this. I don't. I mean, think about it. If he if he wanted this to just happen, he probably could have had people do it for him, or who knows what. I mean, I have no idea. I don't think it was planned. I think that day they confronted him at work and he just said, you know what? And whether, you know, I don't know if it's going to be talked about in here or not, but she was looking at divorce, and she had hired a financial forensic or whatever you call that, somebody. And his problems became really, got a lot worse with the boat accident. And I'm sure he was pissed off at his kid, not because his kid took someone's life, but because it was causing him so many problems. That's what I think. I think he just got really damn mad. He didn't have a sex worker to choke and pull her hair out. And those two right there were causing him problems. They just were. Yes, Becca, he was. Yep. Yeah, she would. I don't know her family, but right, Top Hats he did. And I don't know her family, but I can only imagine that, you know, you have to, you know, marry certain pedigree, you know. That's my assumption. I'm sure she didn't come from the wrong side of the tracks, as you say. She was no Jackie Snotty, I can tell you that right now. Right, and she told her friends that night he was up to something. She felt like he was up to something. Now, nobody ever thinks that's the something that they're up to. And who knows? He may have told her to meet him out at the to meet him out there because he didn't want, you know, the mess up by the house or something. I have no idea. Maggie. Oh, good night. Maggie's family, her sister's husband. Okay, I better. Sorry about that. These metal measuring cups are loud. Oh, absolutely. Kimmy, seriously. Absolutely. I think that you're exactly right, Top Pants. I think so. Yep. And that is a fact that boat wreck was really a catalyst in what, you know, he had been able to rob Peter to pay Paul, and it was coming down. It had come down. Oh, did I miss? Good morning, Maze. Good morning, ma'am. Oh, they did, because you know what? They didn't even search his house for 3 months. You know, had that been me, I would have left there in a damn cop car, probably. They would have. But the very first thing that he immediately started trying to say it was somebody that had that it was about the boat. You know, the people had been threatening his son over the boating accident. He said that to the 911 operator. That was his plan. This all happened because of the boat accident. And people had been threatening him and whatnot. Legs, that's funny. Yeah, Cinderella, the former sex worker, had very colorful language. And I said, she's talking about all the parts. We just need the boob to get in on this. Oh, that's fun. Fun stuff. Oh, yeah. I mean, he gets in that cupboard. He gets all the way in there and shuts the cupboard and then knocks on it. Oh my gosh. But some of the dishes are so loud. I'm like, oh, my head is just ding, ding, ding. Yeah, it's fun. It's way more fun than all the toys. Right, Kimmy? It does. If you can get through the house without tripping over a Tupperware bowl, then you're not living. Let me check and see what we're doing right now.
That was so nifty. But maybe see if you could be more evil.
Needed it, and as we know, money is always a motive for murder.
Oh my God, Cinderella, that is hilarious. Our dogs have a toy box, and they are constantly. I pick up all the toys, and they drag them back out over and over. They are. The dogs are absolutely spoiled rotten. That's funny. I always wonder if everybody's dogs have
Yes, that's very nice.
toy boxes and all that.
You know, kind of.
What's funny though, I used to get them all these dresses, and I've gotten they have a bunch of coats and sweaters, and they've got costumes and all this garb. But I used to get them, oh my gosh, they even have a jersey. But they won't keep them on. Going to the bathroom at night and step on a squeaking. Oh my gosh, I know. And you know what? Every once in a while, Mr. Snotty and I just about throw a hip out because we step on a dog toy and we think we've stepped on a dog. So we're all scared and all this. But yeah, get up in the night. Oh my gosh. Or some of the kids' toys here, all of a sudden in the middle of the night, it'll just start doing, playing whatever it plays. It scares the crap out of me. And that's hilarious. Hey. Okay, stop. I always tell Jack to be nice all the time. Be nice and gentle with the dogs. And now he's... Oh my God, that's hilarious. So, I totally believe it. I bought our dogs snow boots. They don't wear them. I know. Look at him. It's getting about nap time, so he's getting a little cranky. But I always say, be nice, be nice. So now everybody said, is he saying ice or at? What is he saying? Because he goes up to the dogs and he's like, be ice, be ice. So cute. Right, I know, isn't it? Yeah, I used to make fun of my stepdaughter. She always had her dog in some fur coat or something. And it was the funniest thing. Her dog would wear it, though. He would. It was a cute. Oh, my God, that dog is awesome. was one of my little sweeties. Yeah, I think big dogs do, but these little chihuahuas, they all play different too. One of our dogs plays really good. One of them just takes a toy and goes and hides it. And the other one is like not a dog. It just sits there, doesn't care about toys. Jack actually plays good with the dogs. Libby will take Jack a toy and get the fun started. Not the other two. They just don't know how to play. They're actually really weird dogs. Yeah, as far as missing stuff here, Cindy, oh my goodness. Come on, Jack. Here, no. No. Well, Mr. Snotty just put new drawer locks on last night, and this little booger's gotten past him. I can't wait till they get to the cousin on the stand. Toy fox terrier rather. Oh. Oh, a toy. Oh, I bet that's cute. Oh no, oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm just. Oh, 30 seconds. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to catch up, guys. How to teach your grandkids not to bring their stuff forward. Right. Yep. I've seen that before for sure. Okay, come here. Listen, Linda. I know. Yeah. Oh, no, I was going to tell you, Cindy, there's been a lot of just repetitive over and over. And some of it was, a large portion of yesterday was what we watched last week that the jury didn't see. So it was like not only did it take forever and repetitive, but we watched it twice. So that part, you definitely didn't miss anything. We did see this week the mother's home health aide, and that was really sad. He basically tried to bribe and threaten her in both to say that he had been there for 30 to 40 minutes at night. And she was a wreck on the stand. It was so sad. She didn't want to testify. You can tell she was scared. She didn't want to do that to them. She loved the family. It was horrible. The judge actually acknowledged how emotional she was. I know. You just felt like, please don't make her do it. She literally could hardly get words out. It was that bad. Oh, man. Poor thing. Rinse, repeat. Right. That's what I said. She hasn't missed a lot. It's been very, very monotonous. Yeah. But that was so sad for me. I could hardly stand to watch that one.
And what about who's in the courtroom? So I actually saw video yesterday.
That's exactly what I was saying yesterday, Legs. I feel like she is. And so she's got all kinds of reasons to fear. Is she going to lose her job? I'm not sure. I'm not totally sure that she's still there, but I don't know. She did not want to do that. She hated the position she was. See, that's what I'm saying. All the people he put in these positions, that kind of stress takes years off your life. Ass. What a jerk. My God, you know what? You want to be a thief and a liar and my God. This woman didn't, at least his paralegal wasn't an emotional wreck like that home health aide. She's worked at her jobs for 29 years. I mean, she's just sad. They did this crap to everybody in the whole 4 counties, just ramrod over them, not giving 2 craps about anyone. I started watching Georgia and Ginny on Netflix, so I've been binging it. Oh, did you? I have been wondering if I want to or not. But I never have time. It looks good though. Do you like it? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I want to figure out if she still works there or not. What's the mom's name? Miss Lily or something like that.
I keep them on stand. Believe it or not, I actually appreciate the effort. It was good to see you, Jack. It was good to see you too. Maybe you're not the same person I've always been, but I hope I can still call you.
Yeah, you're right, because they're small towns. And it's probably impossible to, in one way or another, not work for those people. Right? I mean, I think they got their hand everywhere. Oh, was it an ant? I don't know. I can't. Remember how they were saying they call the one grandma? Is that what they said? I get all lost up in this business.
Which would be divorce.
It's no problem. He's all right. I can.
She was. Oh my gosh. Wait, that was Monday. Yesterday, that lady wasn't scared at all. She was loving it. She wanted to go right up to his face and tell him. Yeah, the one from the CFO, she wanted to tell everything.
Very clever. You see this, children? This is a cat who knows how to use her brain.
She's so smart. She can spell the whole alphabet. Brain beat Ron every time.
Well, maybe not every time.
Every time.
What about any slapping contest where you take turns slapping each other until someone cries?
The winner is whoever has enough brains not to play.
Yeah, I think that was Monday, that home health aide. All right.
Thank you. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Of course he is a cat. We know that. But is he all right? Well, he just needs to rest. But Puss is very old. Very, very old. Like so old. I'm old. I know old when I see it.
I can't believe this is really about 1 week ago.
Let me see if we're back in business yet. Back in court. Nope, we're not back yet. Oh, be careful, be careful.
When I was exiled from Zanzibar, I wandered the nation, unsure where to go.
I know. They are legs. They totally are.
But if what the Blanco comes,
I just know yesterday I got tired. By the end of the day, it was all too monotonous for me. I couldn't even pay attention at the end. I was all run out of steam by yesterday afternoon.
you are all right. Your pulse is, no, take it easy, Maestro. What brings you to San
Cindy, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, one way or another, you work for them. Because you know what else? Like he was saying to the health aide that, he knows her boss at the school, Well, of course, the principal at the school is probably, kisses his ass. And the guy who owns the supermarket kisses his ass. And, so I think that probably one way or another, if you don't literally work for them, whoever your boss is can be run by them. If I'm making any sense, I guess.
And who is this love?
Oh my gosh, I'm your biggest fan.
I am most pleased to.
I've been reading about you since forever, and I just think you're the greatest movie boss in my center. I'm not here with you.
She's a cutie. I saw her the other day on Taking Over for Mom. She's super cute.
There must be some way we can help him. He's just too old. There's nothing we can do. Well, apart from the obvious. Duh! The fountain of youth. Wait, can I read me? Oh, sure. I graduated myself. Not a few decades off. Not all again. Too bad you can only use it once. You must go to it immediately. Hang on there.
Has anybody here ever heard of museum wax?
Everyone would do it. I do not fear. What about dogs?
They had the courts, the cops, judges, everyone in their pockets. It was their kingdom. That's right. That's right. That's what I'm saying. You could hang. You can't say, "Oh, I'm gonna have to get a new job," because what? Doesn't really matter. So I just gotta let this guy give me a damn ulcer. Shit.
Yes, well, in the book they have to go down my incredible adventures. Or no, that would be.
I would believe anything.
I think that it is true. Good news, Maestro. We are going to
So if you've ever heard of museum wax,
be fraught with banner. Yes. Oh,
it'll keep things still. So like a lamp and different things. I put museum wax and he can't move it. Like I have a vase, can't move it.
not. Were you sleeping? No. Sweet. I need you to keep an extra sharp lookout. I'm leaving town on a mission of great urgency.
He's looking for a job to get her a Valentine. And to get his mama a Valentine's present and to get his mama all kinds of stuff. Tell him, say, you know what? Girls are very attracted to men who are very good to their mothers. Because that's actually true. Yeah, it's true. Cinderella, her daughter's so cute too. I can just picture this going on because
She's not, classy. She just obliterates anyone who comes near.
I am certain.
Oh, and also a great fire.
I am very
I cannot anymore.
Come, puppy. We found it of you.
Yeah. Yeah, can we do?
All over the world's magical fountains, fountain
gotta work it. Like I always tell my daughter-in-law, I say, you are welcome. What can I say except you're welcome? What in the holiest of things did I do? I don't know when we're going to start.
That portion.
Oh,
If the defense
we're on.
does not wish to have that portion redacted, the exhibit will come in its entirety.
Your Honor, here's
that is so
where we
cute,
find
Kim.
ourselves on the defense side.
Aw.
His
I love
drug
that kind of
addiction
stuff.
and drug use is frankly res gestae to the alleged criminal conduct on the financial fraud. And it's hard for us on the defense side, and it didn't really get flushed out in our in-camera hearing because they didn't put evidence up of this, but it's something that we all knew. But it is part and parcel of the financial crimes, and it explains why he did what he did, and in a way pile on and make it even more prejudicial. And so when considering that, Your Honor, what we would ask is we want to renew our motion, object to all the financial crimes now that we know drug use is coming in the midst of it, because it is res gestae, it does tell the entire story. And we would ask the court to strike all the financial testimony the court's heard thus far, and let's proceed with a murder trial.
That motion is denied.
Thank you.
But the portion, the court admits this document and will redact that portion if requested by the defense. Do you want to redact the portion that suggests that he was in rehab? As it's part of the res gestae, may even be part of your defense. I don't know. The state is offering evidence, and
We're not asking it to be redacted. We would request that whenever we get at least 404B witness testimony that the court provide a limiting instruction. Thank you.
well, I'm not going to give a limiting instruction prior to every witness's testimony or in the middle of every witness's testimony. The court has given the limiting instruction twice and will do so at the end of the case as well. And there may be other instances, but not at every juncture where evidence is being offered.
Yes, sir.
All right, so this exhibit is admitted. You may bring the jury. Thank you. The objection is overruled. The exhibit is admitted.
May it please the court, Your Honor. Just very quickly, when we left off states 441, now admitted into evidence, this was a text you received from the defendant, is that right?
That's correct.
And the date on that is September 26th?
September 26th, yes.
Is that 2021?
It is.
Is this the text of, that text that the defendant sent to you?
It is.
Only have a couple more questions for you. Before I get to the end, one question I wanted to ask you was, what was the defendant's cell phone usage like?
He was always on his phone, always on his cell phone, always on his office phone. He would quit one conversation and grab another. Sometimes he would have both phones to his ear.
Would it be unusual for the defendant to go anywhere without a cell phone with him?
Absolutely.
I want to play for you what's been admitted to evidence of States 297. Let me have this input, please.
Quit, Cash. Quit. It's okay. Okay. Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. What? Hey, Bubba. It's a kitty. This is a chicken. Come on, Cash. Come on, Cash. Quit.
Do you recognize any voices in that video?
I do. I hear three voices.
And tell me who you hear.
I hear Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Ellett Murdaugh.
And how sure are you?
I'm 100% sure.
Can I have the Elmo one more time, please?
I'm sorry. Oh.
Going back to States 441, can you read just that one sentence starting where my finger's pointing that the defendant sent to you?
The worst part is knowing I did the most damage to those I love the most.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Ms. Griswold, were you hired by Alec to work at the law firm?
I was hired by the firm, but he was in one of the meetings and it was my understanding that I was going to be working for him.
Right. And so you interviewed with him?
I did.
And you've been working, you worked with him for?
About 9 years.
9 years.
Yes, sir.
And 1 second, left. My understanding is that you moved back to Hampton because you had your father was ill?
My father was ill. Yes, sir.
And then, so you moved your family back, you and your husband and,
Right. My husband and my daughter and I moved to be closer to my dad and help my mom with him.
and you got a job working for a law firm. And did you work exclusively for Mr. Alec Murdaugh?
Most, yes. I mean, there was other attorneys that I might do some work for here and there, but primarily Alec was who my attorney was.
And if you needed to take time off for personal matters, would you just have to run it by Alec?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And he put family first at work, did he not?
Most of the time, yes.
And he encouraged you to put your family first.
Absolutely.
And I think your husband had a heart attack. He was in the hospital for quite some time.
Yes, for 5 weeks before he ultimately passed away.
And I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
But Alec encouraged you to do all you needed to do to care for him and don't worry about work. Isn't that right?
Yes, he did.
And you didn't miss a paycheck.
I sure didn't.
Is he a good person to work for?
It was hit or miss. I cared about him. I respected him. I loved him. You know, you can't be that close and work with somebody without having, developing feelings for them and their family members.
Right.
But it was hard to work for him sometimes. He was a bit erratic, and for all the respect and love I had for him, it was still very difficult to work for him.
I think your description was he was like a Tasmanian devil that would come through at the end of the day.
He would.
And he was frenetic.
Yes.
Okay. And, but people came to him if they needed something, right?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And so he had a lot of people coming and did he ever say no to anybody's request?
He didn't know the word no.
Right. And, well, he would want to schedule his appointments around his family's commitments, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
So like if the Buster and Paul had baseball season, he'd be sure to block all that out off his calendar, wouldn't he?
Most of the time. Sometimes he didn't tell us about personal matters or things where they were going until the day of or whatever, and we would have to reschedule stuff. But if it was on the calendar, yes, he was going to be there for anything that the boys had going on.
He put in his work life family first. Is
Yes,
that right?
that's correct.
You would agree with that?
I would definitely agree with that.
And you got to know Maggie, did
I
you not?
did. Yes, sir.
And she was thoughtful for you on your birthday and anything you had going on?
Absolutely, yeah.
And I think you mentioned the Ferris trial in Columbia. That was in Columbia, wasn't it?
That was, yes, sir.
And you went to the trial, didn't you?
I did.
And you remember Alec going up on a Sunday and he spent the night in the hospital because his dad was going to have surgery the next day?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it seems like it's been a long time, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Maggie came up on Monday and stayed with him during the trial, right?
I never did see her. Our paths never crossed because I was kind of in work mode, but I know she was there.
Right. And he traveled frequently with Maggie on work trips, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he would take his family to conventions and when they would have work, right?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
And Alec wasn't the type of guy that would go off on a guy's trip. His trips were family trips.
I mean, I don't know that without a shadow of a doubt, but I know a lot of his trips were family related, something with him and Maggie, or him and Maggie and the boys and their significant others.
Right.
I
And
don't think Maggie and the boys went to the Bunga Bunga sex parties.
and he was real close with Maggie's family too, wasn't he?
Yes, it appeared that they were very close.
And if Mr. Brandstatter's, Maggie's dad, couldn't get in touch with Alec on his cell phone, he would call you and ask, where's Alec?
Yeah, he would call myself or Christy and say, hey, can you get Alec to give me a call? Yeah,
And they communicated quite frequently, didn't
they did.
they? And did you meet Mr. and Ms. Brenstetter?
I didn't meet him until, we had Mr. Randolph he got the, what
Order
was
of
it?
the Palmetto?
Yeah, and that's when I met them. That was the first time I'd ever met Maggie's parents.
The, and if Alec was in even a deposition, and if Maggie or Paul or Buster would call, I mean, he'd walk out and take the call, wouldn't he?
I never was present with them. I've heard rumors of such, but I was never present with him at depositions and mediations.
Well, in the office, if he was in a meeting, he would always
yeah.
take their calls, wouldn't he?
Absolutely.
No, I was kidding.
Say, oh, gosh,
Um,
you know,
I
tell her
said
I
he
called
didn't
back.
go.
He'd
No,
take the call.
he never put off calls with his family. He always.
The interview with his sex worker, the former sex worker, was talking about
Now,
parties with drugs and all this nonsense. I was kidding, Cindy, though, sorry.
You were talking about the night that you learned that Maggie and Paul were murdered,
Plus, I like to say
That you
about
thought-
sex party.
when you first got the call that it was about Mr. Randolph.
Correct.
And we're talking about Mr. Randolph murder,
That's correct.
Alex and Randy's dad,
Yes, sir.
because it was well known that he had just been put back in the hospital and his condition was not well.
Yeah, it was my understanding that at that point, the family was making arrangements to bring him home and hospice may be involved. And so obviously we were all expecting awful news.
And he in fact did die on Thursday, June 10th, I believe.
I believe so too. Yes, sir.
And after that, you said that, you know, the whole law firm rallied around not just Alec, but Alec and Randy and their families.
Absolutely.
Okay, and that's
And we
what-
rallied around each other because we were scared. We were worried.
Right. And then after, well, I guess there was like a tidal wave of media surrounding the law firm at some point in time, wasn't there?
Yes, sir.
And so y'all had to, you know, be careful with comings and goings, and that was kind of scary, I think.
It was. We ended up having to lock the front door because they would just walk in and just overwhelm the receptionist. So it became like a daily habit there for a few weeks. So we had to end up locking the door.
And as a result of Maggie and Paul's tragic murder, Alec Murdaugh became front and center of a media spotlight, didn't he?
He did. Yes, sir.
And it wasn't, you know, and there were cameras outside the court, outside the office frequently, right?
There were. Yes, sir.
There were cameras out at Moselle.
I think so. I didn't go out there, but I'm assuming they probably were.
And all the buzz was about Alec Murdaugh and what happened to Maggie and Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
And all the while you were around Alec on occasion, and you noticed his demeanor, and he was grieving greatly, was he not?
He was grieving, and he was also very humble. He had changed dramatically. Afterwards, he was more mellow, and he would come in the mornings, and instead of yelling Christy, Annette, and telling us what to do, he would actually come to our desk and say hello and check on us, and we would in turn check on him. So he was very different after the murders.
And he had a hard time working after the murders?
Absolutely, yeah, as you could imagine.
Sure. And you're aware, you had to keep up with his whereabouts, but he spent a lot of time with Maggie and Maggie's parents?
Yeah, he would tell me that he had weekend plans, and I would hear him on the phone with his in-law and making plans to meet up for the weekend.
And he stayed in Somerville a good bit with Buster and with Maggie's parents?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
And he and Buster traveled up to the upstate, to Lake Huey or something? Are you aware of that?
I remember him saying, the family had had property or something up there, his in-laws, and they were all getting together.
And you're aware that Alec would not spend a single night after Maggie and Paul were murdered at Moselle.
Yes, sir. I knew that.
And when he was working in Hampton, he was either commuting from Somerville, Edisto, or staying with his brother Randy or something like that.
I knew he was either staying with family or, he was coming back from Somerville or Greenville from being with the in-laws, but that's all I knew.
But he never spent one night more at Moselle.
Not as far as I know. Yes, sir.
Now, you were asked questions about Mr. Waters about the Ferris matter was the furthest thing from your mind after murder of Maggie and Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
And that you didn't do any more about that after Maggie and Paul's murder, right?
That's correct.
But I think you also said that you conveyed your concerns to Jeannie Seconder and that she essentially took over.
Yes, when I gave it to her, I knew she told me she would take it from there. And so I know I gave it to her and that was that.
And so there's really nothing more for you to do on the Ferris matter after you turned it over to Jeannie, right?
Correct.
And then you were in Alec's office one day looking for a file and you stumbled across this canceled check.
Yes, sir. It must have been underneath the file. I wanted in between that and something else. So when I lifted my file, it fluttered to the floor.
And and you felt, I think you talked to this jury about how this whole thing put you in a bad spot. And your daughter said you need to dust your resume off or something like that.
That's
right?
correct. Yes, sir. I was worried. I was hoping I was wrong. I was hoping that my gut feeling was wrong and that what I was looking at was not money being stolen and that he was not doing that. I was hoping I was wrong, but at the same time, I was scared to turn it in because what if they, look into it and it's nothing, there's nothing going on and then, it disturbs the relationship we had working together and, what would I do? Would I be able to stay at the firm after turning him in on something so bad that he could lose his job over it? So I was concerned. I was concerned for my livelihood. I'm a single mom with a teenage daughter.
And nothing happened to your job, right?
No, sir. Nothing happened to my job.
It's just Alec who lost his job, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And
So she should feel bad about that.
and you mentioned in what's in evidence as defendant's exhibit number 441 is a text that you received from Alec, right?
That's correct.
And was it just to you or was it you and
Me and Christy, his other
Christy.
secretary.
the other secretary? And the date is Sunday, September 26th at 4:30 p.m. in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned it was from rehab.
Yes, as far as I knew, it was rehab. I assumed it was probably one of the steps of reaching out to those that you hurt and telling them you're sorry.
And Alec was in rehab.
Yes, sir. As far as I know, he was.
And I want you to read this to the jury, the whole email, if you don't mind,
Okay.
please.
Sure. Hey, it's Alec. I'm finally feeling a little better each day. I'm over the worst, but still feel like I have the flu. Real weak. I have been worried about y'all, and I'm sorry I didn't get to tell y'all myself. I know both of you been hurt badly by me. I know it sounds hollow, but I am truly sorry. The better I get, the more guilt I have. I have an awful lot to try to make right when I get out of here. The worst part is knowing I did the most damage to those I love the most. I'm not real sure how I let myself get where I did. I'm committed to getting better and hope to mend as many relationships as I can. You both are special people and important to me. Please know how sorry I am to have made you part of my misdeeds. I hope you are doing as well as possible. I love you very much. Please tell Cheryl and Haley hello, and I'm sorry. All my love.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Very quickly, Your Honor. Mr. Griffin asked you about whether or not you were worried about losing your job over these Ferris fees. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then he asked you, the defendant lost his job, right?
That's correct.
After the murders, but before September, the defendant still had his job, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He still had his law license, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
You said, in response to defense counsel's question, that people came to him if they needed something, correct?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. He was trusted by everybody, and they knew that if they needed something, all they had to do was reach out and he was going to help them.
He was trusted by everybody. Did you trust him?
I trusted him. Yes, sir.
People came to him for anything, like all these clients right here?
Yes, sir.
He was a prominent lawyer,
Yes, he was.
one of the most prominent in the region.
Yes.
And all of that came to an end in September 2021, when all of that came out, did it not?
Right. When I found the check, I knew that he had lied to me and that he'd stolen that money.
Thank you. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
Johnny James for the state. State calls Michael Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You have a seat on the stage. Adjust that microphone, adjust your seat. If you state your name again, spell your last name. Please.
Sure. It's Michael Gunn. Last name is spelled Gunn.
Good morning, Mr. Gunn.
Good morning.
Just barely morning. Where are you from, Mr. Gunn?
From Columbia.
Born and raised?
Oh, grew up in Conway, South Carolina.
I grew up in Conway, South Carolina. Right. Where you work?
Work for Forge Consulting.
And what is Forge Consulting?
Forge Consulting, we are a settlement planning firm based primarily in Atlanta. I run the Columbia or South Carolina office, and we work with people, plaintiffs and plaintiffs' attorneys, to help them really try to take the settlements that have been recovered for them and try to make them make these settlements last a long time. These people normally have been in catastrophic injuries or wrongful death of a loved one.
So your company works with law firms who represent people who've been hurt, and if they get a little bit of money to make them whole, you can help make that money last a longer time. Is that an accurate summary of what you just described?
Yes, sir, and that's the goal.
All right. When did you first start working for Forge Consulting, or do you work for Forge Consulting, or did you found it?
I'm one of the principals in Forge Consulting. We started in 2003. I've been there since 2005.
And what is your actual, you said you're a principal, what is your actual title at Forge Consulting?
I would be a principal and settlement consultant.
Okay. And so do you work directly with the attorneys yourself in arranging some of these settlements and structures and things of that nature?
Yes, sir, I do.
So if you could, what exactly is a structured settlement in a summary form?
Sure, kind of a primer on it. Essentially, a structured settlement is when it's only available to those who've been, first of all, to those who've been injured or involved in a wrongful death or workers' compensation. It's really a method for them to try and save money. And what I mean by that is when they get the settlement, they have an opportunity to put some of that money into almost like an annuity. And that annuity would pay them over time, much like a paycheck, because a lot of these folks have lost their jobs, they've lost a loved one, or they have bills to pay. And so by doing that, it allows them to receive that money, but not only do they receive the funds, they do receive them tax-free from the federal government.
Totally tax-free?
Totally tax-free, with interest.
Now, who actually funds these annuities that ultimately get paid out to those who've been hurt?
Sure. Well, generally speaking, the annuities are funded by the insurance company that's paying the claim, or the defendant themselves. That's generally speaking.
And when they pay that claim, where does that money go in order to fund the annuity? Does it go to Forge Consulting?
The only way it would go to Ford's Consulting is if the check was made payable to that insurance company, and then we would forward the check on to that insurance company.
So in that instance, you wouldn't actually be really taking the money, you'd just be stuffing it in an
We'd
envelope.
be a
and
mail
sending it on.
carrier. We'd just be a mail carrier, correct.
And I apologize, we're both speaking pretty quickly here. Madam Court Reporter can only record one of us at a time. So if I'm asking a question, try and let me complete it and then answer
No problem.
thereafter. So to clarify, the only instance where you would get any money is if the check is made out to an insurance company, you stuff it in another envelope and send it on its way.
That's correct.
But ultimately, the money comes from the insurance company to whoever's funding this annuity. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
And the people funding this annuity would be another insurance company or some other firm of that nature. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So that would be the structuring of monies awarded in a lawsuit to the person hurt. What about monies awarded to the lawyer in a lawsuit? What about an attorney's fees? Can those be structured?
They can be.
All right. And how does that process work?
It's a very, very similar process. It's a similar outcome. The difference is the attorneys would be deferring it, but when they receive the funds, they would have to pay the tax at that time. But it is a way to defer the taxes like that. But it's the same scenario. The money would have to come from the defendant and/or its insurance carrier, and there would also have to be language included in settlement documents, et cetera.
But it couldn't come directly to the attorney, could it?
No, sir. That would be constructive receipt, and the IRS would consider that taxable income.
Constructive receipt, and they would consider it taxable income. So, can you explain that just a little bit more for me?
Well, if they receive the money, then the IRS is going to consider that taxable at the time it hits their account. And therefore, undoing that is going to be quite a bit of a problem.
And so then they would get taxed on all of that money, correct?
That is correct.
As opposed to just the amount of money that they wanted to get that year.
That is correct.
And you indicated that it would be deferred taxation. So to use an example, let's say I represent somebody on a big suit and get $1 million in attorney's fees. If I were to structure it, I could have that stretched out over 10 years, $100,000 a year. And then, am I hearing it correctly? I wouldn't get taxed on $1 million all at once. I would get taxed on that $100,000 a year each year for those next 10 years. Is that a good way of describing it?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And as a result, pay less in taxes.
That's the goal.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
I am.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for me?
Wearing a checked shirt and a blue jacket, appears.
Let the record show that he identified Mr. Murdaugh. When did you first meet Mr. Murdaugh?
Probably 20 years ago, give or take a few years, 20 years ago. Probably at a convention or a continuing education seminar, since our primary market are plaintiffs' attorneys.
And what was your first impression of Mr. Murdaugh?
Very jovial, friendly. Never met a stranger. Just a generally nice guy.
Did you have occasion to work with Mr. Murdaugh more going forward from that point in time?
I did. As generally speaking, as we get to know our clients, a lot of times friendships get born out of that, and you get more comfortable dealing with them. And so yes, I worked with his firm a great deal. Did a lot of work with his firm. I probably actively would work. I've worked probably 5 cases with Mr. Murdaugh.
Now, in terms of those at his firm, did you work with Alec on a lot of cases or relatively few cases compared to his partners?
If you compare it to his partners, relatively few.
So most of the time you were working with the other folks at PMPED, but Alec maybe just a handful of times. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did Alec hold any other positions other than his role at the law firm that caused you two to work with one another frequently?
Sure. At one time, he was the president of the Association for Justice, which is a voluntary organization of plaintiffs' attorneys. And so we'd be very closely together at trial lawyer events and things of that nature, CLEs.
And is there a shorthand for that organization that used to be applied to it? The
SCAJ.
SCAJ. As part of your professional relationship with Alec, What sorts of things would y'all do together?
Again, usually these would be at events. It was never really a one-off. It was usually events. Golf, dinner, lunch, things like that. Just, things that you would do. Things that you would do when you're at a Hilton Head.
About how many times would you say you golf together?
I'd probably say I'd put the over-under around 15.
15?
Yeah.
And you'd go have dinner, maybe some drinks together at the conference, correct?
Not every year, but we would see each other. But, dinner was probably few and far between.
Did you ever go hang out with Mr. Murdaugh at Moselle or any of his other properties?
No, sir.
Did he ever come and hang out with you in Columbia for dinner or drinks or anything like that?
It would be business related.
Did you ever go to any sporting events with him, like a Gamecocks football game or anything like that?
I never went with him. I may have seen him there, but never went with him, no.
There's a lot of folks in the stadium at Williams-Brice on game day.
Depending on the season.
Did Mr. Murdaugh ever meet you in Columbia and deliver some checks to you and tell you, hey, these are for the clients for structures or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever meet with him halfway between Columbia and Hampton and get checks from him?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever call him and say, hey, can you bring those checks to me so that we can finance this?
Absolutely not.
And would Forge, under any circumstances, accept client money checks personally in order to fund an annuity for them?
No, sir.
And so if you received or saw or reviewed an instrument made out to Forge and it said in the memo line, money for client or something to that effect, would that instrument be legit?
Well, it would be returned to the person that sent it to us with an explanation as to why we could not take it.
You would not take it?
No, we would not take it.
In working with Mr. Murdaugh, did you ever discuss options with him about how to structure fees for his clients?
Generally speaking, we have those conversations with attorneys, and I do remember he inquired about it, kind of went through what you would need to do, how you would need to do it, kind of the process in which it's done. So yes.
So did you explain to him some of the things that we've explained to these folks from around the county here today?
It's the same canned elevator speech I give to everyone. Just, this is how the mechanics of how it works.
Were there any specific cases that he came to you and asked you about whether you could set up a structure?
I don't recall if there was a specific case. I do remember there was a case where we sent some options over one time and nothing ever came to fruition. It was just, here's what you can do.
Do you recall the name Dion Martin?
I do recall the name Dion Martin.
What, if anything, do you recall about Dion Martin? Was that one of Alex's cases?
It was. What I recall about that case is that I got a signed option from plaintiff's counsel, signed by Mr. Dion Martin, or I'm assuming Mr. Martin, saying he wanted to set aside X amount of dollars. Not really sure exactly what that amount was. And he wanted to do it to an annuity. And so annuities, like anything, it's kind of based off of stock market and whatnot, so they can kind of go up and down. So there's a time window in which you are able to purchase that. If not, the rate may go up, the rate may go down. And so I consistently sent emails to Mr. Murdaugh as well as his paralegal, Annette Griswold. I would say at least 4, maybe 5 emails saying, hey, this is going to expire. This is going to expire if you don't fund this now. And after getting no response, after multiple weeks, we just closed our file.
So you did open a file for Mr. Martin, correct?
We open a file for every case, yes.
For every case, and I want to drill onto that a little bit. What prompts you to open a file?
Well, part of it is so that we can remember if the attorney calls us and says, hey, I've got a case I'm about to start working on, or we got it, and they don't give us any information because they might be in the car, we can say, okay, this is the John Smith case, and I've got that tied to an attorney. And so that's how we do that.
So if you get so much as a phone call saying, I want to talk to you about so-and-so, you make a file.
That is correct.
Even if it's just one conversation.
I always ask for a name.
Do you ask for any other information?
I asked for a great deal of information, but oftentimes that takes a little while to get. But the name is what I need first.
Are you aware of a boat collision that occurred in early of 2019 in relation to Mr. Murdaugh or his family?
I'm aware.
And are you aware of generally any litigation that resulted from that case?
I'm aware.
After that boat crash and that litigation began, did you have any further conversations with Mr. Murdaugh about structuring any fees that he might earn?
We had general conversations, generic conversations, but we never had any in-depth conversations.
He never asked any specifics beyond the general canned speech?
It was, this is what you can do and this is what you can't do.
Did he ever bring you any fees and say, hey, I would like to structure these or anything to that effect?
No, sir.
Do you recall in and around September of 2021, receiving a phone call from Lee Cope?
I do.
And what generally, well, tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. Mr. Cope called me, asked me if he could trust me. Asked if he could trust my office as much as he trusted me. Let me rephrase that. And said, I'd like to give you a name of some cases, and could you tell me what y'all have done for those clients? He gave me probably 10 to 12 names. I remember I was standing in my driveway, so I'm furiously writing down these names, hoping I could read my own handwriting. And I got back with Mr. Cope and told him I didn't have a file open on any of these people.
None of them?
Not a one.
Not a single name that he provided to you?
No, sir.
Did they follow up with you and provide you any additional names?
They did. The next day, he called me again, gave me another list of names, went through that list. The only name that stood out was Dion Martin that I referenced earlier.
Did they ask you about where Forge Consulting did its banking?
They asked me if we banked at Bank of America, and I told them we had not for the last 4 years.
Was it the last 4 years, or was it a little bit longer than that?
It was 4 to 5 years, somewhere in that range.
I jumped ahead a little bit. You are generally aware of the events of June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
When did you first become aware of the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
Probably early morning, on June 8th, probably 5:36 in the morning. I got a couple of missed phone calls.
What did you do after learning of the murders?
Other than being stunned by it all, I let my wife know, called a few other people. I let my business partners know.
Did you reach out to anybody in relation to Mr. Murdaugh or Mr. Murdaugh himself?
I did reach out to one or two of his law partners, just to express my condolences, and obviously asked, hope it wasn't true, but that was confirmed. And then I waited a day and reached out to Mr. Murdaugh and just let him know we were thinking of him, didn't have the words for what to say.
Had you ever met Paul or Maggie?
I have.
Did you know Paul very well?
I didn't know Paul very well. I knew of him, but I didn't know him very well.
How well did you know Maggie?
I knew Maggie, pretty well. She would oftentimes, I believe when Buster was in school in Columbia, she would text me and ask me where he could get his hair cut and where he could get his pants hemmed and things like that. And I was kind of like her local Google. So, but it was funny because I'd always respond to her.
You're in Columbia, Buster's in Columbia, she's in Hampton, and so she's texting you with questions.
Absolutely.
Did you attend the funeral for Paul and Maggie?
I did.
Did you see Alec there?
I did.
Did he say anything to you?
Not at the funeral, but after.
Did you go to a wake afterwards?
I did.
Did he say anything to you at the wake?
He told me how much Maggie had loved me and my wife and our family.
Between that wake and September of 2021, did you see the defendant, Mr. Murdaugh, on any other occasions?
I saw him in Hilton Head in August. That was the only time I saw him.
Where did you see him?
At the SCAGE conference in Hilton Head Island, the annual convention. That's all attorneys and vendors and whatnot attend.
At the lawyers' convention in
Yes.
Hilton Head?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Was anybody with him?
His brother, John Marvin, was with him primarily, but others were around, law firm, members of the firm.
What was the scope of your interactions with Mr. Murdaugh at the convention?
We hung out a little bit, or said, exchanged pleasantries, hugs, still, couldn't believe what had happened. And we did go to dinner. I went to dinner with him, his brother, and the majority, I don't want to count them off, of his law firm on, I believe it was Saturday evening.
Now, we've talked about Forge Consulting. Are there any subsidiaries of Forge Consulting or alternative names or other companies associated with Forge?
We do have two other companies that are under the Forge umbrella. One is Advocacy Trust, which is a trust company, and the other one is Advocacy Wealth Management, which manages just, it's a FINRA and SEC related wealth management firm.
Do you have any stumbling over my own tongue. Do you have any subsidiaries that are just named Forge?
No, sir, we do not.
Did you ever tell Mr. Murdaugh that he could use the name of Forge Consulting or Forge for his own purposes?
Absolutely not.
Prior to September of 2021, did you have any knowledge that Mr. Murdaugh was using the name of Forge for his own purposes?
No, sir.
Back my own reports and all.
I'll stand for a moment. All right, come to order.
Showing you a document that's already in evidence as State's Exhibit 335. This document says it's a Bank of America statement. Is this an account statement from a Forge Consulting account?
No, sir, it is not.
I may have the other one. Exhibit 335 on the Elmo for the jurors to see it. Richard A. Murdaugh, Sole Prop, DBA Forge. That's not one of your accounts?
No, sir.
No further questions for this witness.
By the defense.
Good afternoon.
You had some formal positions with the South Carolina Association of Justice?
Yes, sir.
What were those?
Did some government affairs lobbying work for them.
Okay, and on a contract basis?
And as an employee and as a contractor.
Okay. And at one point in time, Alec Murdaugh was the president of the South Carolina SCAJ?
Yes, sir, he was.
And were you employed at the time or contract lobbyist?
Yes, sir, I was employed at the time, yes, sir.
And part of his duties, well, I guess he was on the board for a period of time as well, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And the SCAJ board and the president would meet in Columbia quarterly, monthly, how often?
They would meet in Columbia probably twice a year. They normally met at the convention spots or the CLE spots, and then one was always by telephone. But usually the president was, even the telephone call, the president would come to Columbia.
And when he would come to Columbia, you remember Maggie would come with him and spend the night on those business trips?
Sometimes, yeah. I don't know specifically for that for the Skage stuff, but I do. Maggie spend the night in Columbia, yes.
But you saw them traveling together in Columbia. I mean, you said you would see him in Columbia on business reasons. Was the business reasons his membership on the board and then?
I would say, generally speaking, most of the time when I would see him would be because of that, yes, sir.
And then he and Maggie came to you and your wife's wedding in New York, right?
They did.
And my understanding is the big day came on the day of a big blizzard.
3 feet of snow, yes, sir.
And so you had to delay the wedding a day, right?
We did.
And you got to spend a lot more time with Maggie and Alec.
And all the other guests, yes, sir.
Right. And so at that point in time, your wife became friends with Maggie and y'all became pretty good social friends?
I think so. I mean, we still didn't really hang out much after the wedding other than professional settings, and that could have been just because of the distance between the towns. But yeah, we keep in touch, no doubt.
And then every year, I think you mentioned there's an annual convention at Hilton Head of we used to call it trial lawyers, but
I still do too.
Yeah. Of the trial lawyers, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's usually at the hotel. It used to be at the Westin at Port Royal, I think.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
I think maybe they moved it. I don't know.
Marriott now.
Yeah. So, and there would be seminars, during the day, and then there'd be socializing in the evenings.
Yes, sir.
And it was a family event.
Very much so.
And Alec would bring Maggie and Paul and Buster.
Every time.
And you got to see him interact with his entire family.
I did.
And he was a family man, wasn't he?
By all accounts, yes, sir.
And you went to Maggie and Paul's funeral?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then after the funeral, you went out to Moselle?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure, what was Alec's demeanor?
He was a broken man. You could tell. He was very upset. He was very upset.
And then you saw him a few months later at that convention at Hilton Head?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you said he was with his brother, John Marvin?
Yes, sir.
And his son Buster was there too. You remember
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
And John Marvin's not a lawyer, right?
He's not.
Is it unusual for John Marvin to come to the lawyer convention?
I had not seen him before, no, at the convention, no.
Right. He was there supporting his brother?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And people were trying to lift Alec's spirits up and support him during that period of time?
I think so, yes, sir.
1 second, Your Honor. I don't have anything further. Nothing further from the state.
Thank you, sir. Call your next witness.
Excuse me.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. If you'll have a seat on the stand. If you'll state your name, just that microphone there, and spell your last name for the record.
Brian Hudak, Hudak.
Agent Hudak, how are you doing today?
Pretty good.
Where are you employed?
South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, also known as SLED.
All right, and what is your duties there?
I'm a special agent in computer crimes.
All right, and just briefly, what do your duties entail?
Conduct forensic examinations, cell phones, computers, vehicle infotainment modules, any sort of electronic device that can hold evidence. Also, I'm an evidence custodian for the unit.
Just a moment, sir. I have the jury go to the jury room for a recess. Okay. Tell her.
So this is just a recess, huh? This is not lunch?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have to evacuate the building at this time, so we'll be in recess until we discover what's going on.
Wait, what? Oh my.
We'll couple this with a lunch break until 2:30.
What is going on? Uh-oh. What the hell is right? Hold on 1 second. I'm going to lay my baby down. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in 2 and 2.
To and what do we know from outside of this case? That there is this is a movie. I mean, this entire episode, this entire case involves movie-like scripts with influential families that everyone's afraid of to curious deaths.
So does anybody know? Right. Cindy and Cindy. I need to find out what. I need to get some skinny on that. Okay, let's try to find out why this is happening.
The most rebellious
I'm trying to look here real quick, Ira. My goodness.
I don't know, that's not part of the story.
Bond and John.
Evacuated.
How did you get
Wonder.
You're exactly the kind of person the Sphinx is supposed to keep out.
I had but to answer a little. That is really not much of a security.
I wonder if there's some kind of threat called in or something. Yeah, I don't see anything. What is going on?
That still sounds like jockstrap to me.
It will not come because they have been heroically dealt with by men. Johnny, you cannot take credit for my defeat of the Cyclops. Those guards were asleep.
What?
You did not wake them up.
Oh, Ira, you're so funny. I love it.
He did not. He took his sack to go while I fought the beast. This is true. Do not
Okay, Cinderella,
I did not see
come back. We need to keep laughing with all this nonsense going on. He's old tricky dicky. So it's the Hampton Courthouse, right? Is that what it's called? Can you imagine with his hands in cuffs? He's out there pulling the fire alarm or something. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. He's telling somebody, go out there and just pull it and run.
I am going to open a holistic gymnasium right here in San Lorenzo, a place where one may exercise both man and
Oh, I love it. I love it. Yep. La Bamba would be my guess. Oh, this is funny. It's Hampton County Courthouse, I believe.
Would you do me a favor, when I visited the church, I did not have the chance to see that which San Lorenzo is famous for. Its legendary treasure house. I knew it. You have come to steal our treasure. Oh, no. I had given that up, but I didn't.
Okay.
I still appreciate the beauty of treasure, the sparkle of sunlight and the gold of siren.
Had to turn off my Puss in Boots. Wow. You know, when I was in school, that was kind of fun. And not that I did it. I've never even considered doing it, but it's kind of fun when people did it because you got to go outside for a minute and whatnot. But seriously, who's doing that right now? Grow up. It is, Ira, apparently. I wonder if everybody's standing outside in single file line. Oh, my Lanta. We should take a poll really quickly here. If you are leaning towards guilty, put a 1 in chat. If you are leaning towards not guilty, put a 2 in chat. And If you want someone to fire up old Sparky, put a 3 in the chat. I've never done that. I just wanted to for fun. Just for fun. Did anybody recognize my 2 and 2 from old Chuck Woolery? The Love Connection. B and the D. Yeah. Yeah. 1 is guilty, 2 is not guilty, and 3 is fire up Sparky. That's just for Kimmy. Fire up Sparky and get a hog slapper. So we've got 3 for guilty. I guess really it should be based on what we've seen in court. And I do have I'm really bad about this because I came into this knowing exactly what I think. But I've done that before too and then changed my mind. So that can happen. Bomb threat courthouse. Oh, I love it. This MFer is guilty. It's homemade sin. Yes, I do believe so. And that was even rude of, his attorneys to be like, wasn't he really nice to you? Didn't he really care about your family? Okay, yeah. Yeah, he also gave me a nervous breakdown all the damn time too. So how about that? Start the IV drip now. Oh my God. I guess that means fire up Sparky, huh? Oh, that's fun stuff. So now we need to find out, is that really going to cause, like, I don't know what. I'm going to see if I can find something we can watch about this. Some kind of update. Oh, I think maybe we should watch this. What's that, Top Hats? I think you're right. Ira, that was it. He couldn't, because, even though it was working for him to do all that, he was having to stay on top of it all the time. He couldn't have people checking shit out. He just couldn't have that. So I think you're right. That boat accident, that was it. I mean, he just literally, that was it. He couldn't take anymore. And he can text babe all damn day long. That is not what was going on there. That's a damn lie. And you know, maybe I'm missing something, but I kind of feel like they should not have even brought that whole raincoat, tarp, none of that in, if you ask me. It didn't really prove anything to me. Let me see. I was going to play, Court TV has a thing talking about that blue tarp stuff. I thought I might play that because it was all lost on me, I guess. But I'm going to check and see what we got going on here. I'm not going to lie. I was in, you know, I could have gone for the Johnny Depp trial to go on a little longer because that was it was quite interesting and entertaining to me anyway. And those kind of cases are normally not interesting to me at all. I was pretty sure I didn't give two squats about it, but lo and behold, I did care. A whole latte. Maybe Court TV can explain this to me. Well, no, it hasn't, Fig. Believe it or not. I know you won't believe this, but they went back and forth from financial to gunshot residue and this raincoat. And I'm sorry, I know that I have a hard time listening sometimes, but I don't think that was big. I think they should have just not even talked about that. Because I got lost, and that's why I was just going to play a video of what Court TV is saying about that coat, because I missed something somewhere. How he ever represented anyone under the influences. So hard to believe. Wonder if he pulled the shaking when he was losing. Seriously, frazzled. Well, I don't know how he represented anybody when he didn't know what a writ of habeas corpus is. Seriously? That is some shit right there.
On June 7th, 2021, Maggie and Paul Murdaugh were shot and killed on their family's property. Maggie was shot with a rifle and Paul was killed by a shotgun blast to his head. It was a brutal crime scene. Alec Murdaugh, Maggie's husband and Paul's father, was the one who called 911 from the scene. At the time, Alec was a powerful attorney born into a family of privilege and influence in the low country of South Carolina. But within months, things would change drastically for Alec. The investigation uncovered some of Alec's dark secrets connected to a series of financial crimes. He was accused of swindling clients and stealing from his law firm. Then things got even worse for Alec as he was arrested and charged with murdering his wife and son. Tonight, we are live from the Low Country with all the big moments from inside the courtroom as prosecutors try to prove that Alec Murdaugh murdered his wife and son.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. And I always say this about trials, especially big ones like this. It's like a snowball rolling down a hill. And each day gets bigger and bigger. Each day gets more and more important as prosecutors try to prove their case beyond any and all reasonable doubt. The prosecutor's going to have some trouble with their snowball in this case. Not because it's warm down in South Carolina. It's actually a little chilly down there tonight. But because of some of the evidence that they don't have and can't necessarily provide to this jury. And it begins with murder weapons. There'll be no murder weapons presented in this case. You know, that's always a dramatic moment inside the courtroom when the jury sees the murder weapon, the gun, the knife, whatever was used to take the life that they are accusing the defendant of taking. And I can't explain unless you've been in the courtroom for it. You know, when the prosecutor brings out that murder weapon and you think about it and how significant and how important that evidence is. And what it's like for the jury of 12 ordinary people to look at, oh my goodness, that's the gun that did it. That moment's not going to happen in this trial. It's not. They've seen guns, but none of them are the murder weapons. And there's two different weapons. There's a shotgun and a rifle that are gone and missing. And you can understand why they're gone and missing. A killer is not necessarily going to leave them laying around. But a lot of times in a lot of trials, we do have a murder weapon. So what do we have in this case? Well, we got prosecutors trying to build something to make it look like Alec Murdaugh had a murder weapon in his hands. And we go back, and there's one significant date. It's a few days after the murder when Alec Murdaugh goes to visit his mother's house in Alameda. Okay, it's about 18 minutes away from his main home. And he went there like 6:30 in the morning, which was kind of strange. I mean, it's very early. So he's up early, not the normal time that he would necessarily go there, but he makes this early morning visit and he's holding something in his hand. And Shelley Smith, who's the caregiver for his mother who lives there, who has dementia, she testified about seeing a blue tarp or something in his hands. And from my perspective, she kept coming back to the tarp. But it was, you know, something that he carried in at 6:30 in the morning. Strange. Like, what are you bringing in? Why are you bringing it? There's no real conversation about it. And is it wrapped around something? Is there something beneath this tarp? We don't know. We don't know. She wasn't able to answer that question. So that's another problem.
See, I have a really hard time understanding how we got to this raincoat. It is an enormous raincoat. And it did, yes, you're right. I get that. But the fact is, there are also, that does not mean, what am I trying to say? So I bet everything they had gunshot residue on it. That's how I see it. I mean, probably, I don't know, they had guns laying around all over the place. Okay, let's see if this doesn't last too long. Yeah, but another thing that I'm not getting though is that I heard that that they didn't search the house and Alameda ever, which clearly they did, but they also searched his house 3 months after it. So since it doesn't stay on there long, when did they get that raincoat? It does, and because you're right, it doesn't stay on there long. So I don't know where that it just, I don't feel like, I feel like it's a stretch to try to make that be something. I just do. It shows desperation. But
for prosecutors. So they're trying to convince this jury that maybe it's not a tarp. Even though their witness said it's a tarp. Maybe it's not a tarp. Maybe it's a raincoat, a blue raincoat, which might look like a tarp.
Okay, he's saying exactly what I'm thinking. Oh my God. Are you serious, Beck? Wow. Dramatics. Oh yeah, I guess you missed that. Yeah, they have, that's why we went to lunch, because they had to evacuate the courthouse. A La Bamba. That's funny because Benny Politan is saying exactly what I'm saying.
Has some tarp-like qualities. I mean, that's where prosecutors are going with this. They're trying to create, and one thing that we know is that the most unreliable evidence in a trial is eyewitness memory. It's just not reliable. It's been proven time and time again that you can get things wrong. I mean, most of us have had those moments in our life where, oh yeah, I saw something, and you remember seeing something, but you didn't actually see what you thought you saw. Well, that's kind of what prosecutors are doing with their own witness here, Shelley Smith, trying to say that maybe it was a raincoat. Maybe it was this blue raincoat that looks like a blue tarp that's really big, and when you lay it out, it has some tarp-like appearance to it. Amazing. I mean, again, you don't have the murder weapons, but you're trying to use this raincoat to put a murder weapon in Alec Murdaugh's hands. Right? When he's carrying that blue tarp-like thing into the house. I want you to take a listen. The reason this is so significant on whether or not we're talking about a blue raincoat or a blue tarp is because the testimony of Megan Fletcher, she works for SLED, which is the investigatory body down there in South Carolina, talking about her examination, not of the tarp, but of the blue raincoat, that has some tarp-like qualities to it.
Okay, I'm absolutely loving this because he is saying 100% what I am saying. I don't know what you're going to do with this raincoat situation. It doesn't work for me. But hey. Again, I'm not on the jury. Good thing, because I would be firing up old Sparky. That's what I would be doing.
But it had something else on it. Take a listen.
There were 13 particle lifts collected from the exterior of the jacket, and I did find particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue on it.
Now, what does that mean?
That jacket could have been in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm, or something that had gunshot residue on it could have transferred to that object. I can't tell you when that happened or how it happened. Yes, we turned it inside out and also collected samples from the inside.
Was there a lot of gunshot primer residue inside of the jacket?
I would say there were a significant number of particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue on the inside of this jacket, yes.
How many did you determine?
I confirmed 38 particles characteristic. Given that it's on the inside, in order for it to be consistent with transfer, an object or objects with a high amount of gunshot primer residue on it would have had to transfer to it. So they would have had to have more gunshot primer residue particles on them to begin with in order to transfer the amount of gunshot primer residue I found on this coat.
And as far as a recently fired firearm, would your findings be consistent with that item?
Did he just give the bird? Did you guys see that? Oh, let me see. We were hoping somebody would know. He just gave the bird. Watch closely now.
Containing a recently fired. As far as a recently fired firearm, would your findings be consistent with that item containing a recently fired firearm?
It is possible, yes.
With that number of arms?
With that number, it is possible.
Is there any other possibility? You stated one. Are there any more?
If the jacket was inside out and simply in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm, it could have also had that number of particles on it.
GSR, gunshot residue on this blue raincoat. Blue raincoat has gunshot residue. You know, every big trial I've ever covered, there's always like a piece of evidence that we remember forever. In this case, I think it's going to be the blue raincoat / blue tarp. You know, kind of like the gas cans from a couple other trials that we covered. All right, so let's get some more context for all this. Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter joins us live tonight outside that courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina. Of course, she was inside the courtroom today. Chanley, great to see you. Okay, this is the GSR expert. She's finding particles on this blue raincoat. What else did the GSR expert find?
Yeah, she found copious amounts of gunshot residue on the blue raincoat, but that wasn't all that she tested. The jury heard about other items, including the clothing that Alec Murdaugh was wearing when police arrived to the crime scene June 7th, 2021. She talks about how in her lab at SLED, they can put the articles of clothing under this big microscope to find different particles, and small particles were found on his clothing. The shirt he was wearing, the shorts he was wearing, on his hands, but not on those tennis shoes that I showed you last night, those Nike tennis shoes. No gunshot residue on that. She also tested the seat belt that was in the Chevy Suburban Alec Murdaugh was driving the night of the murders, and the seatbelt buckle, there's a photo of it, had small particles of gunshot residue on that as well. So she can say, of course, that there's particles, but she can't say how they got there, Vinny, or when the gunshot residue got there. Was it because this item was in the vicinity of a firearm being shot, or was it something that was transferred onto that particular item?
Oh my God, you cracked me up, Ira. That's right, holy shit balls. Right. This must be good stuff. Get rid of the La Bamba and let's get Cousin Eddie, because if he's causing this kind of stir, this is some shiz-maniz. Oh, stop. Are you kidding? That's hit that. No. No, I know he is. He was. This guy is where he got his drugs from and all kinds of. This guy is a mess. I hope somebody cleaned him up a bit, because last I saw of him, I don't know how he's gonna be a good witness. Oh, I did not know that he was Cousin Eddie. My, oh my, how the plot thickens. No, he's not. He is not. But you know what? He was up to a lot of shenanigans with Alex, and he's pissed off at him now. Because that whole shooting himself, lying nonsense crap. It's got him all in the middle of that, and that guy doesn't want to be in the middle of it. He didn't want to shoot him. He didn't want to play with him. He didn't want none of that. Yeah, he's that one relative that's real shady. So whenever you want to be up to some shady business, you get that one involved. He didn't go with him to the country club. I can tell you that right now. That, my friends, did not happen. Oh, wait. All right. Bye, but do not miss Cousin Eddie. I have this feeling that Cousin Eddie will have some colorful language. I wouldn't say that he's highly educated. I don't think anybody related to this whole situation is very educated. Now, there have been some very smart people come in there. That lady yesterday, the CFO, and that gunshot guy, that gun guy last week. But some of these people, yep, holy shit balls. I'm going to find a picture of Cousin Eddie. You know, mugshots cannot do people favors. And I will tell you right now that his mugshot is what I remember seeing. And it's pretty yikes. That's all I can say about that. And Eddie causing a stir. You know what's happening? A bunch of Randy Quaid stuff is popping up. Oh my goodness. Of course it is. Of course. Okay, we're going to take a look at Cousin Eddie. Curtis Eddie Smith. Oh gosh. Yep, we will. We will. I can't wait to hear what he has to say. Because that guy knows where the bodies are buried. I'm telling you. Pretty sure he does. So, this is Cousin Eddie. Co-conspirator Cousin Eddie arrested again. Yep. There you have it, folks. I know. Yep, holy shit balls, for sure. For sure. So I wonder what's going to happen now. Well, I think they were just trying to wake people up in there. You know what kind of shenanigans he was up to with this guy? A lot of nonsense went on. I don't know. Don't know, but I have a feeling it's going to be entertaining. And I'm so glad that Benny Politan feels the same way I do about that raincoat, because that is such a stretch. So we do have the Massachusetts mom charged with triple murder appeared in court yesterday. Her initial. This is a really sad deal. I don't even know. I think Top Hat said he wanted nothing to do with this one. And I get it. I do very, very much. Very much. Oh, wow. I don't know. I wonder. I don't know anything about that stuff.
What? All right, please. Sports now in session, please be seated.
Your Honor, we are here on docket 2359 CR 0153. It's the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy.
Thank you very much. Could I have counsel for the Commonwealth, or counsels identify themselves for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jennifer Spade for the Commonwealth.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Amanda Fowler for the Commonwealth.
Could I have counsel for Ms. Clancy identify himself for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Kevin Reddington. I represent Lindsay Clancy, who is appearing by Zoom, as I understand.
Okay, very good. I can see Ms. Clancy on the Zoom line. In this matter, this arraignment is being conducted that was received.
Callan Clancy.
Count 2 and count 8, 265.
Issue that rather than have the Zoom focus directly on her, you know she can hear, you know that she's able to understand what's going on based on the response by the court officer. I'd ask if they could just avert.
Sorry, I messed it up.
Somewhat so that she's not constantly in center of that.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. Given the arrangements, I think it's fine the way it is. Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, shall I arraign this young lady?
Yes, you may proceed with the arraignment, Mr. Clerk.
Ms. Clancy, on docket 2359 CR 153, the court has a complaint charging you under 265 section 1, count 1 murder, juvenile 1. Count 2, 265 section 1 murder, juvenile 2. Count 3, 265 15D big A, strangulation or suffocation, juvenile 1. Count 4, 265 15D big A, strangulation, suffocation, juvenile 2. Count 5, 265 15D big A, strangulation or suffocation, juvenile 3. Count 6, 265 15A big A, assault and battery, dangerous weapon, two-way exercise rope, juvenile 1. Count 7, assault and battery, 265 15A with a dangerous weapon, to wit, exercise rope, juvenile 2. And count 8, 265-15A, assault battery, dangerous weapon, exercise rope, to wit, juvenile 3. Man, a plea of not guilty will be entered. Please be advised while this case is pending, any violation of state, federal, or local law may result in bail being revoked and be held without bail.
Commonwealth, I'll hear from you first.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth is requesting that the defendant be held without bail based on the facts of the case, the strength of the Commonwealth's case, and the potential penalty. On Friday, January 27th, 2023, using an erasable whiteboard because she was still temporarily intubated, one of the first questions that Lindsay Clancy asked was, "Do I need an attorney?" She knew that she had murdered her children, and she had the clarity, focus, and mental acumen to focus on protecting her own rights and interests. The following is a summary of the events that led to the murders of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy. On the morning of Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, the defendant took her 5-year-old daughter, Cora, to the pediatrician's for an appointment. She interacted with a receptionist, nursing staff, and a doctor. There were apparently no issues with the defendant's demeanor or behavior as she completed the appointment and was allowed to leave with Cora without any issues or concerns. When she returned home, she went outside with Cora and her 3-year-old son, Dawson, to play in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent photos to her mother and to the defendant, straight that to her husband. She texted with them. Nothing in the text was out of the ordinary or any sign of any distress or trouble. Back inside later that day at 4:02 p.m., the defendant searched on her phone, Kids Miralax. She then searched at Takeout 3V via her cell phone at 4:13 p.m. Immediately after doing that, she used Apple Maps on her phone to determine how long it would take someone to drive from her home in Duxbury to 3V restaurant in Plymouth. So she would know how long someone would be gone if they ran that errand. She next went on the CVS website at 4:47 p.m. and then called CVS on Summer Street in Kingston. She spoke to the manager of CVS and asked if they had the Kids Miralax. The manager told her no, but they had other similar medications. According to the manager of CVS, her voice did not sound slurred or impaired in any way. She had no trouble understanding the defendant, and it was a perfectly normal conversation. At 4:53 p.m., the defendant texted her husband, who was working in his home office in their basement. She texted, "Any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day." This was an unusual request, as when the family ordered takeout, they usually go somewhere closer to home, but it was a place that they had been in the past. Patrick Clancy texted back yes, and then the defendant asked him to check the menu. At 5:06 p.m., the husband texted the defendant asking what she was going to get. She responded, "A Mediterranean power bowl." She spelled it correctly, and it was something that was on the menu. He then told her that he wanted the scallop and pork belly risotto. At 5:10 p.m., the defendant called 3V Restaurant to place the order. She got the order correct. She gave the correct name for pickup, Patrick. The hostess who took the call said there was nothing out of the ordinary about this call. She was able to understand the defendant, that her voice was not slurred or impaired in any way. At 5:15 p.m., Patrick Clancy headed out the door to run these errands at the defendant's request. As he left, she texted him Pedialyte liquid stool softener. Surveillance footage shows Mr. Clancy at CVS on Summer Street in Kingston at 5:32 p.m. He goes to the medication aisle, the children's medication aisle. Phone records show that he called the defendant at 5:33 p.m. and she did not answer the phone. She then calls him back at 5:34 p.m. and the call lasted 14 seconds. He's there at the store unsure of which medication to get, and she tells him exactly what she wants. He had no issues communicating with her. It was a completely normal call, although he did mention that she seemed like she was in the middle of something. He is on surveillance footage during this time, exiting that aisle and appeared to be using his phone. He then heads to the register, makes his purchase, and leaves the store at 5:37 p.m. He's next seen on footage at 3V Restaurant at 5:54 p.m. He picks up the food and he's out of there within a minute. When he arrives home, the first thing he noticed was the silence. He did not see or hear the defendant or the children. He actually called her cell phone at 6:09 p.m. looking for them, and she did not answer. He went to their bedroom on the second floor and the door was locked. He was able to open it, and when he looked inside, he saw blood on the floor in front of a full-length mirror and the window open. He immediately runs downstairs and into the backyard, where he finds the defendant laying on the ground. She appeared to have cuts on her wrists and neck, but he stated to 911 that those wounds were no longer bleeding. She was conscious. He called 911. During this time, he asked the defendant, "What did you do?" She responded to him, "I tried to kill myself and jumped out the window." During the 911 call, Patrick can be heard asking the defendant, "Where are the kids?" He later told police that she replied, "In the basement." So immediately after this happened, she knew what she had done and she knew where the kids were. When EMS arrived, he asked them to stay with her so he could go find his kids. The 911 call kept going. Patrick can be heard on the 911 call entering the home and heading to the basement. At one point, he calls out, "Guys." He can then be heard screaming in agony and shock as he found his children. His screams seem to get louder and more agonized as the time passes.
This is so crazy, you guys. It's so sad. I don't even know how to feel. This is really bad.
Cora and Callan were on the floor in the den area of the finished basement, which is to the left when you walk down the stairs, while Dawson was alone on the floor in his father's home office, which is to the right when you go down the stairs. Each child still had the exercise band that was used to strangle them tied around their necks when their father found them. Dawson and Callan were face down on the floor. Cora was on her side with her torso turned towards the floor. He removed the bands and begged them to breathe. He continued to scream uncontrollably and screamed for officers to come to the basement. The dispatchers are hearing this and they send help down to the basement. And when they encounter Patrick, he yells out, "She killed the kids." The police rushed the children to ambulances that brought them to the hospital. And unfortunately, Cora and Dawson were declared dead at the hospital. Callan was med-flighted to Boston Children's Hospital. Medical staff was able to restart his pulse, but not his brain activity. He was placed on life support for several days before passing away. The defendant was transported to South Shore Hospital and then to a Boston area hospital where she remains. She sustained several broken bones in her back and her rib cage. The police were able to find several notebooks in the defendant's home pursuant to a search warrant, and also notes on her phone that were similar to journal entries. In the months, weeks, and days preceding January 24th, 2023, the defendant meticulously detailed her daily activities, her children's lives, her mental state, and her medication use. Her writing was clear, precise, and articulate. She never indicated that she was hallucinating, delusional, or had disordered thoughts or speech. In all of her writing, she appears to know who she is, where she is, the date, and with whom she's interacted. She wrote a note on her phone the day before killing the children, stating that she had, quote, "a touch of postpartum anxiety," end quote, around returning to work. She wrote that her psychiatrist had prescribed medication to help her. The defendant was initially diagnosed, according to her husband, with generalized anxiety disorder. She was then evaluated at the Women and Infant Center for Women's Behavioral Health in Providence, Rhode Island on December 20th, 2022. There, after an evaluation, she was told in the presence of her husband by psychiatrists that she did not have postpartum depression and that she had no symptoms of postpartum depression. She wrote in her journal that at times she had suicidal ideation in December of 2022, and she also told her husband that she had suicidal thoughts and on one occasion had thoughts of harming her children. But she did not write or voice those thoughts after a stay at McLean Hospital. When she had those thoughts, she consulted with a psychiatrist and with her husband, and then she committed herself to McLean Hospital on January 1st, 2023. She was discharged by the hospital on January 5th, 2023. And the hospital did not file any paperwork at that time attempting to have her committed as a danger to herself or others. She also kept meticulous and detailed daily medication logs in a diary that she wrote.
My understanding is that her insurance wouldn't pay for this hospital, is why. I don't know that though. This is what I've heard. And that's why she left. I don't know. It's just tragic no matter what. It's very tragic. And I don't know. I mean, I think she's pretty much not going anywhere right now. I don't know. This is all horribly sad. I didn't know they were exercise bans. Gosh, dang it. I mean, does it matter? I don't know. Just, wow.
She detailed that she had difficulties with each of the medications that were prescribed to her. And when she had issues with those medications, she detailed how her doctor had her stop that medication or wean off of it and then try something else. They were trying different medications to see what would work for her, what would benefit her. According to her husband, she was never on more than 4 to 5 medications at one time. And at the time of the murder, she was taking only 3 medications. And he said to the police that she always took the medications as prescribed. After her stay at McLean, the defendant appeared to be getting better, according to her husband. She slept well, interacted with friends and family. She went out with her kids and husband to places like the Kingsbury Club in Duxbury, the Charlie Horse Restaurant, the Museum of Science in Boston, the Cape Codder down the Cape, interacting with her family and the public without any apparent difficulties. She even stayed alone with the children on several occasions without any issues in January of 2023. Her husband asked her in mid-January, "Are you still having suicidal thoughts?" And she said no. The defendant's parents visited the family the weekend of January 21st, 2023. They interacted with the defendant in person. The defendant was able to run errands while her mom watched the children. She texted back and forth with her mother, and there was nothing out of the ordinary about these text messages. In fact, the defendant texted her mother on January 22nd, 2023 to ask how her ride home went. During this conversation, the defendant's mother wrote, quote, "Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better," end quote. On the night of the killings, Patrick Clancy was interviewed by the police at Beth Israel Deaconess Plymouth Hospital. He told the police that the defendant was having one of her best days. She was smiling and happy, and there was no indication that she was going to harm the kids. No one at all described her as acting like a zombie in the days leading up to the murder or on the day of the murders themselves. On February 5th, 2023, this past Sunday at 1:35 p.m., while sitting with Dr. Paul Zeisel, the psychologist hired by defense counsel to evaluate her mental state, the defendant used Dr. Zeisel's cell phone to call her husband. She left a voicemail stating that she loved him. Yesterday, on February 6, 2023, at 10:09 a.m., she again used Dr. Zeisel's cell phone to call her husband. This time he answered, and during this call, the defendant stated that after he left the house that night, she killed the kids because she heard a voice and had, quote, "a moment of psychosis," end quote. He asked her what voices she heard, and she said she heard a man's voice telling her to kill the kids and kill herself because it was her last chance. Patrick Clancy told the police the defendant had never heard voices before. He also told the police the defendant had never used the word psychosis to him before. The first time she used that word psychosis was when she was with the doctor hired by defense counsel and using his cell phone. The defendant actually wrote a note on her phone on October 25th, approximately 3 months before this happened, October 25th, 2022. She wrote, quote, "I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. And I know that's not fair to them. I know that. I was feeling so depressed last evening when Cora and Dawson came home from school. I know it runs off on them, so we had a pretty rough evening. I want to feel love and connection with all of my kids." She then wrote that she wants to have more kids eventually. The children were killed by ligature strangulation. Ligature strangulation causes the victim to become unconscious anywhere from 10 seconds up to a minute. The more the victim struggles, the longer it takes. After the victim is unconscious, the ligature must be held in place with force, squeezing the neck for up to an additional 4 to 5 minutes to cause death. Therefore, she had to strangle each of them to unconsciousness and then make sure the bands were squeezing their little necks for several minutes. She could have changed her mind at any point during that time and removed those bands from their necks, and she did not. The defendant did not take advantage of the situation when her husband left the home that night. She created the situation, and she used Apple Maps to make sure she would have enough time to strangle each child before her husband returned from where she had sent him. The defendant is a danger to herself and others. She planned these murders, gave herself the time and privacy needed to commit the murders, and then she strangled each child in the place where they should have felt the safest, at home with their mom. She did so with deliberate premeditation.
Wow, this is this is really hard to listen to. I shouldn't have played this, I don't think. I'm sorry if it upset anybody. This is terrible. Wow. Oh gosh. I think we should get an update on the courthouse. I think we heard her charges and oh gosh. It's horrible.
Money would probably be, if they have a threat, it's going to be ATF that'll show up. I don't know where they would be sourced out of. I don't know if they have resources in Charleston or if they'd have to go all the way to Columbia, but they would have a unit, or maybe Savannah, because Savannah is not that far away. They could source something up there from that. So trust me, all eyes are on this and they're looking into what resources they have. I would imagine if they found anything suspicious, you'd see this perimeter move further and further back, because if there's one, there might be two. I'm thinking back to Eric Rudolph, who left secondary devices.
Explain who he is, Joseph. Explain who Eric Rudolph was.
Yeah, the Olympic Park bomber. I was with the ME's office when that bomb went off back in 1996. And of course, he bombed the abortion clinic, and there was a secondary device there back in a dumpster. He had bombs that went off in Birmingham, this sort of thing. So they'll draw you in many times with an initial device. Once the assets show up, a second device that's sitting there might be detonated. And that's one of the things you have to be careful about in these particular cases.
So, Joseph, what you're telling us then is that if this is a real bomb that's been planted, as opposed to a bomb threat, which is also incredibly serious for the effects it's called, but that it had to be somebody who had access to the perimeter or the surrounds of the courthouse.
Yeah, they would physically have to have physical access to this location to walk it in and drop it off. You know, I saw the line queuing up yesterday, and the line, you know, the population, Gigi can probably speak better to this. My sense is, however, that there are more people there than have been in the past few days or weeks leading up. It seems like this is growing, kind of all of the eyes on this trial. So the more people you have in the mix, more eyes that are on it, certainly more eyes that are on it nationally, you're going to draw attention to it.
And there's no telling who's out there that might want to get their voice heard in some twisted way or present something or just be a general nuisance. And of course, that happens many times. You have people that call in bomb threats to all sorts of locations. It happens in courthouses. It happens, unfortunately, in schools, office buildings, and then it turns out to be nothing. But you can't treat it like that. You have to take this very, very seriously because we've seen what happens when you don't.
Yeah. Now, we are taking your questions from YouTube. We have a question from Devisha. I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name, from YouTube, wanting to know, do we know how the bomb threat was submitted? Was it an online or a phone call? Gigi McKelvey, you're there. You were in the courtroom.
We do not know. He did not elaborate. He just told us to evacuate. And I haven't heard anything here on the ground from anybody yet. Seems like they're not talking about the context of what was said or how it was communicated. So we are actively trying to ask people, though, so we can find out an answer for you guys. But still just heavy police presence. But like Mr. Morgan said, the parameter has not changed. Still traffic moving freely within feet of the courthouse. So, that's a little reassuring in itself. But I still have not seen any kind of bomb squad or any kind of canines or anything like that yet.
Okay, we have another question from Kuda Brown from YouTube. Joseph, you were covering the Darrell Brooks case, or Darrell Brooks, depending on which day he pronounced his name, with us. Was there a bomb threat in that case also? I can't remember. And of course, if Joseph can't, we will look it up for you and we will answer your question. But Joseph.
Love that handle, Cooter Brown. Yeah, I honestly, I don't have recall on that. I did cover that case, but I don't have recall as to whether or not that there was a threat in that particular time period. I'm sure.
So I don't know. I mean, what's going to happen? Are we going to not have court the rest of the day? Possibly. This is so crazy. So if there's no, they have to have a bomb squad come there though, right? Yeah. Like they said, we don't know how they made a threat, if they called or what happened. My goodness. And he's right, it has grown in popularity. Remember, at first there was like not very many people in the gallery at all, and then all of a sudden there's just been a lot of people in there. My oh my oh my. Oh, Becca, apparently on Twitter, they're saying it was a bomb threat. Actually, everybody is saying that now. Because cousin Eddie is the next witness. See, even on the screen right there, it says bomb threat reported at courthouse. They're saying that it's going to return at 2:30. Yes, there was a mass shooting threat at the trial. What? Where do you see that at? Good night. Hey, hey, no, stop. Hey. Oh, you have the article link. Wow. Because everything I'm seeing. Oh, at Daryl Brooks' trial. Oh. Okay. Seriously. Everywhere this guy goes, shit happens. Yeah, and I would take it seriously with that. Who knows what he's going to do? Yeah, whatever's happening, I bet he has something to do with it. That's just the way he rolls. He's a sorry POS. Sorry, let me clarify. LOL. I'm sorry. Working you too. I know, I'm sorry. Daryl Brooks' trial. It was a shooting threat, not a bomb. Okay. However, it seems this trend of these instances for trials like this. Yeah, I agree. I would agree. This is a kind of nonsense. That Daryl Brooks trial really had me wound up. I do, I totally understand people are allowed to defend themselves. I get that. I mean, whatever. But part of me feels like you shouldn't be allowed to. It's the same as the, what was that fool that represented himself years ago? They make an absolute mockery of the whole thing. Anytime I've seen it happen, they completely are so. Well, the one guy not too long ago, last year, represented himself, and he questioned his own son so horribly sad. I wished I could kick his ass. DB was the male version of Michelle. Oh my God, right? Crazy ass. And that judge had the patience of Job, I'm telling you. Hey Jerry, what do you think about this La Bamba threat? What do you mean delete it again? Ay. Oh, goodness sake. So she got back on again? She got back on? Wow. And she got deleted and it's already gone? Oh my God, she did. That judge is amazing, and I am glad to see that she is running for Supreme Court, I believe, or some. I didn't know that, Becca, but I'm glad too, because she was so good. Boy, that had to be hard to not tell him to sit down and shut the fuck up. She played it so well, and she did do an amazing job. She was live last night and begging. Wait. Oh, God, of course she was. Good God. She will not behave herself. What it was, she cussing people out and carrying on like a fool. You know, how do you just keep doing that? She is an absolute nut job. For 10 minutes. She put on a fake nice act for 10 minutes. Oh my God. And then started the rant, huh? I suppose it wasn't a cooking show. Lord have mercy. You cannot make this shit up. Oh, sorry, top hats. Probably be glad because I played something you probably didn't want me to play. Oh, okay. I hope court is not over with. Because I want Cousin Eddie now. Damn it. I cannot believe that nut job. Oh, she was cooking. Oh my God, she is cray-cray. That is right. God. I just want to have a cooking show. Yeah, whatever, you psycho. No, you don't. Every cooking show starts with a 30-minute full-blown rant. Hateful rant. Wow. I know, Legs. What the hell? Come on, I want to see Cousin Eddie. Damn it. I hope somebody gets the book thrown at him for this crap. I feel like there's not a bomb in there, but who knows? We fell asleep and woke up to La 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 Bamba. Yep. Sucks. So she keeps just starting new channels. Like they're not going to know. I do. You know what? I do too. I have a bad feeling about it. I do. Yeah, I know, Legs. That's what we were saying. You got to take it serious for sure. I mean, you have to always. I get that. But come on. They're saying it's because Cousin Eddie is the next witness to testify. Hey. Oh my God, no. And you know what? Somebody said, I don't know everything about this or anything maybe, but somebody said that she takes that food to people, donates. I don't know who she gives it to. But she gives that food to somebody. What if somebody's eating that? My God. She does foul things with it. That's what I said, Legs. This guy knows where the bodies are buried for sure. He does. That's right. That's right. The people at the gas station. Can you imagine if they eat it and then go and watch her show and see what she did to it? I knew I heard she give it to somebody. Oh my God. That is so gross. Oh my God. Ooh. I don't eat strange people's food, and I mean, I don't mean strange people. I mean like strangers, people I don't know. I don't eat food from if I don't know where it came from. And in some cases, when I know where it came from, I definitely ain't gonna eat it. But that is so effing gross. No, you're right. I wouldn't be surprised. That's what I was saying, Legs, that he's a real shisty character. And so, a lot of times that's what people will do. They go to somebody in their family that's real shady, and that's the one they do stuff with. Possibly he knows something about a murder weapon, what he did with it, or some, you're right. I bet you anything that he would be the one that he would ask to help him figure that out. Sounds like Cousin Eddie is going to have a new nickname. Cousin It. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I don't think I'm saying it right, Ira. Yeah, me too. Well, because, he's got a record and probably would have something to gain by doing that. I would suspect. Man, let's see what they're saying.
You've done high-profile cases, of course. Aaron Hernandez for one, Phil Spector for another. Have you ever seen a high-profile trial where someone did something like this, calling in a bomb threat?
Well, and Jeanette, not in my cases, luckily. I mean, we did get threats, personal threats on the phones all the time in different cases that I've handled. But usually on this type of situation is somebody who wants to disrupt the proceedings, either to get fame or may have a motive to disrupt the proceedings. And that's what the judge is going to have to work on. Was this done purposely? Was it done by somebody who thinks the prosecution was doing a good job and wanted to get the case against Alec Murdaugh stopped? Was it somebody who favored the defense and thought that should be stopped? Was it done by someone with the state? Or is it the defense lawyer's dream? Because the defense is going to say, you see, we told you that he was the subject of people who hated him. And therefore, if they hated Alec Murdaugh before the homicides and there could be a reason that Maggie and Paul were killed, this is an example, or this is a prime example of what the defense has been saying. So it's very interesting, Anjanette, what's going to happen here.
From an investigative standpoint, Joseph, I heard you earlier saying this, and I know from covering these types of things in the past that it is highly unlikely the person that called in this threat will get away with this. There is so much technology that law enforcement can use to determine who makes calls, who places calls, where they come from. So talk to us a little bit about what is going on with that right now. I would assume someone, some type of computer crimes person is right now looking at the origin of that phone call.
Oh boy, you bet they are, Anjanette. They're digging into this. They've locked everything down from a digital standpoint and have kind of, if you will, kind of sequestered that bit of data so that they captured it for that moment. And they're going to be tracking this down digitally, and they will throw all of their resources toward this. And again, my supposition is that whoever did this, at least initially, I don't know what the final outcome would be in a case like this, but initially, they're going to make an example out of this person, because now, we talk about a bomb threat like this, but this goes to a level of, this is a terroristic threat as well, where you have people that are, there's no telling who could have gotten hurt if they left in a panic, just getting out of that building. Just think about it. The bomb, there doesn't necessarily have to be a device. They could have just stampeded out of the building. You could have had people that were harmed in any number of ways. There's all kinds of ways, I think, that prosecutors will look at this, and they are going to use everything at their disposal in order to prosecute this person.
And Judge Newman is a no-nonsense judge, and
Yes,
this
he is.
happened
Yep.
during a trial in his courtroom.
Yep.
So you can bet that there are going to be some consequences. Let's get to our questions from the viewers who are watching. Submit your questions on Twitter and on YouTube, and we'll get to as many of them as we can.
Yeah, I think that, is this his way of this guy not testifying? I mean, it's not like it's going to hold it up forever. Whether there is, even if there actually is a bomb, it doesn't mean that this doesn't end everything. But that is kind of the way he seems to think, I don't really know, but this pisses me off. Yeah, like they just said, okay, what if somebody fell down trying to get out of there in a rush? What if people like me, you've ruined my whole day. You've ruined any enjoyment I was going to have out of watching this. Right. See, you think, my God, this is a warning. Oh my gosh, maybe, huh? If anything like that is remotely true, then guess what? That means he's got some major shit, and I need to hear it. Good God. These people make me so mad. Yeah, I bet that judge is pissed. He does not care for these shenanigans one bit. They are, or where do you get that at? Are they really? Oh, Lord. Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. Yeah. Oh my gosh, you guys. This is crazy. Come on. Tell me something new. Tell me something good. Not seeing anything new come up. Oh, he must be just enjoying this. Jackass. Oh, the DUI guy is there? He's funny. Okay. This is the DUI guy.
Hopefully this is better. Let's see. Here we go. There we go. Now we're upright. So lots of commotion, lots of excitement, lots going on. As you can see, like I was saying, we have an entirety of news crews everywhere. Lots of people. Everyone is curious. Everyone is interested as to what the heck's going on. Nobody knows. Cops everywhere. All you hear is sirens. Basically, what happened was we were sitting inside the courtroom listening to the testimony. Forge consultant guy, Michael Gunn, just left the stand. Thank you for joining on as a member, Julie. Just left the witness stand, and we had another police officer take the stand. All of a sudden, one of the clerks runs up to the judge in the middle of the proceedings and whispers something, and the judge immediately excuses the jury out of the room for a break. And as soon as the jury is excused out for a break, quote unquote break, like I knew it was not a break, something happened. It was too abrupt. So the judge told us all that there's been a threat and excused everyone out of the courtroom. So that's what happened. As you can see, everybody's outside. A lot of commotion. But everyone's peaceful, everyone's quiet, as far as I can tell. There's not really anything crazy happening. Did you hear that? One of the bailiffs was like, I would stay on the other side of the courthouse just to be safe. I think it's bullshit, but they have to follow protocol because you never know. If it's a credible threat and somebody gets hurt, you can only imagine the lawsuits that are going to follow. So they're following protocol. They're doing what they're supposed to do. Not gonna lie, I'm a little shook too, just like everybody else. A little bit of excitement never hurt anybody, but this one is a bit rough.
Okay, so he's going to talk to some girl here in a minute, apparently. And I'm getting excited about it. Sorry, I forgot to mute myself, guys. Yeah, that's what I just said, Fig. I didn't know. Legs told us. Apparently he's getting ready to talk to somebody that we're going to want to hear. So buckle up.
Especially given the notoriety of this trial. Isn't it?
Yeah. Very crazy.
Are you surprised though?
No.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying.
I'm surprised that it didn't happen sooner.
You're surprised that what didn't happen sooner?
This.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Only because he's a corrupted lawyer. I mean, look how many people he put away and he's corrupted. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of mad people right now. A lot of mad people.
Have you been watching this trial the whole time?
Yes.
From
I've been
day one?
following it since 2019 when Mallory Beach passed away.
Oh, so you're in deep.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's your name, if you don't mind?
Tiffany.
Tiffany?
Yep.
Larry.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. They call me the DUI guy
Why's that?
because that's my YouTube channel name. That's my brand.
Okay, I'm gonna have to follow you.
Right on, right on. See, look at that. +1 on the subscriber base.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to follow you. I've been following it. I've been watching live YouTube TV since it's been going on.
That's cool.
It's crazy. Oh yeah, they rushed him out of here super fast.
Yeah, did you see that?
Yeah, they wasn't playing no games.
I think I was able to capture that. I wasn't sure at the very beginning here. Well, actually, it may have been on the previous video where I was sideways, but
So what was it really?
that's what I think. I mean, what else could it be to evacuate an entire building?
Unless somebody was starting to shoot it up.
Well, okay, fair enough. I put that in the same category.
Yeah.
Kind of like it's a mass threat
Mass threat.
to the people inside
And it has to be
the building.
and it had to be somewhere close for them to make it be wearable to be evacuated. Like it had to be like
Shanley Painter just confirmed it was a bomb threat. Yeah, so
Okay.
just as I suspected. Joe Griffin. We all think it's because of Cousin Eddie.
yes.
Everybody thinks that it's because Cousin Eddie was supposed to testify like the day tomorrow.
Yep.
So this is kind of like a sending a message kind of thing.
And then who's to say that don't quote me on this, but who's to say that Alex ain't had all this in plan to stop Eddie from testifying?
Eddie is a non-cooperative witness, I imagine, right? He doesn't want to be here.
No, actually, from what I take it, from what I understand, he's willing to cooperate. That's why they're having him testify against Alex because he has agreed to cooperate and everything. But
Who's Cousin Eddie? First
the
of all?
one that tried to kill Alex for the insurance money.
Oh, he tried to kill Alec for insurance money.
Yes.
Okay, and now he's going to be testifying against him in his own murder trial.
Yeah, because apparently he's told the cops that he knows everything about the murder.
He told the cops that he knows everything about the murder.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So either he was involved or Alec went to him and testified because him and
Not testified,
Alec,
but like
not
gave-
testified, but
told him what he knows.
Told him what he knows, what happened, because him and Eddie been doing dirt for way. I mean, y'all all been seeing it in the courthouse. They've been doing dirt forever.
Kind of, sort of. Not really. You two, but close enough.
Oh, it's close enough.
Yeah.
They've been doing dirt together, scandalous checks together. So he is his partner in crime. It's all been thrown in the court. Him and Eddie are partners in crime. So who else? Courthouse when they were talking about the fraud, when Eddie cashed in 457 checks that Alex was writing in his name.
Gotcha.
So he was also in with the fraud.
He was involved in the fraud scheme,
Mm-hmm.
the defrauding of the law firm.
Yep. And then killing Alex for the insurance money, but he missed.
Oh, so he tried. He actually
Yeah,
made
he-
an attempt.
He
and
did
missed.
try. He missed.
Got it. Interesting.
Yeah. He was broke down on the side of the road in the country, fixing a tire.
So sorry, I want to hear this, but so just to confirm, because my viewers are asking. So you believe, in your opinion, based on having followed this trial for the last 4 years, or not the trial, but this case, the Alex Murdaugh trial, the Alex Murdaugh situation, let's call it that, since for the last 4 years, since 2019, the fact that we have a bomb threat happening on a Wednesday afternoon February 7th today? 8th?
8th, I think. Yeah,
Today's
8th.
February 8th. You believe that that is somehow, in some way, shape, or form, connected to the fact that Cousin Eddie is rumored to be about to testify today, tomorrow, Friday, Monday, whenever they get around to it.
I believe so, because why didn't it come sooner? I was expecting this to come sooner, you know, like the first 2 weeks of Alex being in court, you know, and then all of a sudden everybody gets so whiff that Eddie's testifying, and now all of a sudden this. Because it just came out this week that Eddie was going to come testify. So now all of a sudden, since the word got out, now this craziness is going on. So, I mean, it's kind of common sense, you know, law enforcement, people like that, they are not really law enforcement, but like people don't really want you to know about it, you know, but it's just common sense. You put 2 and 2 together. It's just common sense. Why else would this happen? And this is what, the 3rd week going in? Why all of a sudden it didn't, nothing like this happened until everybody got a sense of Eddie coming to testify. So I mean,
Oh my God, I hope she's right. Oh my God, this is crazy. Okay, let me look. Yes. Fig, please take care of my angel. Above all, we don't need this sorry sack of dog duty to cause any more problems for anybody. Fever is finally down. Yes, very happy about that. I know, Beck, let's get her on the stand. She knows the shiz maniz. I've been thinking that. I knew those two were up to some shit. I basically said everything this girl said. And I don't live there. But I might as well. Because it seems very laid back and it seems like some bullshit can go on. The streets know, that's right. Yep. Yes, poor Tacita. The poor baby. Yeah. I told you guys this was a shady MFer. My, oh my, oh my. As the world turns. Right, Ira? Yeah, but it's not, this is probably what everybody in that whole town is saying. Everybody is like, come on. You know what? Take them down. They've been telling us what to do. People dying around them. Enough's freaking enough. And the crazy psycho kills his own. I mean, this is some shit. Yeah, she's like, bring it on, bitches. Bring it on. See, another reason people like him, they go for people like that in their family, because what happens is a lot of times there's such a shady character. Number one, they'll get into all kinds of mischief with you. But not only that, people tend to not believe them. They're not credible. So that's why he's been, like she said, doing dirt with him all this time. Yeah, they don't appear to be credible. But yep. Okay, let's finish watching because okay, let's make sure we're not back at court.
Gotcha. That's really intelligent. I mean, it makes sense. I agree with you. This is kind of like, I think, everyone's gut feeling, but we don't have like the data to support it.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Sounds
And
like
that's
you've got the receipts.
That's what's going on. That's pretty much what this whole trial is. Like, everybody knows what's really going on. They just don't have the actual proof to prove it. But this is just nonsense. Real nonsense.
In what way? Why do you say that?
Because I mean, was a lawyer for this town, Hampton County, surrounding counties, and just to know that somebody like him was just dirty, just makes us wonder how much more corrupted people are out there, how much more corrupted lawyers are. Does lawyers really steal your money when you go? And it'll make people in the world think twice about, oh, should I trust this lawyer? Should I
He
give
tarnished
my
the lawyers' reputation, like
Exactly.
lawyers collectively, plural reputation.
And then even even our cops, they didn't even really do their job thoroughly like they were supposed to.
That's not what I meant when I said
So
that.
now you've got to question your cops. Like, are they?
Well, that's been going on for years.
Yeah, it has been going on for years, but
just
it's
adds
just like
another
it's getting
grain to the
worse.
pool, yeah.
It's just getting worse. And when is somebody gonna finally step up and be like, you know what, we got to do right? Somebody has. Eventually, somebody's gonna have to, or there's not gonna be no point in law enforcement no more. No more.
Oh, my
nobody's
chat
gonna
is
trust them.
my chat is telling me to tell you. I don't think I told you yet. I'm an attorney myself.
Okay.
That's why So like I'm taking everything you say with a grain of salt. Hey, I've been working the last 10 years. Okay, I've been practicing law for a decade. You can ask my chat. Watch the chat. Okay, don't trust my word. There's 1,019 people watching right now. Read the chat. I have been working. What I'm about to say. Well, I have been working, and they will confirm. I have been working the last 10 years to try and better the lawyer field. I have litigated cases. I have about 26, 27 jury trials under my belt and several more bench trials. I have been doing everything in my power to represent my clients, defend them to the best of my ability, to show that I am the 1%.
And you know what? And that goes.
Is that true, chat? Is that true? Tell them. Tell her.
Okay. And and that's what I say. Not everybody is bad, but it's so hard out there to pick and choose which one are the good ones.
That's
you know
true.
What I'm saying?
Talk to
Because
me. I'll tell you.
So many people are just like it's like a blinded side. Like they look good, they talk good, but then you never know what their hidden agendas are, what they're doing behind closed doors when you're not in that office, when you're not talking to them on a day-to-day basis. It's really a scary world out here.
Don't forget to like this video, comment below, subscribe to the channel. Go ahead.
But it's just it's really bad out here for anybody. I mean, even for like somebody like you that is a lawyer, and you might need a lawyer one day. Even though you're a lawyer, it's still gonna be hard for you to go out there and pick a lawyer because you're gonna be like, man, all these bad lawyers. I know I'm a good lawyer, and you might know what to look for, but just because you know what to look for, they can act like that to you while y'all are interviewing each other.
Read reviews. We always read reviews. I've had clients, by the way, I can tell you right now, I've had clients who actually like called me after they called, and they're like, oh, I hired so-and-so. And I'm like, oh, I've never heard of so-and-so. And I'll look so-and-so up, and they'll have like a 2.0 on Google. And I'm like, did you even research? Did you even look up who you're hiring? And they're like,
No.
Oh, I did now. That's why I called you. But anyway.
But sometimes even then, sometimes you can't even go by Google anymore because so many people go on there and make false comments.
Well, that's true too.
And if
It's harder on Google though. They'll shut your account down real fast if you try to like fiddle around.
Okay,
with it.
see,
Yeah.
I'm not really too
But
much
like some of the other
Google.
ones, yeah, like Avo, Yelp, they're they can be questionable. For the most part, they're good people though. They do good work too.
But yeah, this is.
Where are you from? Are you from?
I'm from Jacksonville, Florida.
You're from Jacksonville, Florida.
Yeah, and I moved here in 2008. And
Oh, so you've been living in Walterboro since
for-
08.
yeah, so about 16, 18.
Have you ever
years.
hired Alec for anything of your own case, like anything? That's good.
That's
That's good
what
to know.
I tell people. Like, I don't even know him or the family, to be honest. I don't know neither one of them, but
Yeah.
just to be watching the scene, watching what's going on and stuff.
Got more popo. Blocking the roads.
Yeah.
Still not over.
But yeah, just following the case with the Mallory Beach girl and stuff. It has been a real mess.
The Mallory Beach.
Yeah, that's the 19-year-old. That's the little girl that had died on the boat wreck.
Oh yes.
The
Okay.
boat
I don't know names.
Oh, okay.
I know the scenarios.
Yeah, she's the one that in the boat accident
Gotcha.
in
Gotcha.
2019.
How's it going?
Good man. How are
I
you?
like your shades.
Oh, thanks, dude.
Shoot, I have some round ones. None,
Yeah?
But those are cool.
These are octagonal, I suppose, if you look at the shape.
Very neat.
Do you work here?
I am working.
You are working here. What's your name?
I'm Max. Hey, how's it going? I didn't know you were live.
I kind of, sort of am right now. Yeah.
Okay.
This is fun. Oh, is there really? How come I see 5? Oh, I guess I probably do need to refresh. Oh, this guy doesn't know anything. Oh, okay. Thanks, you guys. Thanks. Sorry about that. Sorry. Thank you all so much for doing it then. Okay, I don't know what's going on with the babysitter. Barbie, what? I am so lost right now. I don't know who Barbie is. I don't know. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, sorry about that, guys. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, it still says 5 to me. No, I can't think it accurate. It's funny, you think. I don't know who Barbie is, though. I'm so lost. Okay. I get you now. I'm starting to smell what you're cooking. Starting to smell what Michelle's cooking. You. And I agree, Ira. It should be against the law. If somebody gave me some gross like that, I swear I would kick their ass. Again, I would never eat it, but come on. So foul. I can't wait for them to get back. Eddie is supposed to be on. I know, but I just don't know if it's going to happen. It was saying that they were going to start back up at 2:30. Now they're not saying anything. Of course, I understand they don't know. But, come on. I want to see. You know what? We've listened to all kinds of nonsense. Come on. How many days do we have to listen to ruffling paper? Now something good's going to happen, and oh no. These shady ass MFers. Come on. It totally is just like some kind of mafia shit. That's right. That is what I think too, Legs. I'm pretty sure the judge is not going to have this. You know what? Make a run through this whole place and let's get the shit going on. Get the show on the road. Get the funk out of my face. Get the funk. Get it. Let's go. They have to, man. Yeah, they don't like to mess with their calendars. They like to. The judges are pretty big about that. I mean, shit happens all the time that makes that shit get pushed out. We see it all the time. It's postponed and rescheduled and stuff. And I think the judges try really hard to not let that happen any more than it has to. I bet he is too. And you know what? I think that, he made mention of how upset that woman was because even the state who who questioned her, he was not even nice to her. I mean, I wanted to go in there and hug her and tell her I'm sorry. Tell everyone else to sit the fuck down, not treat her like this. That was just mean. And the judge mentioned it. I don't think he was happy about that. I know. Talk Pats, I keep going all over trying to see what's happening. And what's happening is nada. Well, yep. And so whoever did this, hopefully that person goes in front of this judge. Tell him you messed with me, Bucko 9. Seems like a good time to have ice cream. So we don't want to hear what this guy. Wait, hold on. They got the Keystone blind cops looking for a ball. Oh, that's a good one. Right? You got this joke of bullshit going on over there. Yeah. They better be guarding him good. Okay, I'm going to speed up past this guy. Is that what you recommend, Legs? See what else we can get from the DUI guy. They do. They need to protect him because that man in there has got no heart, no soul, no nothing. In my opinion.
Should I leave you to be live? Or?
No. I think Tiffany already meandered away. She gave us some intel, so that was learned about it less than 24 hours ago.
Yeah, no, like literally within the hour.
Within the hour,
Yeah.
even. Okay,
Yeah.
with all this commotion, no surprise there. We heard testimony today. We finished one of the paralegals. So he's a disgraced lawyer, disbarred lawyer, Alex Murdaugh, or Alec Murdaugh. I think he goes by both.
And he has from what I've heard, he has like a family history to law, like attorney generals in the family, stuff like that. Like, what's that about?
Well, hold on. So I can't tell you.
Wait, what? Like just like that?
Just like that.
Oh, wow.
So the jury exits, and immediately the judge looks at the audience and says, "We're going to evacuate the building. There has been a threat. We have now confirmed it is a bomb threat." The reason for that, we suspect, is because there is an individual, and this is what Tiffany was talking about to the chat. So if you're just catching up, you can go to the beginning of the video. I've only been live like 17 minutes, so not a whole lot of catching up to do. Don't forget to like this video, comment below, subscribe to the channel if you're just joining us. So the cop took to stand. We are all exiting the building. We suspect that one of the next witnesses, not necessarily today, not necessarily now, not necessarily by the end of today, maybe tomorrow, maybe Friday, maybe Monday. There's an individual by the name of Cousin Eddie. That's his nickname. I think Edward something is his full name. Chad can probably tell us. But Cousin Eddie has a history. Apparently, he tried to murder Alec Murdaugh at one point. And he also has intel because he was helping Alec in laundering money from the law firm.
So it's like a syndicated dude. Like a monster.
You can put it that way. I mean,
he's laundering money.
He's like Okay. Have you seen the movie Goodfellas?
Yeah.
All right. Those are like legit straight up mobsters.
Yeah.
Okay. Alec was kind of like Goodfellas light.
Okay.
Okay.
So had a
Godfather
game
light. Is
type
that
thing.
is that fair to say, Chad? I don't know. I would call him like Goodfellas light. That would be my assessment, but I could be wrong. What were you saying, Max? I'm sorry.
No, Larry. I'm captivated. Continue, please.
No. So that's pretty much it. I mean,
So they think it's this guy.
well, okay, no. They don't think he's the initiator of the threat. What they believe is that because he's about to testify, the evidence and testimony that he's about to put into the record allegedly is going to be extremely devastating for the defense, very powerful for the prosecution. So this is kind of like sending a message, we believe, with the threat of like, Cousin Eddie, do not come. This is a warning kind of thing. Or, this is a warning to everybody else, blah, blah, blah. Anything's possible.
Wow, that sounds very conspiratorial.
Did you see his eyes? Oh, wait, hold on. What? Oh, we're going back at 2:30 for Reelsvilles? Oh, yes. Did you see that guy's eyes? That was hilarious. It's like, what? Oh, my God. Yeah, I think Cousin Eddie was a made man. Okay, so we got a couple minutes. We'll listen for just a second more.
To me already.
Well, welcome to the fucking Murdaugh truck. That's all I have to say.
Wow.
And I'm leaving. My flight leaves in 5.5 hours, which is very unfortunate.
So you flew down here for this.
Yeah. This is my second day.
This is like to give you guys some perspective. This is a tiny town. Like it deserves more traffic, more positive traffic. This is not the place you would anticipate an event like a bomb threat to happen. You know what I mean? Like this is a small community. So that's wild, Larry. That's crazy that even happened. I'm glad that nothing went off because I was working right here next to it. So
I'll be honest with you, man. I don't believe it's real. Okay. I don't believe it's real. The police have to follow protocol because God forbid if it is real and somebody gets hurt. I mean, you can imagine the lawsuits. I was telling Chad earlier. You can imagine how much chaos and commotion is going to go off. If that does happen.
And carnage and death.
Well, duh. Yeah. Obviously, like that's.
Let's not forget the.
Let's not forget the actual like catastrophic casualties, right? Sorry, I speak as a lawyer, right? You can see the disconnect with reality.
No, for sure. No, but seriously though.
Yeah.
There's a bomb threat in the middle of a murder trial, like.
Exactly.
That's conspiratorial.
That's.
You know what I mean?
I think so. I mean, but it's so, as Tiffany was saying, everybody's joking about like tinfoil hat conspiracy theory. You are absolutely right, unless you're here. Then it actually kind of makes sense. Like you sitting in your armchair, sitting on your couch, laying on your bed, never been in this town, doesn't know much about this case. It really, I will agree with you. I'm 100% with you. But everything that I'm learning about this family, about this case, it has viability. And that comes from the DUI guys. So you know that I'm not just bluffing. I don't bluff. So that's my opinion. Take it or leave it. That's just my personal opinion. James from Courthouse Requeda. Okay, right on. Yeah, I saw you guys telling me to go on him. I just wanted to start a stream of my own. And we got Tiffany, we got Max in the house, we got some intel, we shared some intel. So I'm probably gonna hop off in like a minute here. But I do want to do a little walkway. Hey Max, it's been a pleasure meeting you.
Take care.
I give you a business card, but I straight up they're in James's car, which I have no access to. But hey,
like and subscribe to his videos.
I love this man.
Yeah, buddy.
Look up the DUI guy on YouTube.
Okay.
That's where you're gonna find this video.
Thanks, Larry.
Yeah, no problem. Oh man, look at this. Popo. Sorry. More popo. More popo. Right there. Getting yelled at by sheriffs. Oopsie daisy. All right, let's take a walk around, see what we can find. If there's any
Okay. He says this as he is getting ready to leave this town. Yeah, right. Right. So they must have checked the place out, though. I mean, I don't think that they would let everybody in there without that. Yeah, I love it.
Anything interesting? More popo. Oh, that's Fox News. I don't know where James might be. Like, I know he's on Nick Rekieta, but I'm wondering. More popo. Another news station. I don't know where everybody went. Oh, is that James? I found James, I think. I'm just gonna start crossing the street like a madman. Like, oh, they have street lights? I didn't realize that. Oopsie daisy. No, that's not James. There are food trucks here, so maybe that's why people are here. Yeah, more sheriffs, just chilling. James, oh, James is in the car. Okay, thank you guys. Yeah, I know where the car is. I can walk to the car. Yeah, the sheriffs surrounded the courthouse and everybody kind of like walked away. They realized there's no point in loitering around. Let's hope he didn't move the car. Hey, welcome for joining Pam Zamo. And I think I saw another one.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see it. I wonder what Emily D. Baker is saying. Doesn't look like she has go on with this one. Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say, I just, as I said that, I looked and I saw that she's not on right now. Okay.
Welcome Sonia Whitehead to the channel. I think I got most of it. Don't forget to like and subscribe, you guys. Pandora Fox, welcome to the channel. Thank you all for all the super chats. I think there was one I saw. And joining on as a member. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. You guys are, I fucking love you guys. I love the chat. Here we go. There's one more. Christine, thank you for the super chat. And Julie Gibson, I think I shouted you out at the beginning. Thank you for joining on. Yeah, so the judge said it is now 1 o'clock Eastern time. This is the local time here in South Carolina in Walterboro. The judge said that we are basically breaking for an early lunch, essentially. That's what it is. It's not just like a break. They told the jury it's a break, but now they know too. He just didn't want to scare them in the middle of court. You know, judges don't like panic, which makes sense. Nobody likes a rowdy crowd. that is going to panic. So the judge basically released us all, said we're just going to come back at 2:30. So we're getting a long lunch basically. So we left. It was like 12:10-ish. No, it was more than that. It was like 12:30-ish. It was like 12:30-ish, and now it's 2:30. Or 2:30 is when we come back. So hour and a half more of break. So we got time to stream. We got time to have fun. We got time to chill. I have Nick's link, so I'm probably just gonna hop off here in a minute after I eavesdrop on James. He's live on his computer. He's flicking me off. I love James. Welcome, Carolyn Knight. Thank you for joining as a member. I don't know if you guys can see that. Hold on. Can I not? I'm just pressing the button. I'm just pressing the camera. Hold on. I have to flip it in order to do this. There we go. Let's spy on James. See him live on Nick Rekieta on his computer? I don't know if you can see it. Welcome, Gemma Martin, to the mini grills. He has his mic too. He's got everything out. He's like streaming. All right. I'm going to join Nick. So any of you all who are in here right now, come join me on Nick Rekieta. Come join.
Wait, when did this happen? Okay, I was not in here watching chat. They landed in the trees off him.
Courthouse, because we've seen sheriff's deputies going back in along with prosecutors. Members of the public are being allowed to go back into the building. But really the big question right now is, how is this going to impact the rest of the day? The judge had hoped to get things going again. So he may. I mean, this is a judge that likes to stick to the schedule. He doesn't want to waste anyone's time. So he may continue this. So let's turn now to what we've heard so far in this case, and really most recently this morning.
Okay. Emily said it's the worst ever. Yeah, I know, top hats. But can I back it up and see where that happened? That's so pretty. Or like 10 minutes ago, so I can back it up. Okay, let's see. What do you mean it's not a double homicide? What are you talking about? I know, isn't that so pretty? Oh my God. Their feathers are all blowing. Look at that. I just want to give them a blanket. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha, Fig. Okay, top hats, let me see. Um, $11.32. Wait. I'll go all the way to live. Boy, oh boy, if you had any idea how I don't know how to manage this kind of stuff. Right, me too. No, I don't know how to do stuff, top hats. I don't. It sounds like we're going to be back in court today. Oh. I know, isn't it so cool? Oh my God, top hats. And just so everybody knows, though, this is either Shadow or Jackie. Oh, top hats. I think I got it. Oh, the black line. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is 11:29. Hmm. It shows 11:29. See that? Oh, it's almost there. 11:32. It's almost there. I guess some hawks came up and tried to fool with them legs. And Jackie is a mean mama in here. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh my goodness. She's calling for Shadow, I bet. Oh my gosh. Oh my God, the hawk is just circling. Holy cow. Listen to her. That's wild. Oh shit, you got close that time. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh, she's gonna fuck you guys up if you don't stop. Oh, hi, Josh. It's Big Bear, so I don't know. It's beautiful though. Yeah, I think they cleared it. I don't know if court's is back on. Let me check. They're not back on yet. Court's not, so Big Bear Lake. Oh, is it a lake? Okay. I wasn't sure about all that. So beautiful. This mama her name is Jackie, and she's gonna fuck shit up that wants to mess with her babies. Top Hat said yesterday some ravens tried to get in there. Oh. Yeah, because I think she was calling for Shadow to come help. She seems settled down now. A little bit. This is awesome. Yeah, right. Exactly. So beautiful too. Wow. The crazy man's up, so I'm gonna mute myself for a second. I know, isn't that so beautiful? My gosh. It makes me want to go there. I want to go to Lake Tahoe too someday. That's neat, Frazzle. Did you live near there, right? Jack likes it. Mhm. I'll get you some. Oh, wow. That's so cool. That's awesome. Man, I'd love to go there. We wait, what's happening now? Oh yeah, Top Hat. Figured that's what was happening. She was calling in the troops to. Oh wow. Oh wow. I bet, Legs. I hate those lines too at the schools. Well, we'll be here when you get back. Do they, Top Hats? I didn't see that. Oh, yep, they got the seal back up. So I think it is going to happen. I don't see that judge playing these games. Jack is watching the Eagles and he likes it. Okay, sorry, guys.
For further examination. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 444. Do you recognize that document, sir? Yes, that's a SLID property receipt that I filled out with the information for the infotainment module and the OnStar module. Is that the document you filled out when you removed that infotainment center? Yes, it is. And what else did you remove? Infotainment module and an OnStar module. And you just testified that SLID did not have any tools that gave you the ability to actually analyze those items. Is that correct? Correct. The software I have access to, which as far as I know is basically the only software, it was unsupported by that at the time. And do you know if even today that software supports this particular vehicle? I don't believe it is. Okay. All right.
What's happening?
I'm going to show you what's been marked for ID only at this point. Items 447 and 448. Let's see if you recognize those items. So, yes, I do. It's the infotainment module and the OnStar module. Okay. And are those the items that you removed from that 2021 Suburban? Yes, they are. Okay. I'm going to ask you let's start with the entertainment center. I believe there is a serial number printed on that. Could you read that serial number on the infotainment center into the record, please? 432-031-217-0000-296. Okay. And your exhibit 444, which is your paperwork you filled out when you removed it. Did you write that serial number on that paperwork? Yes, I did. All right. And you don't have to read it out loud again, but can you compare the serial number for the infotainment center on your property sheet with the serial number on that box and tell me if they match? They do. Okay. All right. And then what's the other item? 447, what is that? The LG OnStar module. Okay. And does that have a serial number somewhere on it? It does, but I cannot read it in the bag. Would you be able to do anything to help you read it? Is that, if we open it up, would it make it easier? Yeah, if I could remove it. All right. Do you have a knife on you that you can open it up? And it looks like you're doing something else there. It appears to be a Federal Bureau of Investigation evidence tape that's actually right over the serial number, and the letters in federal are preventing me from reading it. So is it able? I don't. It's not possible. It's not possible. It does not appear that's coming up. All right, but could you read the, excuse me, on your property receipt, could you read the serial number on your property receipt for the OnStar? Yes. It is 009 Victor India Echo Yankee 519052. All right, and to the best of your knowledge, is the unit you're holding that exact unit you took out of that vehicle? Yes, and for the letters and numbers of the serial number, I can see what I can see does match up. All right. All right, at this time, say we move to introduce exhibit, the property receipt 444.
Okay. It's admitted.
Thank you. All right, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 445, 445. And let me see if you just recognize that document. Yes, I do. All right. And is that a document that you personally prepared? No, it's not. All right, but is that another property receipt? Yes, it is. And are those records that SLID, property receipts, are those records SLID keeps in the normal course of business? Yes. Okay. And do you recognize the name and signature of who did prepare that receipt? Yes. Who was that?
Lieutenant Britt Dove.
Okay. And what does that property receipt represent?
It appears to be representing that GM infotainment module and the LG OnStar module, changing custody for the purpose of providing to the FBI for examination.
And do you know how those two things were sent to the FBI?
I do not.
And the serial number, the GM infotainment serial number. You don't have to read it again, but could you compare that to the serial number on the infotainment center?
They match.
Okay. And then I know you couldn't read the full serial number on the OnStar, but the letters that you can see, can you compare those with the serial number on the second property receipt?
For the ones I can see, they do match.
And at this time, I'm going to move to introduce Exhibit 445 into evidence.
No objection. Admitted without objection.
All right. And at this time, I'm just going to move that items 447 and 448 be marked for ID only at this point.
You don't have to move for them to be modified.
Yes, sir. We're just going to mark them for ID only at this point. Nothing further for this witness hearing.
Anything by the defense?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
City Hall's Dwight Foskey.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I will.
If you will, please, sir, be seated. State your name and you'll spell your last name. Begin, please.
My name is Dwight Falkowski. Last name spelled Falkofske.
All right, Mr. Falkowski, how are you doing this afternoon?
Doing good.
All right. Where are you employed, sir?
I am employed with the FBI.
Okay. And what is your job title there?
I'm an electronics engineer.
Okay. And what unit of the FBI are you employed in?
The Electronic Device Analysis Unit.
Okay. And what does the Electronic Device Analysis Unit do at the FBI?
We collect data off of cell phones and other mobile devices, and in my case, vehicle systems, mobile devices in general that can't be collected by commercial tools.
All right. And so the FBI has a unit dedicated to extracting data off certain devices that is otherwise unavailable. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you kind of mentioned it, but specifically, what is your role in this unit?
I serve a role as an automotive forensic specialist.
Okay. And what does that entail? What does that mean?
So I take a look at automotive systems and extract data off the memory components of those systems. And then from the images we get from those memory components, I will take a look at there, find the data that we're interested in finding, and we will create parsing tools that will pull out that data and take it from a computer format to a human readable format.
Let's explain that a little more. You said a parsing tool. What is that? Explain that to the jury what that is, please.
Okay, so a parsing tool is, in this case, a computer script that I'm writing or I have written that will go in and look at
I just read that.
collected binary image, the flash memory image that I've created, and go in and either create a file system or just go raw into the binary and search for data that is of interest to us. This is data we've researched and found, and it'll take that data out of the system and again put it into a human readable format, text or graphics or coordinate points, so that we can understand it as humans.
In its most basic format, data is stored how?
In binary.
And what does binary mean?
Binary is just zeros and ones, what a computer reads.
Okay. And the parsing tool, if I understood you correctly, it helps you take that binary information and translate it into information that you can read and understand. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And have you, first of all, tell us a little bit about your background. What education and training have you had in this area?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in electrical engineering. Okay. And if you'll give me one moment, I have my CV here, and I'll list out training I've taken with the FBI. In August 2016, I took the Digital Evidence Management Systems training. That's to store data on our electronic evidence management system. In August 2016, completed Digital Evidence Handling. October 2016, Legal Ethics Training. August 2017, CDART Mentorship under FE. CDART Mentorship is an internal designation for, at the time, I was working as a contractor to the FBI, and this training allowed contractors to handle evidence, and that was the extent of that training. Also in August 2017, completed the CDAR proficiency testing, and I've also testified as an expert witness in September 2019.
Okay, and what, do you recall, if not specifically, but generally, what were you qualify as an expert witness in 2019?
I don't recall the exact name they gave me for the expert witness, but I serve as, what I've told them, I serve as an electronics engineer, automotive forensics specialist.
Okay. And how would you best describe your expertise that you're going to talk about today? How would you personally describe it?
I take a look at automotive systems, and I go in there and find the data of interest. We'll go into the types of data would be things like connected devices, cell phones, thumb drives. From cell phones that can also collect things like call records and contact lists, also navigation data, locations of the vehicle or destinations that the user may have entered in the system. I go find that data in these systems, and I will write these parsing tools that I've mentioned to go ahead and pull those out. That's generally the extent.
So would automotive forensic specialist be descriptive of what you do?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to enter Mr. Falkowski as an expert in the area of automotive forensic specialist.
No objection.
He's so qualified.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's talk a little more about the mechanics of how you obtain this data and what you do. And just talking, not specifically in this case, but just kind of generally in your unit.
Okay.
What do you do? When you receive a device from a vehicle, first of all, what kind of devices do you receive from vehicles?
They tend to be an infotainment center, which can be basically the brains of the system that puts on some of these modern cars, that puts up the screen, it shows you music. If it's got navigation, it'll show navigation. It's the computer brain of that system.
Okay.
Also take a look at components such as the telematics box, which you'll hear about, like the OnStar module in this case. And those will tend to have connected device services and sometimes location data as well.
Okay. And just generally speaking, how do you access the information stored on these devices?
First thing we do is what we call data extraction, and data extraction involves basically going in and finding the flash memory components on this computer, the infotainment system or the telematics box, and we have different methods to extract that data. We have software methods. We have methods where we'll connect to the circuit board, or when sometimes we will just remove the chip and read it with a reader.
Let me stop you real quick. This jury has heard testimony about cell phone extractions and how cell phones are extracted. And you mentioned sometimes you can use a software method. How is that analogous to how cell phone data is normally obtained in an extraction?
If I can compare it to a commercial tool like Celebrite, a software solution would be something you could plug into the system while it's operating in order to get into the system and extract the data you need.
But some of these automotive devices are far more unique than an average cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And therefore, therefore, is there an off-the-shelf ready system that can access most vehicles?
No. There is one commercial company called Burla that does have a tool that is used in the field. However, we only accept the devices at EDAU for systems that there is no support for.
Okay. So you mentioned this company Burla, which does produce a commercially available software that can extract data from some vehicles, correct?
Some vehicles, yes.
But it does not support the 2021 Chevrolet Suburban, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that's how the device ended up with you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So I kind of stopped you there. And if a software solution isn't available, like Burla, what are some of the other methods that you use to pull data off of some of these automotive systems?
I mentioned such as attaching wires to a circuit board and extracting data from the memory component, or also removing the chip from the board and putting it in a reader and reading the chip, the flash memory chip directly.
Okay. All right. Let's talk more about what you did in this case. When you attempted to access the data for the 2021 Suburban, did you encounter any problems?
Yes, we ran into our first instance of data being encrypted on a vehicle.
Okay. And that's not something you'd run into before?
Not on vehicles.
Okay. And briefly, explain to the jury what you mean by encrypted, please.
So when a system encrypts the data, it takes basically a code word such as called a key and scrambles the data using that key so that it can't be written unless you have that key. And the key will, to read it back, you require the key to unlock the data and see it back in its regular form.
Okay. And you discovered this data on this Chevy Suburban was encrypted, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to show you, they've been marked for ID only, 448 and 447. And I'm going to take a look at them and see if you recognize these items, please.
This is the OnStar module that I processed. And this is the infotainment system that I processed for the Suburban.
How do you know those are the units you processed?
We have an FBI identifier tag on here, and my personal identifier symbols are on here.
And that's on both of those devices?
On both units.
All right. At this time, state would move to enter exhibits 447 and 448 into evidence.
No objection. All right, did it.
All right, so let's talk about, you say when you initially tried to access the data on these, they were encrypted. Can you tell us what the FBI did or what you did to ultimately allow you to be able to access the information?
Involved our greater team to develop a tool that would be able to reach into a live system on one of these vehicles and extract the encryption keys and get the encryption keys so then we could decrypt the data that we had collected.
Okay, and was that process ultimately successful?
Yes, it was.
And how long did that take?
Approximately 1 year.
Okay, all right. All right, and when you accessed this information and you finally had it decrypted, what types of information did you find? Let's start on the infotainment center. What types of information did you find on there?
So the infotainment center contained connected devices, phones that have been linked by Bluetooth or USB. And associated with some of those devices were call logs and contact lists. And there was also a little bit of location data.
Okay. So you found some call logs, correct?
That's correct.
And how would that infotainment center get call logs? Explain that process. Why would they be on that center?
So a lot of cars that have Bluetooth connectivity will, when you connect the Bluetooth with them, sometimes they will ask you if you want to let the car connect to it or access your data on your phone. Sometimes it doesn't ask.
but in most cases it'll ask you, and then at that point it'll take things like call logs and pull them from the phone into the computer, the infotainment system.
Okay. All right, and you found some call logs on this infotainment center, right? Correct?
Yes.
You found some location data, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall if you found any from the date of June 7th of 2021?
Yes, there was data from that date.
Location data?
Oh, location data, no. They got call data.
All right, you found some call data, you found some Bluetooth data. And what kind of Bluetooth data did you find for devices did you find?
It primarily the Bluetooth address of the connecting device.
Did it provide you any information of when a device may have been connected to the infotainment center?
No, there was no timestamps with that data.
Okay. All right, but there's another thing another type of data you found on this infotainment center, correct?
Yes, we additionally looked for vehicle information regarding the state of the vehicle.
Okay, explain to the jury, what does that mean?
So what we were looking for on this car was something to show if the car was moving, if doors were opened or closed, windows up and down. We searched for this type of data on this vehicle.
Okay. And did you find some of that data?
We did. We found what we call states of the vehicle. And in this case, it was more granular things such as, and one of the ones we're interested in looking at is the shift lever going in and out of park, kind of giving an indication.
And we'll talk more about that in a minute, but
Okay.
Would you say that there was a lot of this vehicle status data that was
Yes,
stored?
this vehicle stores a voluminous amount of data in some logs.
And is the majority of it really useful when you
No.
try to okay. Did you attempt to pare down the data you're looking at to find potentially useful information?
Yes, we combed through the data and we looked for data that matched our testing of a similar vehicle or identical type vehicle to be able to identify messages in this log that can be attributed to the vehicle states.
Let's talk about that. You mentioned it. You said testing. What do you mean by testing? What did you guys do to test this?
We obtained a identical 2021 Suburban vehicle with the same build out.
Okay.
And we drove it multiple times and extracted data from it multiple times in a series of tests designed to try to understand what is going on inside the system.
Okay. So this is simple testing. So you go out and drive it and you'd record, you knew when you're driving, so you could record times, correct?
We record times, locations, yes.
And then you could go back in and pull that data off the infotainment center of the test vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And then you can compare that to the logs that you guys wrote saying we did this at this time, correct?
That's correct.
And what could you do with that comparison? What did that help you with?
So that helped us identify in the logs laid out states, very granular states of.
When you say granular, I apologize when I stop you, but I want to make sure we understand everything you're saying. When you say granular, what do you mean by that?
I'll explain a few of the states to give you an example.
Okay.
When the vehicle first, say you open the door and you see the screen turn on the car, that would be maybe one or two of the states that the system tells me it's waking up, a message saying it's waking up, then a message saying I'm showing my animation video on the screen as it starts to boot up. And then eventually, like if the car is being, and then other states of the car, such as the in and out of park, a lot of the states only mean something very small in the whole scheme of how the car is operating, at very specific little pieces of data.
Okay. And there's a lot of it, correct?
There's a lot of them.
And so you had to kind of figure out a way to kind of pare that data down into something that's useful for you to interpret, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And how did you do that?
Initially, we wrote a utility into our parser that would go through, first of all, and select all the messages we found of interest that indicated some sort of state of the vehicle. And then we attempted to take that data and put meaning to it. And it was a challenging process, let's put it that way.
But ultimately, do you feel like, at least for certain types of events, you're able to draw some conclusions about what was going on with the vehicle certain times?
Certain events were much more specific about certain of the things that were going on with the car,
Okay.
and were clearer.
And when you were asked, the question of, can you use any of this information to determine when a vehicle could potentially be moving? Is that something that you look for in this data?
We were looking for that data. We found something close to that data.
Okay. And in your testing and analysis, what did you determine would be the best indicator to you, looking at the data, of when the vehicle is moving?
Message indicating whether the car was in park or out of park.
Okay. And so you found a reliable indicator in your opinion, indicates the vehicle would likely or possibly be moving, correct?
That's correct.
Now, all you said was this particular message says it's either in park or out of park, correct?
That's all it says.
And it doesn't necessarily say whether it's in drive, correct?
That's right. I don't know what gear it's in.
Okay. But you can tell when it's out of park.
Correct.
And can you tell from that whether the vehicle is actually physically moving?
I cannot.
Okay. I am. And at the end of this analysis, did you prepare data and a parser report to send to SLED at the end of your analysis?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 443. I'm going to see if you recognize that.
Yes, this is a copy that I validated earlier today against the original evidence that was submitted.
So that contains the information you provided SLED, correct?
That's correct.
And generally speaking, what is contained on this CD?
It is the our unit's derivative evidence results of what was extracted and reported for both the OnStar module and the infotainment system.
Okay. All right. And so this provides both, we said there's voluminous raw data that came out of this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And it includes a full copy of that, right?
There is.
It also includes a report that kind of pares that down into more useful information to you, correct?
Yes.
And what did you call that report again? Was it the HTML report?
Oh, the format was in HTML, so you could open it with a browser.
And
yes.
what tool did you use to help you prepare that condensed report?
That was the parsing tool that developed that.
And that's what you talked to about at the beginning of your testimony with the jury. And that's a way to use software to help pare down the data into something useful.
Correct.
Okay. All right. At this time, state would move to enter exhibit 443.
No objection. Admitted.
I want to show you it's been marked as exhibit 449, and just describe what that is to the jury, please.
Okay, this is a spreadsheet that basically shows many of the states of the vehicle that we were looking at in testing the test and running our tests on the test vehicle. This is an analysis of the states that were on there, and this is what we were using to develop the understanding of what these states meant.
Okay. And so what would be a shorter way to describe that, a more simple way to describe that?
It's an analysis of the state machine.
Okay. Would it
Of the
be,
state vehicle states.
okay. This would represent some of the research that you and your team.
That is research. Yeah, that's a research document.
Okay. At this time, state would move exhibit 449.
No objection. So admitted.
All right. And we talked about call logs, and you found some call logs, correct?
Yes.
On this vehicle. And where did those call logs come from again?
They were stored within the infotainment system
And where did the infotainment system get them?
from an attached phone.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 446. And let me see if you recognize that document. And where it's from.
Yes, these were call logs that we recovered off the infotainment system.
Okay. And those are two specific calls, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what are the date and time of those two calls?
The first one, June 7th, 2021 at 22:06:14.
And what was the number dialed on that one?
9111.
Okay, 3 ones. Okay.
And then another one shortly thereafter at 22:06:18, a couple seconds later, for just 911.
And in your research and testing, can you determine of when these call logs would have been pulled off the phone that made these calls?
No, at some point, the system would have downloaded that information from the phone. I don't know what time that occurred.
Okay, all right. And at this time, I would move Exhibit 446.
No objection.
So admitted.
All right. All right, and I'm going to show you what I believe is our last document. And this is Exhibit 442. And I'm going to ask if you recognize this document.
Yes.
And what is that document?
I've titled this document the 2021 Chevy Suburban Log File Excerpts from June 7th, 2021.
All right. And is this a condensed version of data from that original, that CD that we showed you a minute ago?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that condensed to? Why did you condense it to that particular data for this particular printout?
This spreadsheet was the data that our parsing tool was looking for amongst all the log files and extracting those out.
We talked about this a minute ago, but if you're trying to determine when this vehicle moved, you identified a key indicator. When the vehicle may have possibly moved, you identified a key indicator in that data that would indicate to you, in your opinion, that the vehicle could have possibly been moving, correct?
That's correct. In or out of park.
Okay. And when you produced that report, did you color code certain columns?
Yes, I hand colored the columns on here that indicated those for clarity.
And I think I meant to say rows because they're horizontal.
They're rows,
correct?
yes.
My apologies. And you color coded certain ones, right?
That's correct.
Okay. At this time, statement moved to enter Exhibit 442.
No objection.
It's admitted.
We're going to publish this. And I'll need the computer, please. Yeah. It's got to boot up. My apologies.
I'm missing most of this because I'm making lunch and
Okay.
whatnot. But
So we'll keep moving. I'm going to need that exhibit back, please. And we're going to switch to Elmo. Once we get the computer going, it'll give a better view, but for the moment, we'll look at the Elmo. Okay. Can you read that document on your screen, Mr. Corthouse?
I think I could read that.
Okay. So let's just start at the top. And I think you read the title, this 2021 Chevy Suburban Log Files, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then we see a row below that that looks like descriptors, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, let's just start on the left. Let's explain what these mean. And we see on the far left, it says line and then a number symbol or hashtag. What does that mean?
Okay, I'm going to explain that using the next column over file name first. The file name indicates the particular log file that the data was recovered from. There was numbered log files in the system. And for this date, there were 2 different log files that contain this data. And the line number indicates the physical or the actual line number starting from 1 at the top that data was located on.
Okay. And then we see the date next to that. And what is that again? Specifically, the date and time?
That is the timestamp of the actual log entry.
All Let's switch to the computer, please, and this will make this a little bit easier to see, hopefully. Oh, if I can get to. Okay, and I think I'm at the top. All right, can you still, is that a little better for you to see? Mr.
I can see it fine.
Okay. All right, it looks like somehow I managed to mess up the spreadsheet. My apologies. All right, so event type. What does event type mean?
Basically, the event type is a part of the log entry that describes what sort of event is going on. It describes the event.
Okay. Event description, what does that mean?
It's just a longer, more verbose version of the event type.
An event value, what does that mean?
That is the actual value of the event rather than this is the event and this is what its value is.
Okay. When you say value, what do you mean by that?
It can be a 1, a 0, a true, a false, or a textual indicator of the system state.
All right. And you say 1 or 0, true or false. You mentioned a while ago that data is always binary, right?
Yes.
And binary is always 1 or 0, correct?
In case a lot of these are 1 and 0.
Okay. And that's how data is typically stored in computer systems.
Typically,
correct?
yeah.
Okay. All right. So finally, on the far right, it says raw line from service log file. What does that mean?
That is the actual line from the file copied verbatim.
Okay. And so that's the actual data log that you pulled out of the system.
That is correct.
Okay. And it includes a timestamp as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's just look at the top here. And you said you added in some color coding, correct?
That's correct.
And the top line appears to be red. That's 83, 84, correct?
Yes,
And 86, 76 is also red, correct?
that's correct.
All right. Why did you color code those red? What is that?
Those were basically messages that were showing the system starting up. The computer for the infotainment system initiated a boot sequence.
All right. And did your testing identify a number of ways the system on this vehicle could start up?
We observed it starting up with several ways.
Okay.
I don't think we know all the ways it may start up.
Okay. Well, what are some of the ways you observed that it could start up?
Just things such as opening the door of the vehicle or getting in the vehicle, turning it on.
Okay. And when we say system startup, we mean the infotainment center.
This is referring to the infotainment center, not the whole vehicle.
Okay. So it's not necessarily we're turning the vehicle on every time we see a red color there.
That's correct. Just the infotainment system.
It could be someone just opening the door, correct?
Yep.
And that represents, in some cases, where the screen in that car just kind of lights up if the door opens or for another reason, correct?
That would be an indicator, yes.
And are there certain occasions where the system can kind of start up on its own?
There's some unexplained times when the system seems to initiate a boot for no apparent reason. It's theoretical on what the car is doing at that point.
Okay. All right. And then below that, at line 9142 and 9144, it looks like you color coded those two lines as blue, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And why did you color code those lines as blue?
Those indicated these vehicle parked message that we found to be very useful in determining potentially the car moving.
Okay. And this is something that you found in your testing and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
That was reliable?
This is a reliable message.
All right. And reliably means what?
Reliably tells you whether the car was shifted into park or shifted out of park.
Okay. All right. And looks like lines 9142 and 9144 both occurred at 12/21/43 on June 7th of 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And is that local time?
That is local time.
All right. And what does that mean? What does vehicle parked true mean?
Vehicle park true means the shift lever of the vehicle was placed into the park position.
Okay. So the vehicle was shifted into park.
That's correct.
All right. But I see it looks like the exact same message on both lines, correct?
That's correct.
Why do we have the exact same message on both lines?
If you take a look, scroll to the right on the one that's showing the raw values, you'll see that the messages are not identical. They're from two pieces of the subsystem reporting the same event.
Okay, so this particular log and maybe some other ones get recorded in different places on this infotainment center.
There's a lot of duplication of messages.
Okay. And they don't, if they have the same timestamp, how would you interpret that if you see duplicate messages with the exact same timestamp?
I would typically consider that just a single event.
Okay, and so let's look down below that, and I see multiple things happening, and I'm highlighting it, on lines 9148 to 9156 at 12:33 and 23 seconds. And I see a number of things happen there with the same timestamp, correct?
That's correct.
And in your analysis, in your opinion, when you see a group of messages happening at the same time, what's the best way to interpret that information?
You have to kind of take a look at them as an aggregate.
Okay. And so you kind of look at all these messages as a whole to interpret what they mean, correct?
That's correct.
Rather than each one individually.
That's correct.
Okay. So let's look at it. Looking at lines 9148 and all those lines that are timestamped identically, which goes down to line 9159, what does that group of messages, in your opinion, mean was happening on this vehicle at that time on June 7th of 2021?
It looked like the infotainment computer was beginning a power down sequence.
Okay. Okay, and we go down to 1242, and we see a few lines in 9167, 9459, and 9716. We see a few of those red color-coded lines, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and again, what does that mean? Why are those coded that way?
The infotainment system initiated a boot up sequence starting up.
Okay. But any number of reasons of why that would have potentially booted up at that time?
Yeah, it could be a number of reasons.
Okay. All right, but then at 9954 and 9956, we see some blue color-coded messages, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and what do those mean? It says vehicle parked false. What does that mean?
Vehicle parked false means this car was shifted out of park.
Okay, and that's at what time?
18:23:57.
All right, help us out. What's that in civilian time?
6:23:57
PM?
PM
On what day?
on June 7th, 2021.
And again, we see two identical messages, correct?
Yes.
But you would interpret that as one event, correct?
Yes.
And what is that event again?
It's a vehicle taken out of park.
Okay. Okay, and we see a few things happen. Looks like 1853 and 1911. Some of those red color coded. What's your interpretation for lines? Looks like 396 and 984 on June 7th. There, what's going on in those lines?
It's another infotainment system boot up startup sequence.
Okay, and then we see another red event at 2103:44, correct?
Yes.
And what is that?
Another boot up sequence.
Okay, and from any number of reasons, correct?
Correct.
Could be if someone just opened the car door, correct?
Yes.
And then we see a group of messages. Looks like a few at 2104:05, and then a few at 2104:18. Quite a few more at 2104:18, and that's 9:04 p.m. Correct?
That is correct.
All right, and that group of messages at 9:04:18 p.m. What, in the aggregate, what is that telling you is going on with this vehicle at that time?
One moment.
I have the times highlighted there.
Yeah, at the 2104:18, those ones looked like the system was, prior to that, it seemed to be shutting down, and then it stopped and started coming back up.
Okay, and so it seems to be starting up around 2104:18, correct?
Yes.
And that'd be consistent with that red coded message we saw a second ago, correct?
Yes.
And it's also consistent with the red coded message at line 1281 at 2105:56, correct?
What do you mean by consistent with that message?
I'm sorry. Take a look at line 1281. See that?
Yes, I see 1281. That's the next system startup message.
Okay, and what time is that again?
21:05:56.
All right, and I'm gonna do my best and I'll try to stop you. Let's try to talk in local time.
Okay,
Or
yeah.
civilian time, excuse me.
I'll start processing it that way.
And I make that mistake too. What time is that in civilian time?
That would be 9:05:56
PM
PM
on June 7th?
on June 7th,
27th? Okay.
2021.
Okay, and then below that, we see a group of messages starting at line 1557. And they have an identical time state of what?
9:06:44 seconds.
Okay. PM?
PM.
All right. And what is that group of messages telling you at that time?
That looks like the vehicle system is continuing its power up process.
Okay. All right. And then we see a series of messages that all occur within 2 or 3 seconds, starting at line 1591 at 9:06:48 PM, and then continuing on through 9:06:49 PM, and quite a few at 9:06:49 PM, and then into 9:06:50 PM, and that's lines roughly 1628 down to 1654. What does that group of messages tell you is occurring?
So at that point, part way through those message sets, it actually has an engine running event. So the car has been turned on.
Okay. So in your opinion, the vehicle is running at approximately 9:06:49 to 9:06:50 PM?
Yes.
Okay. On June 7th?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then we see at line 1670 and 1672, it looks like another couple of blue colored messages, correct?
Yes.
And again, what are those blue colored messages? What do they indicate to you?
The vehicle park message.
All right. And it says vehicle parked false. What does that mean?
The vehicle was taken out of park.
Okay. The vehicle was taken out of park at 9:06 and 50 seconds, correct? PM?
Correct.
Okay. On June 7th, correct?
Correct.
All right. And if we look at it on line 1672, the timestamp it has a slightly different color stamp. I don't know if is that viewable on your screen? Yeah. It looks like it's colored more green, correct?
That is correct.
Why did you color that particular block green at line 1672?
I was highlighting events where you could see where the vehicle was taken out of park, and it looks like it was continually used and then put back into park.
Okay. And so, first of all, those two lines at 1670 and 1672, they represent the same event?
They are the same event.
Okay. And that's the vehicle taken out of park, correct?
That's correct.
And you color coded that green because you wanted to find when the vehicle is put back into park, correct?
Correct. I want to find it. Yes.
Okay. Because you, in your opinion and your analysis, you've determined that message is pretty reliable and something we can rely upon to make a determination of when that vehicle could have been moving, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so 9:06:50 PM, the vehicle is taken out of park. And then let's go down the line, 1904. And we see another green stamp embedded in a blue line. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
Well, it was the next event where the vehicle went back into park.
Okay. So at what time is that?
At 9:22 and 45 seconds PM.
Vehicle's put back into park, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And in your opinion, could the vehicle have been moving between those two times?
Yes, it could have. I have no evidence of that.
Okay. All right. But the vehicle's out of park for that.
It is out of park.
Okay. And that's something, in your opinion, we can rely upon, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And roughly, I'm not going to ask you for exact seconds, roughly how much time passes between the vehicle taking out of park at line 1672 and put back into park at line 1904?
Approximately 16 minutes.
Okay. right, and I'm going to scroll down. And I'm scrolled down to line 3059 and 3061. And I see some more green colored blocks here, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what are those blocks? What information is contained in those blocks? What messages?
Again, it's the vehicle in or out of park messages.
Okay. And so, and what time is that? Those two messages at 3061?
3061 shows 9:43:05
PM?
PM,
And that's June 7th,
June
correct?
7th, 2021.
And what, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but at that particular event, what happens with the vehicle?
The vehicle goes out of park.
Okay. And then at line, the next line below that, what's the time on that, the date time on that?
9:43 and 59 seconds, June 7th, 2021. That's PM.
Okay. And what happens with the vehicle?
It goes back into park.
Okay. And so roughly how much time passed between those two events?
It looks like just under a minute.
Okay. And you can't tell us whether the vehicle actually moved during that time, correct?
No.
All right. All you can tell us was it was out of park for a little under a minute.
Yes.
All right. And not to put you on the spot, we'll go back up and look real quick. So that's at 9:43:05 PM, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back and look at the previous vehicle parked at 9:22:45 PM, and that's line 1904. That's when the vehicle had been placed in the park, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and let's just do some rough math. Do you have a pen? You can write it down if you need to. 9:22:45, the vehicle's in park.
Okay.
9:43:05, the vehicle is now back out of park, correct?
That's correct.
Roughly how much time passes between those two events?
Approximately 21 minutes.
All right, and so the vehicle is out of park for about a minute at lines 3061 and 3079. And then let's scroll down to line 3096 and 3310. What happens with the vehicle there?
The vehicle goes out of park
Okay, at what time?
at 9:44:54 seconds on June 7th, 2021. That's PM.
Okay, and then the next event below that, what occurs there?
Next event is the vehicle goes back into park at, that would be 10 o'clock and 36 seconds
Okay,
on June 7th, 2021 PM.
and those are color coded green because they kind of represent a matching pair, correct?
That's correct.
Of when it went out and when it went back into park, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and roughly, how much time passes between those two events at 9:44 and 10 o'clock of the night of June 7th?
Approximately 16 minutes.
Okay. All right, and then let's go down to lines 3327 and 3328. And those are two more green colored events that represent that matching pair, correct?
That's correct.
Vehicle out of park and the vehicle in park, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and what are the times associated with those two events?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:01 and 17 seconds on June 7th, 2021. It's PM. And it goes back into park at 10:01, 29 seconds on June 7th, 2021
Okay.
PM.
And roughly speaking, how many seconds is that?
About 12 seconds.
Okay. Okay, let's go to just a few seconds later, lines 3336 and 3340. And we see another matching pair of these green messages, correct?
That's correct.
Out of park and then back into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the two times on that particular event?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:01 and 30 seconds on June 7th, 2021. That's PM. And it goes back into park at 10:01 and 43 seconds, June 7th.
So maybe I can do the math this time. That's roughly about 13 seconds it's out of park?
That's correct.
Okay, and we see a whole bunch of messages again, that group of messages starting at 22:04:44 and kind of going on until 10:04:44 p.m. and 10:04:47 p.m. We see another group of messages. What does that group of messages generally indicate to you in the aggregate? And that's this group I'll highlight.
Okay. 3 to 2, engine run false. It looks like the system is powering down.
Okay. Okay, and then we get down to lines 3464, and that shows another green color-coded pair of messages, correct?
That's correct.
And again, goes out of park and back into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the two times associated with those two messages at 3664 and 3682?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what are those times?
Oh, what are the times?
Yeah.
10:04 and 49, it goes out of park. That's PM on June 7th, 2021. And it goes back into park at 10:05, 55 seconds PM, June 7th, 2021.
And that's roughly more than a minute, correct?
That's correct.
And then let's go down to lines 3490 and 3504. And we see another matching pair in out of park and then into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the times associated with those two?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:11 and 45 seconds on June 7th, 2021 PM. And then it goes back into park at 10:12 and 38 seconds PM, June 7th, 2021.
Okay. All right. And that's roughly just under a minute or so?
That's correct.
All right. And we're almost to the end here. Okay. And then we see another message. So first of all, we see some messages that are blue colored at 3506 through 3515. And why are those blue coded instead of green coded for you?
Those are more vehicle park messages, but they appear to be with the, basically duplications of the existing ones.
So that's just duplicate information, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then finally, at line 3521, we see the vehicle. What happens with the vehicle at that line?
Okay, it goes out of park at 10:13 and 39 seconds PM on June 7th, 2021.
Did you find a matching kind of pair as we've talked about for where the vehicle goes back in the park?
No.
All right.
No log message was present for that.
Okay. Can you explain why that log message may not be present?
We found during the testing of our test vehicle that there are times when the system decides to temporarily stop recording message. The reason is not clear.
Okay. But you do see it come out of park at 10:13:39, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, and just to reiterate this, you're just telling us when this vehicle's in and out of park, correct?
That's correct.
Because that's the most reliable piece of information you've been able to deem from this data, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't tell us necessarily where the vehicle's moving, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't tell us if it's moving, or if you see it go out of park, who's shifting the actual gear knob, can you?
No, we don't know who's in the car.
And all you can look at is this particular data, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And just so it's clear, you've determined, you're interpreting this data because you use a test vehicle to see when you see these messages, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that's why you're giving us these opinions today, correct? From
That's
your
correct.
testing. All right. And when you're using your test vehicle, if you took a vehicle, if you took the vehicle out and drove it, took it out of park, drove it, and then put it back in the park, would you find that exact same matching pair of in and out of park messages we just talked about? correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't able to determine any other data that would reliably tell you if it was moving or not, correct?
That's correct.
All right. But, so if the vehicle's driving and you see that, you would see that identical pair of messages like we just talked about.
Yes.
And however, if the car's just stopped and someone shifts it out of park and just sits there with their foot on the brake, and then sometime later puts it back into park, would you see that same matching pair of in park, out of park message and back in the park message?
Yes.
You would. Okay. All right. Not for mistake, this witness.
By the defense. Stand for a moment.
This is brutal. Wow. I'm going to be honest, I don't know anything about what he said. I can't. That is some shit. Right? Top hats, I don't know. I literally got nothing from that. He might have said something, but it didn't resonate with me. I don't know.
All right, back in order.
Wow. The judge feels it too. Listen, the judge is like, God bless America, make it stop. All right, good guy. The judge ought to be able to object.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hopefully this won't take long, just a few clarifying questions. First, you mentioned that the data was encrypted.
Yes, when we pulled the data off the chip, it was encrypted.
Is this something that the manufacturer did?
Yes.
Okay. It's not something that the end user doesn't do something to encrypt the data. It comes that way.
Not for an infotainment system, no.
And so it sounded like you kind of had to reverse engineer with a test vehicle to figure out the media stuff. Were you not able to get General Motors to assist with that?
We could, but we generally try to find the data on our own. Often we have it's difficult for us to get the manufacturers to work with us on that data.
Did anyone attempt to reach out to General Motors, say to de-encrypt the data?
Not from EDAU.
Are you kidding me right now?
I won't go over this spreadsheet too much. You still have the exhibit with you?
I have a copy.
Okay. And who didn't have a?
We can.
Is it up?
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you just briefly about, if I can find it on this. There were some things that were happening at 903, 2103. do it. I've got my phone on that. 904. I didn't quite understand, what do these mean? This group of things that say info state, sleep, and state, some abbreviation, animate, all these things happening in this 904, 905 range. What does that mean?
So as I was attempting to explain before, that some of these messages, like individually, they don't mean a whole lot. Like, what does this actually mean? But in this case, it's generally showing. Could you scroll down just a little bit more so I could see a few more of the messages? So it looks like initially, like at line number 984, where the system initially boots up, and then at 904.
Well, let me stop you there.
I'm
When
sorry.
you say system startup, what does that mean? What is the system? What is it doing when it starts up?
So this is just the computer for the infotainment center. This is not the entire vehicle, but something woke up that system. And just like your home computer, it needs to boot up before Windows is ready. It's a similar thing that has a boot up sequence. This is a log that says that was initiated.
Okay. And what would trigger this? What would make this startup happen?
We know that some events that make it happen, such as opening the door or just starting the car, we don't know all the events that might make that happen.
Well, on my Chevy, if you walk near it with the key fob, the lights come on the little door handles. You can stick your foot under the rear and the rear will come up. Would walking near it with the key fob trigger anything?
It's a possibility, but we did not investigate that.
But scrolling down here to 906 and 48 seconds, am I reading this correctly to say that the engine was turned on?
Can you scroll down just a little bit further? Keep going just a little bit more into the 49 second. So if you see that there was at one point, there was messages such engine run false, which is only within the same second as a following up on engine running true. It's messages like this that get a little bit confusing on there, but ultimately it's basically saying, here I'm at, but I'm moving to this state here. So in that case, it looked like the engine started running at this time.
Okay. Well, I don't think I'll belabor this spreadsheet anymore, but I did want to ask, did you additionally retrieve data related to the phone connecting to the entertainment system? I think there was the 911 call that you...
We had a call log that was extracted, as well as the connection of a Bluetooth or several Bluetooth devices.
I'm going to hand you a printout. Is this a printout of device connection history that you were able to obtain from the vehicle?
We need to go back to the original material and take a look at this because some of this looks more than like what we originally collected. So there's pages of this here.
Right, it goes back way outside of the sort of time frame, but that's... I mean, can you identify this?
I mean, the format looks familiar, but it looks, I might have to go back into the original material and pull up the HTML report. Is that acceptable?
Absolutely.
And Your Honor, I think the witness is asking to look at his original data to validate what Mr. Barber has. Yeah, state has no objection to that. Well, we'll just need a few minutes for him to validate it.
No objection, Your Honor, absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a short break, hopefully.
Wow, so is that done? Big Red trying to see if he is busted. Oh my God. Yeah, that's weird, right? Oh my God. Wow. He's not done? Seriously. So they called a bomb threat so that what? We wouldn't have to go through the suffering of this guy? They weren't worried about him. That I can tell you. I know. What the hell? Oh my God. This is brutal for sure. I cannot. I mean, honestly, what is Jackie and Shadow doing? Because yikey flikety. Jack didn't care for it either. Yeah, you know what? I don't think that they have to screw this up, but I think they might be. I don't know what that means, Top Hats. Nothing going on in the nest. I kept it on for a little bit for Jack. He thought it was cool.
Maybe he's just a bad guy. Maybe he murdered them because he's just a bad guy. And that's something that our system tries very hard not to have happen. But it is very dangerous as a judge when you're presented with this other bad act evidence to know exactly where to draw that line. I might have been a little bit.
Okay, yeah. Every afternoon they're going to put me to sleep. What in the hell? So is that guy done? I wouldn't think that they would call this if. I'm double streaming. Emily caught a flight. Where is she going? There? Is she going there? I was gonna say I wouldn't go. So they just teased everybody thinking that Uncle Eddie's coming, right? It was just a tease, a big joke. Oh my gosh. Oh, that is seriously, he's coming back? I thought that's the only reason What the AF? This is ridiculous. Something has to give. I could not believe when he said he did not contact GM. Seriously? What the hell is that? Well, I just want to know how much longer this is going to be because sitting through all that bomb threat and then now this. Yeah, it's starting to make you think people are jacking this up on purpose. Jack keeps saying, shh, shh, shh. He doesn't like it. Let me have that. Everything goes in the mouth. I just made myself some iced coffee because I'm not trying to go to bed. What's that, Kimmy? Try to figure out what the hell's going on in this case or this trial. How cute. That is cute. I know. Me too. I seriously feel like I am dumber right now because of this. I could get more coffee. Which Jack finds as an invitation to get in the refrigerator. I guess I should check and see what's going on over here. Well, I think it could take a while because, hello. Right? Frazzled. Oh, he's so funny. He's saying something. When we were jumping the other day, I was holding him and jumping on the trampoline. He liked it. They have a place right across the road here that it's a jumping place, and they have a toddler time thing. I'm going to take him over there. When this thing's over with. That is really nice, Kimmy. That's so fun. She seems like a really sweet girl. She's really cute. See what happened? Here you were, all ready to make butter, and you just made a love connection instead. See what good stuff happens from butter? Right, legs, exactly right. See? Cannot mess with butter. No, no, no. You know, good things always happen. Well, they don't always happen, but a lot of times they do. Turn butter into lemonade. Let me see, what does this say now? It's waiting for a call back from a job. And if no, he's going to get a job since he won't get paid after Valentine's. Hope on his stuffer. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh. We got no sound yet. Who the hell? What's going on with their sound? I wouldn't be surprised if he's annoyed. And where's this doofus? We don't have sound. Oh, I know, I know. People who had to sit there and open boxes and carry on. Good God. Kill my back and my bottom. Wow. Look at people. Look at the gallery now. Is that person out? What's happening right there? Is that his sister out in the aisle? Who is that? Is she in a wheelchair or something? What the hell's going on with that? Oh, right. I know. Hmm. 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 Jack is definitely more fun. That's weird. I feel like his sister's in a wheelchair or something because she's in the aisleway. Oh my God. Oh my God, what are they doing? Stop it. Right? She wasn't there. And now it looks like she's definitely in the aisles. She's not. I mean, I don't know that that's a wheelchair, but I don't see why. Got the gallery seat. Nothing in there looks comfortable to sit in. No. My bottom would be. What? I didn't hear. I can't hear anything. You guys, are you guys hearing it? Right? She was probably getting the bomb all set up. The bombardier. Yeah, it's. Why is there no sound? You know what? If they don't get some kind of tongue lashing from that judge, I cannot even believe all this crap. What the hell is going on? Why did they even bother coming back from lunch? This is, oh my God. What is funny, you a-hole? Don't laugh. Get your shit together. So, those are two totally different guys than we've seen. I believe that I can recall. Do you guys recall seeing those guys? Or not? The ones that questioned him on both sides, I don't recall seeing ever. So is this one of those you had one thing to do? You couldn't do it? What the hell's he dragging around for? All that shit. My God. Oh, they have cushions on their seat. Look at. I'll get no look around here. There's the looker there.
Okay.
Look at that little funk thing in his hair. I don't know. Mm-mm-mm. Right. Yep. Very good thing, because that's that looks painful. Oh, so now we're going to see outside for a moment. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't see any reports. Yeah, somebody needs to have their ass ripped. This was completely stupid. Mm-hmm. It's exactly right, Legs. Exactly right. Kimmy says that those jurors are only getting $10 a day. They absolutely wasted gas. I don't know how she knows this. Is that cheese? I didn't think it was. Go back to jail now. Slime ball. No. I learned nothing. I'm dumber for having spent this time. If he had been allowed to reference the fake report, then it could get into evidence where it should not be. I don't know that be the case, but sounds right from this guy. Yeah. I guess that could be true. Well, if that's what's happening and they had it in court right now, then I hope somebody has their ass handed to them. Got to sell killer? What does that mean? Oh my God, you're so funny, Kimmy. I had a friend did duty on jury, and that's all he got paid. Wow. So that's what I'm saying. If that's the case, that seems so crazy though. He ended court an hour, go back to your cell kill. Oh, okay. I got you now. Hour early, you think the judge is like mad, right? It's gotta be this. I don't see how. Psycho. I don't see how they're going to be done by the 13th. So that is. No, you're right. That is our duty. I get that. And if I ever have a jury, I hope that it's not. Hope that all the smart people didn't get out of it. Yeah, I think so. got to be mad. Who wouldn't be? This is stupid. So we've got, what's the matter, baby? Come here. Come here. Okay, the 13th is Monday. So you've got tomorrow, so that's 2 days. They've got 3 days basically of court left. That's not going to work. Hey, come here. Come here. Okay. Okay, love. I know. Let me see. A little bit. Okay. I got you. I know. I know, Kimmy. I tried to do a poll earlier, and I said 1 if you think guilty, 2 if you think not guilty, and 3 if you want them to fire up Sparky. I'm the only one that chose 3. Right. That's what I'm thinking. I can't imagine that they do have anything. Like what? Legs. That's why I said, like, really? Am I? No. Don't take that off. No. Oh my. Okay. Hey. You think that's funny? You think you're funny? This one's trying to take his diaper off. So my laptop screwed up. Took me a long time to get to the poll. Or else I would choose old Sparky. I know. Did you hear from the doctor though? Okay, I'm gonna get this baby in the bathtub. So I will see you guys in the morning. We'll find out what kind of horseplay we're gonna do tomorrow. Clearly that's what's gonna happen, but that's a good thing. Yeah, I think so too. Nope, you're absolutely right. I think it is a good thing. Right. I think if there was something bad, I think they would have called you already. Wear a raincoat. Oh my goodness, you're too funny, girlfriend. Oh gosh. All right. Good night, everybody. I love you so much and have a great night. That's right. We shall see. Good night. Hugs all.